Let's go. Why is she so excited today? Good day, everyone. Welcome to the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey. And every single day, we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today is no different. And just like every other day, we always open it up because we want our thoughts challenged. We do not want an echo chamber in this place. My little baby girl is wilding. I don't know why she's so excited, but she is extremely excited since 6 in the morning. She hasn't stopped running around yet. So when we open it up and we want you to get your thoughts out, we want to make sure you're not regurgitating information that you heard from somewhere else. So you want to have to substantiate your argument. You cannot just throw blanket statements in the air and think that we're going to accept it. Hell to the nah. Good day, Natasha Vincent. How you doing? Yes, like the stream on the way in. Good day to you, Black Beauty. OG, the ghost. Good day to you. We do not mourn each other over here. We say good day. How you doing? Free Dom 557. Good day to you. I love that great productive energy because I can feel it coming through the screen when I say good day to you. Good day, Miss Jalen. Yes, beautiful. I love it when I see Miss Jalen's name in the chat. Woo, makes me feel all warm and fuzzy, God damn it. Yeah. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate Miss Jalen always holding me down, keeping me aware, keeping my head on a swivel.
Is this 6?
That is a yes. What's up, Dawn and Justin D? Hold on, Justin D. Yeah, Miss Jalen, it makes it go whoop whoop. Otis who? Good day, sir. How you feeling today? How are you feeling today? Man, we had an interesting conversation yesterday. It got heated. It got hot yesterday. Sheesh. I had no idea how serious this conversation was, but clearly it is a serious conversation. And you know how we do on Foolery Friday. We open it up. We have a discussion. Anything you want to talk about through the whole week? We had a lot of things going on through the whole week. Donald Trump, I was on mute. We got it's so interesting, this whole MAGA thing. So now we got Vivek and Elon Musk. They talking about they extending, they are making it even more for the H-1B visas, which is not an easy visa to get, but now they're making it broader. They're making it bigger for people to easily more available for them to get this H-1B visa. It's interesting. He's talking about he's deporting people. Now he's making it a way to get more people so they can take your jobs. That visa is strictly for taking jobs. So it used to be that you could only pay up to $60,000. But now he's saying we could pay up to $80,000. Also, he said if you used to come over here on a school visa, what? Let's go! All right, get out. Bye. Get out the video. It's not funny. Go somewhere. Get out of here! I said go!
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh my goodness, this little youngster. She is crazy. Miss Jalen with the 100 pounds. She said, TGIF, let's light up this chat for 2025 for the pocket watchers. Shout Watch it, watch us. This is for all of y'all, goddamn. You know what? You get it what most get.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh, man. Thank you, Otis. Thank you, Young. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. Let me copy this link for the people, for the folks. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen. Miss Jalen ain't playing y'all. You better watch your mouth, goddammit. I don't know what Davey Rich is talking about, but shout out to you, Davey. Let me see how we doing with the likes. Okay, we can't keep it up with the likes. Let me make sure I put so I do think it's interesting. Let me see. Let me do this. All right, so I'll be forgetting to write the poll. Let's go. Let's go.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to my girl, Robin up. She said, send in my ties. Let's go. Thank you so much, Robin. I appreciate you so much. Always holding me down, cursing me out, uplifting me, then put me back down, love me, then curse me out some more. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Happy. How you doing, beautiful?
Hey, what's up? What's up? I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm
How
doing
are
well.
you?
Thank you. I
What's
appreciate you. Everything's good. You know how we do on Foolery Friday. We do a recap of the shows. Anybody can come up and we can have a discussion about anything, debate, conversate, converse, whatever it is that we want to do. That's what we do on Foolery Friday. It's here to uplift the people, get them through their day, have some laughs, jokes, scream, yell at each other, do all those things, all of the above, and hang out with each other for a little bit.
What's good, everybody? Shout out to the chat. Hey, y'all.
Welcome
Hey,
to
what
the show,
up?
Young Riaz. Good day, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Today's my birthday.
What?
Happy
Yep.
birthday, Young.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm 23.
Woo! That's a special age right there.
I remember them. I remember that age.
That is a very fun age. Yeah, 23. Got a lot of life to live ahead of you, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. What you doing for your birthday?
Well, I'm gonna probably chill. I'm probably gonna spend time with my family, and also my mother's gonna make the food that I like.
Wow, that's great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Yeah, that is awesome. Anybody want to talk about anything in particular while y'all up here?
Oh no, I'm just going along with the show. Whatever you talk about, I'm with it.
I'm probably gonna chill out a bit and then probably drop. But for now, I'm good.
Okay. So what is your thoughts, Happy, on Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Vivek talking about these H-1B visas? All of a sudden now, he said he was deporting. Now he opening it up for people to come over here and take jobs.
Listen, take jobs. Are they gonna fire people so they can hire people?
No, so what the H-1B visa is that so
No, you said no. I'm using your words. You said take jobs, so that's why I asked. So they're gonna fire
Yeah,
people
so-
to hire people.
yeah, so this is how the
Now, how you gonna take the job though? Either the job is there or it's not.
because people that get the H-1B visa, they could do the same job that would probably cost about 100 to 120,000 over here to pay somebody over here to do that job. And if you get somebody with an H-1B, you could pay them up to 60,000.
Oh, so it's half off?
Yeah, pretty much. That's as much. You only could pay up to 60,000. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, so you're saying that they're not gonna hire anybody from America?
What you confused about what I just said?
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. That's what you said take jobs. I'm still stuck on the first part.
I said they get the same job is gonna be you only can pay a H-1B visa. You can pay up to 60,000, and so therefore, like the same job over here in America. Didn't I tell you to stop doing that? It would be like 100,000 just to say. So they could get that same person, that same job. They could get to somebody with an H-1B visa, but they could only pay them up to 60,000. But now Donald Trump, he is trying to get the new law saying that you could pay up to 80,000 for that job for an H-1B visa.
Okay, so that's like saying, okay, well, we don't need you to graduate college, just have your high school diploma. I still don't understand why people in America. So you're saying they could get this shit done for half off, so they're gonna just choose the people that they could pay half off?
Am I saying that? No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Well, that was a question. You see? So thank you for answering. Okay, Sharon, forget it. Because you said take jobs. I'm saying, what? Is the job there for the taking?
You wouldn't think that the job is there for the taking if somebody could do that job for half off?
What I'm saying is, if the job is open, right? But those other people, visas are not, right? They don't have their visas right as of now. Let's just say that, right? So if they don't have the paperwork yet, why can't these people that supposedly want these jobs just go and apply and work?
I don't know. I've never said they couldn't go apply.
That's what I'm saying. No, but you said take jobs. So I just wanted
to. Right. So I don't know why you confused. But so if this job
I'm
is
not
open
confused.
for 120,000, but they open up a visa program.
Here we go, Sharon, trying to break it down. Too happy. I understand everything you said, sir.
So why you? I don't confused.
Because I didn't want to laugh on you today. What's good?
So what is it that you want to talk about then?
No, we can talk about that. No, I'm just saying, okay, people, if you guys want to work and you are jobless, go get a job before Trump gives your job away. I mean, before these people come and take your jobs away from you, because Trump said that they can, whatever, like take your jobs.
If you don't understand, you can just say you don't understand.
No, I do understand, Sharon, but I just want to use your words. You said taking jobs. What I'm saying is either there's people over here that don't want to work or cannot work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But according to everybody else on this YouTube business, they claim the robots were coming. The robots were coming and all this shit. And they say this shit all the time, every day. Right? So which one is it? Is it the robots or the aliens? And this time, not illegal, right? Because they'll have their visas. So again, who are they taking jobs from?
So they take a job because they opening the job market and they being cheaper.
No, they're not taking it. They're not taking jobs. I mean, technically they are taking jobs for less, but they're not taking a job because if these mother effers wanted to work, they would be working. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not how it works, Happy. So if I wanted to work in, for example, a lot of times I have difficult finding jobs because of my.
Thank you, Pink. Can you put that up there real quick?
No, I cannot.
Because she answered the question. Pink said it because that's what I said. So again, she said they're laying off. That's what I asked. See, because I want these people to be well aware with exactly. They are laying off people.
Right, see? And so now if they lay those people off, now they can hire people for cheaper. So
exactly.
What the fuck you Happy?
I asked you that earlier. You told me no. I said that. I said so. No, I said that. I literally not even asked you. I literally said so. They're firing people or whatever, and then hiring them. See, Sharon? Thank you. No, thank you, Pink. I knew I was right. No.
I do not understand what you were saying. So what I'm saying is that Elon and Vivek, they are trying to incentivize American companies to hire cheaper engineers. Mainly, that's what they trying to do because both Vivek and Elon, they both are heavy in the engineering hiring industry. That's
okay. I have a question, right?
So they are looking for people that's in lower level countries that's willing to take 60 to 80,000 for a job that's given 300,000. So now they can hire 2 to 3 more of those people, those engineers, and people over here will be losing jobs for that reason.
2 to 3 more? Nah, I think they more like just want to line their pockets. But again, so do you think that'll have an effect on? Okay, so what about, remember how like they didn't want the doctors from other countries necessarily? You know how that was? So you think they'll be taking more of them without them having to go through whatever over here, just hiring them right away? Oh, well, you're a doctor over there, you be a doctor over here. No issues?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so
it's okay. So what I'm
saying is right, because these people have done schooling. You know there was a thing.
It seems like you're a little confused about why.
No, I'm not confused. What I'm saying is just in general. Okay, because it all starts somewhere, right? This is just the starting point. I'm thinking more in the future, long term. Is everything going to turn around like that? Like I asked you earlier, I mentioned, okay, so maybe now these people won't need a high school, college degree. They could just do the same job as long as they have some kind of experience, right? Quote unquote experience, and they have at least a high school diploma or GED, right?
No, I'm not talking about the high school diplomas.
Okay, forget it. See, you see what I'm talking about? Okay, but people over there could just come over here and get the visa and then do this job. What I'm saying is, I don't see where you don't see the connection at, but okay. Hey, Chanel's.
Good day, Chanel Reality. How you doing?
I'm sorry. Good morning, all. I'm well. I'm talking now. I'm about to say I was calling because I was gonna say, you know what? I have a little bit of knowledge regarding this, not 100% knowledge about it. So in my other life, I used to work for TWC, and so that's Texas Workforce Solutions or whatever. But anyways, we would deal with people all the time who would come in because they lost their job due to it going overseas. Now I know what you guys were saying is it's not that, it's basically inviting foreign people to come here so that they, for the sole purpose of taking those jobs. But I don't know how they could legally do that. Only because, like the other young lady, was saying, is that typically you got to have the same type of credentials.
Correct.
To be able to say, okay, I'm an engineer. And honestly, the engineering industry really gets hit a lot. It's very up and down because I won't say all of it, but a lot of it is dependent upon oil. So anytime we're having some sort of dispute with people overseas that have anything to do with oil, then that industry will lose a lot of workers. They just lay people off by the hundreds of thousands, and then they hire them back when I guess things have settled. So that's one thing I wanted to say. But the other thing is, I'm also familiar with this in a different sense. So like my husband's worked for the company he works for about, I guess maybe about 20 years at this point. But about 7 or 8 years ago, they just started laying off people like in droves. And it was very scary because it was like, oh shit, when is it going to hit him, type of thing. And then when COVID hit, they basically was like, it's a wrap. Like they basically fired everybody but him and another cohort, another person at his level, like another executive type person. And he's been holding on since then. But it is very interesting because he goes to the Philippines a lot for work. And the people how they pay those people over there, listen, it is literally crumbs on the dollar. Like it is, I don't know how people can live like that.
So Chanel, you don't think it's a issue that Donald Trump, he based his whole campaign on deporting and getting people out of the country, but now he is making it more incentivizing to hire people by H-1B visas by increasing the amount you could pay them And also, he's saying that if you are here on a school visa and you earned a degree,
I don't know. Can y'all hear me? I can't hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, and so again, so now he's lowering. He's raising the pay rate at which you could pay somebody that is on an H-1B visa, and also he's saying that if you're over here on a school visa, that you should be automatically get a green card if you graduate with any kind of degree.
I think, and I didn't hear all of it because somehow I stopped being able to hear you, but I do think it's hypocritical. But I think Donald Trump being elected is an enigma in itself, in my opinion. But yeah, I think it's hypocritical. That being said, if I'm going to be fair, almost all the politicians that run for president say one thing, and then when they get in there, they don't do it, or they change it, or they try to swindle us in some way. But yeah, I think it's horrible to sit up here and say, these people can't come to this country and that they all rapists. Oh, they all are this category of criminal and that type of thing, and then say, okay, I'm gonna get these people out of the country, and then the moment you get into office, you switch and say, we're gonna give these jobs away. I do think that's terrible.
So let me go. I'm gonna see if I can find the clip that he just did a conference, and he's saying, yeah, he was talking to the people. He was saying, listen, when you get any kind of degree over here, from bachelor's all the way up to a PhD, you should automatically get a green card because he want to keep the people that's doing the best work. So that's what he said. Any degree. As long as you get a degree, you should get a green card, is what that man said. I just thought it was interesting that he taught his campaign damn near on immigrants and getting them out of here. And now he's giving them easier ways to get in. That's a little interesting to me. I was like, whoa, that's a quick flip. This is before he even come into office. He ain't even waiting until January 6th. He's already talking about it now, today. And also he said, Natasha, he also said that he's going to try to make Canada the 51st state. I was like, yo, my man Donald Trump is wild. He said he's going to make Canada the 51st state, and he said in the Greenland wants some parts, he'll make them the 52nd state. I was like, what is going on? That's wild. He said if Canada wanted to do it, he will lower y'all taxes. I want to know, Natasha, he said he will lower y'all taxes by 60%. So, Natasha, are you all for Donald Trump turning Canada into the 51st state? That would be crazy. Imagine that. But that's what he said in a recent tweet. I doubt if he can actually make something like that happen, because I wonder if they will have to change their national anthem. Nice, it's beautiful. I feel you, Natasha. Absolutely. Oh man. Shout out to Young Drip again. Yeah. That was wild to me, though. When I seen that tweet that he said he want to try to turn Canada to the 51st state, I was like, wow. He said, listen here, Canada, we'll lower your taxes by 60%, and we'll combine our military. We'll have one of the strongest militaries ever. You be protected. I was like, yo, I wonder what he be saying to Mexico. That's crazy. He trying to make the whole continent.
No, then we wouldn't need a passport anymore.
At least to go to Canada.
Okay. I'm for it.
Are you for it? It ain't that difficult to go to Canada. All you really need is a goddamn license. It's too cold.
Listen, I'm just trying to sneak in and sneak out.
Goddamn. You could swim. You could go to Detroit and you could swim across the lake.
You can. Jamaica.
That's how they get a lot of the drugs in both cities, is that they hop on a jet ski in the summertime and they just jet ski from Detroit to Canada. That's what a lot of people do. Rogue C, that's what he said. He said, make Canada the 51st state, Rogue C. I was like, this man is insane.
But how is that going to be the 51st state? If forget it. Now I'm going to just shut up.
I don't know. Donald Trump.
Puerto Rico was supposed to be the 51st state a billion years ago.
I did not, Robin. With a new tax cuts at, I want to see those because that would be interesting. I want to see those tax cuts that he said he's going to be promising. I want to see what it is. Pink says she want to move to Canada. Yeah, I'm about to go and hang out with Natasha, even though I heard it's a little bit cold over there. What is it, like minus 41 degrees in Canada? Natasha, how cold is it? Like minus 41 degrees? How cold is it? Because it was pretty cold the last couple of days up in here. Goddamn. I can't deal with that minus 41. Goddamn. What else happening this week? So y'all don't think the H-1B visas is a big problem? Chanel, all happy? Let me see.
Listen, everything has its issues, and I'm just saying it'll take a while to see the effects of it. But listen, whatever works for them, I guess. Because whatever I was saying, you don't understand. So I'm not gonna talk about this anymore.
I think anything Donald Trump says or does is problematic because he's never starting from a good place. It's always about self-serving situations. He's not worried about his constituents and how it impacts the rest of the world in general at all. So anytime he speaks, I just tune out because he's crazy. So that's my opinion about it.
But he is the president of the United States.
Yeah.
So it kind of matters what he say.
Not really.
I mean, like he damn near got the whole country to vote for him, damn near.
I mean, I get it. I know that he's there. I don't think he's credible in any capacity or category, so I can't take anything he's saying seriously.
So you mean to tell me somebody that got majority of the country to vote for him is somebody that we should not pay attention to?
Absolutely.
That is the most crazy.
You got people to vote for him twice.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You got people to vote for him twice.
I mean, because people, don't get me started on those people, but people are who they are. So I don't know, but I would not trust anything that man says. I mean, in his regular life, he can't keep his regular life together. He lies anytime he speaks. So why I should pay attention to anything you say at all is crazy.
Well, because he can affect the country.
No, I mean, he can in terms of like
everything.
You know what I think is going to happen?
In terms of federal laws and in terms of his ability to write those. Oh, I forget what they're called, where they sign them into policy or whatever. But
executive orders.
Yeah, so he has the right to do that in the military. He could do stuff with the military, but outside of that, he has to. Everything he does has to go through Congress, and it has to be voted on, and it has to do all of that. So I don't think the president, even if we had a good president, really has that much impact on our day-to-day lives. It's the people in your city that you elect, like the judges and the mayor and the governor and all those type of people that really impact your life. The greatest.
So you don't think it's a problem that they are looking for a global talent? Because I do understand at the same time, America's strength is diversity, and blocking H-1B visas is like shooting yourself in the foot at the same time, and then complaining you can't run. So it's also the same thing. It's pretty similar to what the NBA is doing. But as we see what happened with the NBA, as they got more international stars in the NBA, guess what happened to their viewership? It went down. So you got to be careful with how your rhetoric is. So you might be some of the greatest engineers over here, but also you might make the people that's living here, you might make their life less. Because we understand that, because like having a conversation, having a conversation yesterday with this whole Fat Joe thing, plenty of people they make the money over here and they will send it back to their country. They won't even spend it in this country.
That's true.
Go ahead, Happy. I'm sorry. I cut you off twice.
Oh no, you good. No, I think that before the term is up, he's going to let his vice president become the president already. This is what I think. And I've been thinking this before he was elected, but I think that's exactly what his plan is.
So you like forget what Sharon talked about. Let me talk about the vice president.
No, I'm talking about your president, Donald Trump. Okay, that's what he's gonna do.
You feel me?
Like,
she said, "F what Sharon talking about. Let's talk about this over here."
No, but all of it is connected. Because I mean, if it does get implemented or whatever, once it's set in action, all this stuff that people all find controversial, guess what though? He's gonna do what's the name? Even though he's not necessarily gonna need to, but he's gonna do just what what's the name did. He's gonna bow out or whatever the heck. What's the name is gonna be the president.
So we do have it seems like it on Twitter and stuff like that, it is like the public is divided, right? Because some are like we need the best minds and others are like keep them out because that's what you ran on. So it is like more of a national tug of war, and it seems like y'all don't actually care about this situation at all. Y'all like go ahead, whatever, it don't bother me not one bit. That's what I'm getting from y'all too.
No, it's not that. It's just again. It's not done yet, so I mean, it is going to get worse before it gets better.
What is going to get worse?
Everything, because it's a bunch of misinformation at the end of the day, right?
No,
because listen to me. I get it. It hasn't happened yet, right? This is what they want. This is what he plans on making happen, and that's fine. I'm fine with it. I said so. Don't twist my words and say I don't care either way because I do. But
so I'm not against. What is it that you're saying, Happy? I'm not understanding.
I'm not against it.
And you're not for it. Which one are you?
I didn't say I wasn't for it.
That's what I'm trying to get you to say.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not against it.
You ain't saying nothing. You said I'm not against it. I'm not for it. Which one?
I never said I'm not for it. Come on, here you go. This is why I changed the topic because Sharon. You like to do this to me. Out of everybody in the world, it's always me.
No, yeah, because I'm trying to get you to have a stance on something. You got to say either you are against or for it. I don't know. What are you saying?
I said, yeah, I'm for all of it. I'm for all of it. Just as long as people understand.
What I'm saying to you is this, Happy. If you
no, wait a second, Sharon.
I'm trying to explain something.
You asked me a question.
I'm trying to explain something to you. If you for everything, then you're not for anything.
Listen to what I'm saying. We're talking about this one thing, Sharon, not everything.
So which one are you doing? You talking about this one thing or everything?
I'm talking about this one thing, apparently, because I had to correct you, right?
No, that's not right.
I'm talking about this one thing. And this is why I had the questions that I had earlier, because I'm saying, once you open this door, right?
What door?
Okay, so now you don't know what we've been talking about this whole time. Okay,
I'm absolutely confused, young lady. I'm confused. What door are you talking about?
Because this is why I asked him to the beginning. This is why I asked you in the beginning. Okay, so when it comes to the school, right? When it comes to the education you need,
I do not want to talk about
certain jobs and things like that. Is that going to affect that?
Why is it so hard?
And I also asked another question. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Why is it difficult for you to hear me to talk?
What?
I'm not trying to. Why is it so difficult for you to hear me talking?
It's not difficult for me to hear you talking, but if you're done and it's my go and I wasn't done. The question you asked me.
So again,
why do you want to stop me 20 times?
Because you are talking about actually a direct question, and you started.
And I answered it directly. You just want more, and I'm trying to tell you, I was trying to give you more earlier.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm done with this. I'm done with the conversation. I can't. I'm not going to.
Okay, well, let me finish then. Thank you. Let me finish answering.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're not going to.
You see what I'm talking about? Because y'all want to hear the truth now. Just know, people. When you open these doors, you can't say when they'll be closed, if they'll ever be closed. Just saying. Amen. Amen.
mercy. Lord. So anywho, because I was just talking about how the public is divided on it, and I don't know.
Well, I'm not divided.
So
yes, I know I'm not all of the public.
Yes, she's on a mission to piss me off today.
Snap! Oh snap! Look, I'm not trying to piss you off.
Well, you don't even let me finish the word. Goddamn! Welcome to the show, OG J Speed. Good day, sir. How you feeling today?
Snap! I gotta go now.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Hey, how are you? How are you, sir?
That's good. So now, Sharon, you know how it feels when somebody don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you dare. Don't you goddamn dare.
Now you know how it feels. But anyway, you got to understand that it's never a problem till it become a problem.
That's very true.
And I always say, somewhere down the line in a city or state near you, what happens in California is going to happen all over the United States.
I just said that.
Okay.
And so whatever becomes a problem, some of us see it way before it becomes a problem, as you've seen this morning. You had a good week this week. You had a lot of hot topics, and I quite enjoyed the one yesterday, but I had to go to an event. And
I missed it. How was it?
Lord have mercy. He's talking happy.
It was good. They was talking about the tailors or the people who don't have black people in the best interests and always trying to navigate what we should be doing. But they come here on the shoulders of what our ancestors did and have the freedom to do what they can't do in their own country. But they'll come and tell us how bad we doing. But they can't be that same revolutionary in their own country. And that's a shame. But anyway, I was listening to it yesterday, and I did send you some videos of some of the things that were discussed in that saying hip-hop. One of the things you got to understand, my mother separated from my father when I was like about 7, 8 months old. And my father raised me in the South with my grandmother. And one of the things I had the privilege of going to New York every summer and spending time with my mother. So I was in New York in anywhere between 1971 and throughout, I think the 90s was the last, 96 was the last time I visited New York. I stayed there for a year, but I used to go there every summer. And I was probably in the groove of watching hip hop develop and being able to go to the park and watch DJs hook up turntables to light poles at the bottom. And, they had one record, Let's Dance to the Drummer's Beat. Have never heard nobody tell that story. People are always trying to take our birthrights and sell it back to us. That's been a problem since we've been here. They always want to proclaim jazz, hip hop, country. If you look at all the genres of music, there's some input of black people who made it better. Even Christian singing, if you go back to the 70s and listen to white people sing Christian hymns, it was ridiculous. If you listen to country back in 1970 versus what you hear today in country music, it has made a big change. It's more like pop than it is country music. And it shows you the influence that we have on genres of music and entertainment itself. But we just lay down and let people do what they want to do. And before we know it, they proclaim jazz like it's their own.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And we go lose out again.
You think so?
Always playing. Yeah, most certainly.
On this hip hop thing, or you mean just on a culture thing?
For the last 7 years, they've been talking about Eminem, how he's the greatest rapper. Like Nas don't invent. He's not living anymore. or even out here where I'm at, California, who just made a world-renowned record about they're not like us, who blasted, excuse me, Natasha, but somebody in your country. And I make no apology for it because everything he sung about was real.
It was really good. And his new album is really good, too.
It just shows you how we are willing to accept everybody but ourselves.
And
we have a willingness to do that throughout history.
And I think the problem is that OG is that for some reason people don't believe we take the good and the bad. Like they don't understand. Like when you are deep in the culture, we understand we got to take Humpty Hump and Tupac. Right, we take both sides. We got to take the really good intellectual rappers and also the real shitty rappers, or the booty shaking rappers, or the sexualized rappers. We take all of that as ours. And the thing is that in our culture, like we do not exclude any one of them from the culture, because hip hop is a melting pot of different genres within hip hop. Hip hop in itself is a genre, but then when you get into the culture, it is different genres within hip-hop. So yes, we're going to take responsibility for Gorilla, Meg Thee Stallion, and so on and so forth, but also we're going to take responsibility for J. Cole and Nas. And it's okay because we love both of them and we enjoy their music. We enjoy the ratchetness and we enjoy the consciousness of it.
Let's just say we embrace that they have the right to have the art the way they want to. We don't have to love them.
Right. That's what
that's. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, that's good clearing it up.
There are some ratchet raps on men and women's side that I just can't stand to hear. But I give them the right to make it because it's their expression. But it's just something I would never have played in my house at any given time.
Right.
Even on a commercial. But anyway, I see you growing. And I see that you can't really handle my character that I do sometimes when I come up in these places. More like a mix of a Samuel Jackson and some crazy
don't you say Samuel L. Jackson like that.
Say what?
No, she just teased you about Samuel Jackson.
Well, I just want to hear what she had to say so I can come back on it. Because you know I don't let nothing lay on the table.
I said don't disgrace that man like that.
Well,
that man's name like that.
Well, me being a person who did work for him, I look better than him. He's a little taller than me, about a half an inch.
Yeah, Samuel Jackson that tall?
He's a little more tall, about a half an inch taller than me.
Because what you about, 6'3", OG?
I'm 6'1". He's like 6'1 and a half, something like around that.
Okay.
Yeah. And so you know, we do what we do, and I hope that our focus is more focused in 2025 of what our agenda as personally want to do in our life and what we want to do to make humanity better than it was when we were, brought here. So I think one of the things we should just focus on what we want out of life versus what is there in front of us.
Yeah, and I think because Fat Joe was like what, he was like a cultural bouncer, right?
Sloppy Joe.
Yeah, Sloppy Joe. He was more like a culture bouncer than a real music figure in hip hop. Like people more look to him to like, hey, we need protection or some shit like that.
Well, he was more like the Tito of the Jackson 5.
What you mean by that? Go ahead, explain that one.
I mean, God bless Tito's soul. It really wasn't in his name when you really do the research, and not just how much we knew about Tito. But anyway, he was like the one that they never really took serious.
So what I'm saying is like Fat Joe, he was one of those gatekeepers that was in charge of hip hop, right? But instead of like checking like IDs, he was checking street cred. That's what he was looking at. Like, so his whole idea was just seeing who was the toughest. That's what, but he was also scared to fly. But he had the biggest crew with him at all time because he was always on a bus. So it was easy for him to bring his 50 his 50 thugs with him whatever city he went to, and that's why he got so much so-called love and respect in the street, because he always had the manpower behind him wherever he went. And that's where he really got his street cred, because nobody really naming any top 10 Fat Joe songs on the hip-hop list of anything. Lean Back is the only song that I'll probably have. Nobody's talking about what's love got to do. Nobody's talking about
you that. Singing it.
Well, that's because, but I know a lot of records that I could sing. That doesn't mean anything. Just like OG just said, like, just because I know a Meg Thee Stallion song or a Glorilla song, that doesn't mean I.
Thank you, Big Pun. Big Pun rapping, and thank you, rapping. And yes, Big Pun was a rapper.
Yeah, also Big Pun also whooped his wife ass. Big Pun also beat up women in the street. Big Pun also his son doesn't like him because he's seen his father, Big Pun, whoop his mama ass. So these are not good characters at the end of the day.
And believe it or not, Sharon, we have a lot of leeches in our genres of music. They get to a certain height and then they go to the other side. You know what I mean? And I can go back as far as Elvis Presley, who had a song called Blue Suede Shoes, and they wouldn't even play it on a white station. And Jack Johnson was one of the first person to play it in Atlanta, Georgia. And he became a hit in the black community before he became a hit, because white people seen him, I'm not going to play that Negro music on our radio station. And then all of a sudden, after that song that went to Billboard chart #1, then he switched to the other side. So we have it's just so many people that when you start hearing soul artists of the year and it happened to be someone who's white, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that people can't enjoy and join in the festivities of our music, because music is universal. It's a universal language.
So that's the problem with our music, right? So our music, OG, is not necessarily just universal. It's also, it was supposed to be about who you are as a person. And I think this is why when it comes out that you are not who you are rapping about in hip hop, you kind of fall to the wayside. What's up, Shiesty Bum? That's what usually happens in hip hop. Once people found out Vanilla Ice wasn't writing his rhymes, guess what? He fell to the wayside. When now that we know Drake, like we're not trying to hear that your ghostwriter going back and forth with Kendrick Lamar, so on and so forth. Milli Vanilli, you ain't singing your songs, get the hell out of it. So in hip hop, it is very important for you to be who you are out in the public. So now that we see Puffy is not who he say he is, now all of a sudden, his music is going to take a downturn. His image is going to take a downturn. Just like Fat Joe. Like at one point, Fat Joe was somebody that was a staple of hip hop. But now that we understand what he is saying, like he's been saying this for years, and now we hear more and more people come out from that have been around him for years saying that Fat Joe been speaking like this. So this is what changes in hip hop. Like most people don't care if a rock star is fake or not. Just sing the goddamn song. But in hip hop, it needs to be based on who you are as a person. So when you come out and we find out you whooping your wife ass, or you not paying your child support, you doing all these nefarious things, you are not straight, all these other things that happen that you are not rapping about, you are going to take a downturn. We are not going to rock with you no more. That is the difference between hip hop and all the other genres, in my opinion. What's your thoughts?
And we all have one. We all have one. Well, just like I say, me going back and forth to New York.
So you think that's a run of not a fair assessment, OG?
That's totally a fair assessment. I just say we all have an opinion. Somebody else might look at it differently. But me going back and forth to New York, knowing that the Puerto Ricans damn near burnt down part of the Bronx, that it was so abandoned for years that they had pretty much burned down that part of the barrel. Me having a brother and sister who's Puerto Rican black, and matter of fact, one of the first dance crews that I was in was Puerto Rican, because New Jersey Avenue was heavy influenced by
what you doing over there?
That's where my uncle lived at.
That's a rough part of Brooklyn, OG.
Yeah, that was your side?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know it was heavy. Heavy at 292. The school was 292.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, so
High school, one of the roughest.
Right, so you know, I know what I'm talking about. I ain't just visit.
Yeah. I survived Thomas Jefferson. I live right on Blake Avenue.
Okay, so
that was like right down the block from New Jersey.
And so
literally right down the block.
being in first dance group in New York was called the Sex Machine. They called it Rumble at the time.
Hey, OGJ Speed, don't you find it interesting how they be calling me a punk and I grew up on one of the roughest neighborhoods?
Roughest part of Brooklyn, you know what I mean?
I always thought, I'm like, man, y'all don't understand. Like this,
right down the street from Star
talking
Right
stuff,
City.
like y'all not really threatening me through this talking stuff. Like, man, like y'all don't understand. Even if you're not tough in that part of Brooklyn, something can happen to you.
Yeah, especially around 292.
Oh man, yeah.
So I understand it, but I will say this much, Sharon. Black people have a better connection with Puerto Ricans than they do any other Latinos. So that's just been my experience. Maybe it's not other people's experience, but there is a different in California where I'm at now as far as the experience I have with Latino people that might be from, Mexico, Guatemala, or Costa Rica, or any of the other places. So it's a little different, the experience. Puerto Rican has a more of a connection with us because it's history.
He messed it up.
Yeah. Another thing I find interesting, OG, not to move it too far, is that people are purposely missing what's the issue with what Fat Joe is saying. And they just really do not get it. I think that is the weirdest thing to me. Like, it's the fact that he misapproached. He was literally cosplaying as he was a part of this whole hip hop culture. And really, he was trying to undermine it this whole time. That is a serious issue.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of our, I would say, levels of life. We're so creative, and because we are in survival mode, and people who is under the most pressure comes out with the best leaders in most of everything. And so we come up with these things, and for some reason or another that we don't put a stamp on it where a man can make a phrase, let's get ready to rumble. And then every time you use that phrase in any professional event, you have to pay them for it. But here we have a whole genres and whole other things that we invent, and we just let it go by the wayside.
You know what I'll never get over? I will never get over the fact that I could say something, and somebody else could come up here and say the same exact thing I said, but they get treated like they speak in some other foreign language that you're just hearing for the first time. It's crazy to me.
Well, sometimes it may have something to do with the tone, how you say it.
Oh, man. No. See, we're not going to do some BS because I'm talking about what just happened just now, right before you got up here. So you can't say it has anything to do with the tone or any of that. Sweetie.
Just as you speak.
But again, I was not done talking. Why are you interrupting me? Did I interrupt you? No.
Just how you speak.
I did not interrupt you.
We're having a conversation.
Calm down. Now. I was not finished.
Wait a minute, you telling me to calm down?
No, yes, cool. You to calm down.
I'm talking cool. I haven't raised my voice yet.
Stop talking when I'm talking. That's what I said.
No, you don't talk to me like I'm a child now.
That's what I said.
No, you don't talk to me like I'm a child. I'm sorry. That's the other guy, not me.
Respect.
That's what I said.
Happy. Live up to your name. Show some respect.
First of all, I've been showing fucking respect, bitch.
Nah, I didn't say
shit to me, nigga. Okay, hold on.
Don't come up here saying shit to me, you ignorant fat fuck.
Hold on.
Now what, bitch?
Okay.
Get the fuck on out of here, whore. Okay.
Hold on,
fat, slutty whore.
Hold on.
Get out of here.
All right. So You want to? Hey, how you doing, Ben Thug? You want to talk about the whole Fat Joe situation? Do you understand what's going on with the Tethers versus Fat Joe versus hip hop?
You see, he knew I was talking about his stupid ass. That's why he kept cutting in.
Oh my god! So you want to?
I don't know about it. I love rap music. I love.
Fuck up in 2024.
You sound. Yikes! So I cannot show the actual person's name and everything because their information is they want to be anonymous, but they just spent to ban Ben Thorpe and his daughter from the chat forever. That's 500 apiece. So they said, can I ban them forever if I send you 1,000? Of course I said, shit, I'll take that 1,000. They just got banned for $1,000 forever.
Amen.
Sheesh. Goddamn. They said if we're not going to ban one, we're banning both of them. Both of them. They said, just don't show my name. Oh, shit.
Maybe we continue.
What other shows that you had this week? What other topics were you discussing this week, Sharon?
Woo. Sheesh. Hey, somebody make sure somebody time out Easy for trying to be a hater. Make sure they time out. Give him a nice good 10 minutes so Easy know where he's at. I don't know if that's a man or woman, but somebody's clearly a hater. We don't accept haters over here. I'm sorry, Ben, but you're gonna have to pay $1,000. They put $1,000 on you and your daughter's head. That is wild. You gotta stop pissing people off. You gotta stop pissing people off. Rogue C with the $3.99 super sticker. Sheesh. Also, Christopher, the $5 says, this is why FBA men don't want FBA women. Masculinity from this woman is bonkers.
Well, thank you for sending Sharon his money. You have a good day with your slow ass. Stay in the chat.
But shout out to that anonymous sniper. Oh my goodness, we gotta have a celebration for that.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Woo, what up, Bomb Cherry? Good day to you. And that goes to show that we do.
And thank you, Rogue C, for donating. How are you, ma'am?
Thank you, Rosie. That goes to show that we absolutely do have a community, and people have spoken. They do not want certain things to be said, and they feel a certain way. We feel a certain way when people say certain things, and it's okay for people to feel a certain way. And I think that's the problem with that this whole FBA conversation. this whole conversation that it gets like glanced over. It gets glanced over that people want to take back their culture and say, hey, no, this is mine. And I do have a say-so in it. And I'm going to play by the rules within my community. And my community said that I could do X, Y, and Z. We're going to play by those rules. And that's what just happened. Like, oh, you want to play? I got you. Freedom. Say, hey, here you go. You are free from this channel. Unless one of those MAGA people got some bread, it ain't happening because we know they ain't going to do it.
All right, now can I say one thing real quick? Okay, shout out to the chat. We know y'all
never care about nothing I goddamn say, Happy.
No, I do. No. Listen,
I'll be like,
I appreciate this. Shout out to the chat.
I'll be like ABC, and you like, yeah, Sharon, I like your ABC, but DEF, Sharon.
Nah. See, we're not even doing that. Again, salute to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Y'all undefeated. Okay. Thank you very much. Whatever. I'm not talking.
Happy do this to me all the time, OGJ Speed. I'm like ABC and ABC and CBA. And she like, hey, Sharon. But DEF, don't you forget about it. Like, God damn it, Abby.
But one thing, Sharon, I found out in life, what's undefeated is true. Regardless of if it's accepted at the time you tell it, or 20 years or 30 years later, it's undefeated.
You speaking of parables?
Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have said the chat is undefeated because some of y'all be telling lies in the chat.
So, Sharon.
Yeah.
In your discussion yesterday, I had to step away, and that's what I was saying earlier. How did it end talking about the LPA and they keep saying it's an organization that has a leader. It really don't.
Right, and that is a great observation. Like, I understand Tariq Nasheed, he coined it, and he put the I guess the flag on it. He solidified as his business. The FBA is just like Black Lives Matter. Like, it's really doesn't. It's Black Lives Matter is not really necessarily owned to those three women, but it is, right? We understand it's owned by them. But however, majority of people, when they say be it Black Lives Matter, they were not talking about the organization. And I believe the FBA situation is exactly the same. Like, yes, we understand Tariq Nasheed owns the name and everything. However, when most people are saying it, it actually has nothing to do with Tariq Nasheed at all. And they just saying, hey, listen, we just want what is ours. We built this thing of breakdancing, graffiti, DJing. We didn't even have drum machines and none of that shit. We had to literally break down disco break beats so these goddamn MCs, because they wasn't even rappers yet. They were just MCs keeping the party going and the DJ. And this is why most of the songs was really talking about how good they DJ was. They wasn't even talking about themselves for a long time in hip hop. Most people don't even realize that. Majority of the MCs was strictly talking about they DJ and how great they DJ is. And then it finally evolved into talking about themselves and all these other things. And then when Rakim came out, then that's when it went into the street life. And this is what I'm saying. Like, it's so many sectors of hip hop, and it breaks down into such a big thing. That's why hip hop is a culture. You cannot tie it down to just Sexy Red. You cannot tie it down to no Chief Keef, and you definitely can't tie it down to no Fat Joe or Jay-Z. It is way bigger than any one of those artists. Now, we just talking about the money part. Yes, we could talk about the commercial side of hip hop. We understand that they make the most money.
Right.
But as taking our culture back and making sure people stay in line within the culture, that is a different conversation. And we don't actually care if you came from, this is why I always bring up Wyclef. We didn't care that Wyclef was Haitian because he kept it true to what the culture was of hip hop. And he also kept it true to him being Haitian. He did not cosplay as a Black American.
Right. And our whole pushback into all of that is people who come in to join the festivities in our culture who don't have our best interests in trying to take it another way and proclaim it for themselves.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the real problem. Like, stop trying to act like even with Kool Herc and everything, right? Like, it's okay for you to say that he started hip hop, but now is a problem when you're saying Jamaicans started hip hop, where he didn't add none of his Jamaican culture to hip hop at the time. That is the issue. When he was starting off being a hip hopper, he was just being a ghetto Black experience hip hopper. That's it. That's all it was. Putting the whole experience of where we all was coming from, when it was from graffiti to breaking to DJing. And then getting the MCs. It wasn't about what culture you came from. It wasn't about your ancestors. When we just strictly talking about hip hop, it didn't have nothing to do with where you came from. It's about where you was at.
So, what is your prediction for the future? Just in this last week, what you discussed, the whole week of programming.
So, I thought it was because I didn't know it was this serious. That's number one, OG. right? So I didn't know it was this serious that people was trying to do that. What up, No Cap? And so what I believe is that more people are starting to gravitate towards truthful things. I think this whole fake it till you make it stuff is dying down quickly, like at a rapid rate. And people are dealing with the truth more, and they dealing with the consequences of the truth, which is I am enjoying. And the people that are fake and that is grifting, they are being exposed by the daily. And people are more, they're going to start moving towards people that is what like hip hop was intended for, the person that was authentically themselves. And now people are going to start to be able to see you are a hater of authentic people, and those people are going to have to change their rhetoric. They're going to have to change their ideologies. That's what I think is going to happen.
I want to clarify something that I see in the chat right now. Yes, mixing started with disco, but most of the European disco and American disco was used on the 1200 Technique turntables. And there was a lot of oscillators and sound effects. There was not slamming. Slamming comes from hip hop. That's when you slam beats in together. That you can have a beat like 118 and you would slam another beat 110 to get it on the drop. And so that was something created in hip hop, because the DJs would change their cadence when there'd be, I'm going to say the rappers, he wanted a rapper to change his cadence. So there's a lot in this art form, because just like I said, I came up in the generation of both of these arts, but they was totally different. If you look at European, even today, if you look at some of the DJs with nonstop music, they are mix masters, and they use a lot of oscillator sound effects and stuff like that. The Jamaicans are a little more rougher with theirs. They use a lot of cowbells and a lot of other bullshit with theirs to be able to change a record.
That's where they get the hub.
Yeah, right. To change over when you have two records that are not lined up in beats per minute, BPMs. So you got to understand, I have an extensive background when it comes down to DJing. You know what I mean? And so watching it develop on the radio station, watching it develop in the street, when you really understand the culture of what we brought.
And I just want to make sure people understand, anybody could hit this link and we can have a discussion about what's your thoughts on hip hop, what you've seen, your experiences, because that's what it's all about, is substantiating your experience, not just talking crap, but substantiate what you're saying. Because OG could substantiate what he's saying because he's been around music, period, and entertainment, period, for a very long time. So he has a lot of insight to how things began. And plus he is old as Picasso. So therefore, he has
Yeah, first turntable I ever used was not a Technique. We be spinning back records on some real shitty ass turntables.
Absolutely.
The Techniques came out.
Or what they call Numarks. Numarks was like.
No, it was one called BS something. I think it came with the home stereo, and they made the separate turntable. It was a real shitty deal. I mean, your needle would jump all over. So before I ever ran into a Shure needle on a turntable with a 1200, it was something totally different. You had to be real soft with your fingertips.
Absolutely, and like it was not easy. I got you, Young.
Sorry. Wait, Barney, you're not to me though, right? I've always known where hip hop
stuff. You didn't like what I was saying, Young?
No, I wanted to add to it.
You just wanted to interrupt. Okay, go ahead, Young. I'll let you interrupt.
Okay, so I wanted
it's your birthday, and you could interrupt if you want to.
All right, thank you. So what I meant to say is I've always known where hip hop was from and who it belonged to, and I respect the culture always, though. Like, I'm just being real about me. I respect it, and I always known who it belongs to. I just consider myself as a culture admirer or a guest in a way. That is what I think. And also, like, I also know that pretty much like hip hop artists from America before long back, they came over to the UK and they brought the culture there, like LL Cool J and Run DMC going over to the UK and bringing the culture to tour over there. And they brought that form of culture over there, and it was really inspiring those. So from there, those guys started doing it as well. And also back in those days, you had to have a fake accent though to be taken serious. Only till the late 80s though, when you had guys from the UK who said, no, we're not going to do the fake accent. We'll do our own accent and we'll spit in our own accent, but we'll rap about what we're rap about. We just know where it's from, and that's how it's that. That's why you have UK hip hop today. And I know you don't care about the.
Hold on, you gotta hold on 1 second. K to the GOAT. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about everybody up here?
We are doing well.
Everything is good.
You want to add to the conversation? Because it's my first time seeing you, so you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, sir, I would.
Go ahead.
I would like to say, first of all, FBA movement, I fuck with it. I think the main problem we having right now is lack of organization. But we do need to set some foundations with our foundationals, right? So the first thing we have to really start understanding is we talking about a lineage, okay? So I live in North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina. I'm born and raised there. How we've been saying Africa was our homeland, well, for the FBAs, the South is our homeland. North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, Alabama, basically down to Mississippi. See, where we getting this whole thing confused with this musical stuff is hip hop didn't start in New York. Now, New York is an epicenter, but it didn't start there. The people who brought rap to New York were Southerners. You have proof with anybody look this up. It's a man named Pig Meat Markham. He's also from North Carolina. 1968. You can look this up right now. It's a song called Here Comes the Judge. This is before Kool Herc ever had rap. Guess what? Now he moved to New York in 1968 or early 1969. He moved to New York, and guess when they say Herc got his hands on hip hop, 71 or something, correct? See, it's not about saying who, because what we're really doing is saying, well, who did the white people, because this is basically what we're saying with hip hop. Well, white people officially accepted hip hop in the 70s, so this is the beginning of hip hop. But that's not correct. It's much more layers than we got to stop just saying, well, hip hop got popular in New York. That doesn't make it be made there. Like we kind of gotta. It's not about where it got. I know people say that it's about where you at, not where you from. Correct. No offense. That's the colonizer mindset. Wow. That's how they get in there and say, oh, well, y'all be doing it. We can do it too. We don't need to fight amongst each other. We need to really just get to the point where we saying, okay, it may have got popping up here, but if we can say it and trace something back to the South, I think that would be the best way of saying something has lineage. Because if we can't trace it back to the South, then foundational people shouldn't be arguing about it, not being funny. But we can look up evidence. James Brown too. You know, James Brown got whole interviews when I'm talking about I started rap, and then he pointed out like I think it's Black and Proud. There's a couple songs where you can see his, I guess you could call it an interlude, quote unquote, like interlude today, like we'll call, or a break. That's what it'd be, like the drum. The bridge. He would be rapping through his bridges.
Right. That's fine. We could see a correlation between James Brown and rap. What's up, Sherelle? Good day, beautiful. However, we cannot say that he started the genre. He could be an inspiration to the genre. Somebody seeing something that he did, a flow. It's just like saying James Brown invented the moonwalk just because he was dancing like how he was dancing on his feet. Like, we understand it's an inspiration. And so, yes, we could easily say James Brown or those two Southerners that nobody never heard of, they could have inspired something and it evolved into an actual culture. So the problem is the culture is not just the rapping part. It's the whole situation with the graffiti and the dancing as well.
Let's be real.
Then the DJ and the MCs come last in this whole hip hop and rap thing.
Besides up north people, for real, who's sitting here saying graffiti is a part of rap? I'm not gonna say breakdancing is it, but who really talking about graffiti? Because graffiti is just drawing something. Like you can't say that Oh, because they didn't hurt. Because again, we talking about the colonizer ways. That's what they do, right? You go to Africa, you say, oh, it's these great buildings, but we're gonna erase y'all history so y'all can't say who these great buildings came from precisely. Y'all can debate about it. And that's the same thing we kind of doing here, because we saying, well, ain't nobody hearing them. Because that's what they're gonna do with the knowledge. They're gonna suppress it. Because if we be in 100, what we really failing to mention is Kool Herc was the first one to sell out our culture, literally. Like the whatever you, like you said, it's a basis for it with James Brown or Pygmy, right? Other people also, the Jubileers from the 1940s. But if you say, well, oh, those people were just inspirations. Well, Kool Herc was a DJ. He's not an artist. It's
right.
He didn't do anything but say, hey, guess what? I'm gonna sell this to y'all. But we've already been doing that without it being sold, because it's not to be sold or to be told. It's the culture. You're not really supposed to be selling it.
Right. So we're not taught. So that's a great point. And this is why it's a difference between the music business of hip hop and hip hop as a culture. And so what Kool Herc did, he put it when he was playing the break beats and having different MCs come up and battle and see who's the better MC. Also, we had in the crowd people with their dance crews break dancing and going back and forth. We also had the graffiti artists doing graffiti on the walls and on the floors of things, and then putting themselves in tagging. So it was a street art. So graffiti literally is founded out of hip hop because it is a street art, just like break dancing is a street form of dancing. And it could have started a long time. OG Speed, he showed a video of a young man in the 1940s doing moves that is foundational moves for what break dancing is today. But we understand it involved to breaking and popping and locking. But however, it is a street art that was formed through us being a community. Kool Herc having the parks just filled with a bunch of young, broke-ass black folks together having a great time together in the summertime with their clothes. It transformed even fashion. Like, this is something that people do not want to really contribute to on the fashion, but hip-hop changed the goddamn fashion industry. Those goddamn Adidas wasn't popping until Run DMC wore it.
I understand. Wait a minute, Sharon. I understand what both of y'all gentlemen are saying this morning, because due to the fact I am from Charlotte, North Carolina, so I do understand what the gentleman is talking about. And if we really wanted to talk about it, that a lot of the people who lived in the North came from the South. That's number one. Not only did it change that, Sharon, one of the things that we don't even understand, it changed another thing that we don't even talk about. When brother was walking around with these big old stereos on their shoulders. You know what I mean? And so that's one of the art that you know, that graffiti, what you paint, brothers walking around the city with these big radios on their shoulders, and it changed the whole industry, how they made radios. And so, yeah, it
and
covers
the battery
so much.
and the battery industry, like don't forget that. Like, you had to have D batteries, about 10 to 12 D batteries just to make that thing operate. Go ahead, OG. I just wanted to put that part into it too. Like, it founded so many small industries as well.
Right. The boombox, it just shows us how much impact this music and this art brought, you know, because I own 2 boomboxes myself, you know what I mean? And it was a challenge to try to have the biggest one you can buy, you know what I mean, and give you the greatest sound. And so, I mean, this thing goes on so many different levels that I remember when hip hop first came, BET would even not accept it, you know, at all. MTV was the first one that had an hour show promoting this form of art. And it took BET, I think, 2 years or 3 years to even accept it, because the churches was so much in their ears that they didn't even want to play that style of music. And then you start hitting on commercials. I remember when, if you really want to go back to 1974, the DJs in New York was making what they call plates. It was not even called wax or anything. They called plates. They would go in studios and make these big old 45 plates. And we used to cut our album covers to have for slip to go on the turntable. So I can give you so much history on this stuff, bro. I'm telling you.
And by the way, I'm also somebody that actually took his whole family to do learn graffiti in Miami. So I actually did it, and it was all hip hoppers and backpackers there of all different races. And so even my little, I believe she was 2 at the time. So even she learned how to do a little bit of graffiti Paint right, just like that. Paint on the wall, right down there in Miami. Unlikely, no, exactly that area. I think it's called the Art District.
Yeah, Art District, Wynwood.
Yeah, right
that's
over
probably
there.
what was that Wynwood.
Beautiful era too, and they you could go ahead and you could practice and learn. So it is heavily hip hop culture is not just about one single person. It was a multiple of people bringing their thoughts and their creativity to the world. We didn't even get to scratch the surface of Dapper Dan, how he changed because we was not able to really get into places to buy Louis Vuitton and MCM, and he bought the fabric and he transformed it and put it on cars and all that. He made it into an urban culture. Like he was the original. There we go. Oh, that's the spot actually. That's one of the spots I was at.
Okay.
Nah, they just built this one. Bro, you gotta come back here. Yeah.
Okay.
They built a lot. They just built this one.
And so the bomber jacket is something that hip hop also kind of created and made it into fashion. Like all these things hip hop has done, we can't allow people to take away from it and say, oh, it was a Jamaican thing. No, it was not that. And it's okay. It was a inner city thing. And it's okay to say that to be a part of that culture, you had to be a part of the industry. You had to be able to dance, break dance. You had to be able to goddamn MC. You had to be able to do graffiti. You had to do all those things. DJ, bring your speakers outside. It's still a big thing in New York that you got to have the big ass Sermon Vegas. And you the one who's running the block party. That was a big deal. Like who could have the best block parties? It's still a thing today. It's dying out a little bit, but it's still a thing. And so,
okay.
Wait, but that's all I'm. Go ahead, Young. What is it that you tried to say, Young? You just was born. You didn't see none of these things happen. Go ahead, Young. What you got to say, Young?
No, I'm just saying that I'm being very neutral. I have a neutralized point of view because I actually grew up on both. Even though I didn't grow up in that type of era, still that era influences me today. So I'm letting you know though that how much I respect that though actually, because I'm more neutralized with my point of view because I actually like both American hip hop and UK hip hop together. So I'm more neutralized when it comes to it. And like Red Alert as well, though, even though I wasn't born during his time, he was like one of the first on the radio to do hip hop. Red Alert.
DJ Red Alert is another good example of founding father of this whole DJD. Cool DJ Red Alert. He was the main one that was breaking records out here in New York City. Great observation. What's up, Unlikely TV? Good day, sir. Welcome to the show. What's your thoughts?
I'm finna leave just before he gets
started. Natasha, I think the artist name is right here. Hold up.
Unlikely. Just give me a second.
Right here, hold
have
up.
a beautiful day. And
go ahead.
I'll be listening to y'all in the clouds. And y'all have a happy new year and be safe.
You too.
Go ahead, either Unlikely or K to the GOAT.
Yeah. So I think that's his name. They usually put it at the bottom of the mural. Yeah, man. I wanted to add this, yo. I wanted to ask you this question. This might be a little devil's advocate, which I love to play. So it seems like hip hop was mostly created up north, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So is it a North thing or is it a Black culture thing? Because the South didn't have nothing really, they didn't really have their hands in hip hop. I heard somebody say that hip hop was created through the Motown live thing. You know, you can say that. I'll give them that. But if we're going to take certain people away from it based off of them not having a tangible, like real roots on the ground, like I was in Jersey, I saw the whole thing like kind of transform just being like close to New York. I saw it. So I wonder, man, like is hip hop just claimed by Blacks or not even just Blacks? I would just say like people from the North instead of it just being a Black culture thing. Because at the end of the day, that's where it really started. Like if you asked Black people about jazz, they would say it started in the South, it's the South, and they don't give the North no claim to it really. But
I believe that was towards you, K to the GOAT, because I'm agreeing with Lee with this. I think the culture definitely started in New York City for sure. Like, I don't think we can really have a strong argument, but KT the Goat says he knows some artists and he feel like it really started from the South.
Please expound.
You there, KT? K to the
Goat?
Yeah,
I'm here. I was not listening. I'm not gonna lie. after he started it, I kind of just, you know what I'm saying. But I'm gonna say this: hip hop didn't start in New York. I'm gonna say this again. The colonization of hip hop started in New York. Anybody, and no offense, I hope nobody takes offense to this. Anybody from New York who will say, yeah, we founded it, they'll instantly start naming Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, all DJs. Listen, what Herc did was make sample loops because guess what? They couldn't play instruments. But y'all do understand 4 loop patterns already existed with drums, right? Where you could do just on the drums. They didn't need the machine because they could actually play it. It did get popularized in the North, yes. Like I said, if we talking FBA, that's just being real, foundationals. The whole point of you saying foundation, well, where's your foundation? If we're saying that the slavery is the foundation, if you can't trace that back to the foundations of that, well, that's not a foundational item. But we can, because as I said, James Brown, you can go back and look at this. This is when people listen, when hip hop got popping in New York, they didn't ask nobody in New York, oh, which one of y'all made this? Guess what they went to? The man from Savannah, Georgia, and said, what you got to say about hip hop? Now, this is what we passed. Now, no offense, New York is a corporatized place. It's a place that's, based around money. And y'all just different from us. I ain't gonna say no differently. I've stayed up north, I've stayed down south. It's different, right? But the main thing is y'all are more open. Like, y'all more willing to be like, oh yeah, them Migos, them our dudes. Like, listen, it's hella Mexicans in North Carolina. It's hella white people, but none of us, not saying that we don't commingle, but your culture is your culture. Stay over there. Oh, we don't care if you chill with us, but that don't mean you get the right to say niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's part of my language. It's not about now again, if we want to say who corporatized it, definitely New York. But the essence, everything was already there. It's just like any other thing. How you say jazz? What happened before jazz? Rock and roll. Rock and roll came from this.
Can we stop you right there?
When people try to take
over. Can I stop you right there, bro? Can I just stop you right there? I hear everything you're saying, right? And I agree with you. So if it started in New York, isn't it more about the different ethnic people that were a part of it than it being a black thing? Is what I'm trying to like.
But you skipping that it didn't start in New York. Like I said, if you saying who's the masters and creators in New York, you're going to name me all DJs.
But they was in New York, though, right?
DJs create the music.
But they was in New York, though, right?
The DJs were in New York. Rappers are not DJs, right? So you can't say we started a new form of music. That's like saying, oh, jazz started in the North because they started sampling jazz beats in the North, and that's what made it popular. No, it was already existing. You don't, if we're talking about, again, foundational stuff, don't ignore our history to accept the history we've been presented and given, because guess what? You were given that history for a reason, so everyone can say, oh, yeah, we got claims to it too. But that's not true. And if we keep doing that, we're still doing the same thing we're saying, which is allowing people into our spaces, because that's the reason they're trying to make. No offense.
Well, I have a question. If nothing ever started in New York, why the hell is it everybody wanted to be at all the New York clubs doing their thing, whether it was dancing,
nobody said that
singing,
New York didn't play a part.
Whatever it was, everybody wanted to be in New York to shine. Just explain it to me. If nothing was ever started, ever built, created in New York.
It's like gas, though. That's not what he said, though.
That's what it sounded like to me.
No, I'm saying that you played a part. Can I be heard? Did not make the creation of it. More importantly, that was 30 years ago. No, New York people. 30. New York rappers think they're from UK right now. Okay, nobody. If that was the creators in the epicenter, truly, and it would have stayed there. But no offense, I'm not even saying that's what proves it. I'm saying you talking about something in the beginning, because guess what? It started popping. people want to be around what's popping. That's why everybody's trying to go to New York and rap like New York niggas, because guess who was popping? The New York niggas. Now, we know for facts niggas like NWA was over there rapping, right? They was already rapping, but it was more cool in New York. So that's why, okay, we can say that the NWA dudes was already rapping, but they didn't pop at the same time as the New York niggas. Now, as time goes on, that's us as people, right? You figure out how to make something work for your area. Not saying that, look, we all blacks, right? This the main thing when I came in and said about, like, we got to understand that our new Africa is the South. That is our Africa for us FBAs trying to figure out and say, oh, well, where's our lineage? If you cannot claim your lineage to the South, well, you're not an FBA, because guess what? That's where the products of slavery came. No offense. Was there New York slavery? No.
I'm sorry, sir, but Jersey.
Wait a minute.
North. I'm from the North, bro.
Hello. Can other people speak? Wow. Which? Okay, so, it's a lot, because OG, who's the oldest of us all, he showed that hip hop did not originate in New York. Now, what New Yorkers did do, they were able to get some white money behind them and make records and movies, right? But hip hop did not start with the Sugar Hill Gang. In fact, even if you go and look at the Sugar Hill Gang, Kool and the Gang and shit like that, these people was rapping, right? It just wasn't called hip hop. So they were rapping. So are we just if you're considering hip hop as a whole, then we could give it to New York, and that's because we gonna give y'all that graffiti shit, right? We gonna give y'all, and that's it. The rapping started in other places, not just New York, right? And also, what else? And the dancing was all over this nation, not just New York. And therefore, if we talking about hip hop as a whole, the graffiti thing, the only place I saw doing some shit like that on a large scale was New York. Okay, where y'all had that shit all over y'all buildings and trains and shit. But if
you're telling me that people was down south spinning their head on cardboard boxes?
Yes, we were doing that.
Nah, for sure.
Yes, we was popping and locking because they was doing that shit before hip hop was considered popping and locking. I was doing that shit as a kid.
Bro, what you think people was doing in the juke joints? Like,
right. Flipping. We were flipping, back flipping, spinning on our heads, knees and elbows and shit. Yes, that was already happening.
And what kind of music they was doing that to?
We were doing it to
funk, soul, R&B, rapping. Like,
was they doing it? Was they doing it? Like, I think the problem is that, like, just like OG, he showed in 1940, 30 years before hip hop was started. 1940, people was doing moves that's very similar to breakdancing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's breakdancing. But he did have the same foundational moves as a breakdancer.
We cannot take no offense, because I know this wasn't what the topic was with FBA.
No, that's fine. No, we good. Like, so you good, Katie, to go, because today's show is Foolery Friday, where we have discussions about everything that happened throughout the week, anything that's important, and this is a good conversation. So you good. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. No, go ahead.
So I saw hip hop come in. I'm listening to some young people who got to be 20 years younger than me tell me they saw hip hop come in. No, you didn't see hip hop come in. You don't even know what existed before hip hop. But I did. I literally saw hip hop come in, right? And what was before hip hop? Disco. Now go look at some of them disco moves. They was spitting on their head too.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So even though they had some moves that are similar, it wasn't hip hop dancing. It wasn't break dancing.
Yeah.
Just because they had some of the moves and similarity, that doesn't mean that we could say that is hip hop dancing. We see some things that some of the line dancing in country music is very similar to hip hop, but we ain't gonna call that break dancing, and that's okay. As all I'm saying is that the whole culture, like, is not just one aspect. So yes, hip hop is a melting pot of all these things. It's a melting pot of jazz, rock, country, and disco, and all these things. So Therefore, a lot of little sectors of cultures is involved in hip hop, but the culture itself, it started in New York. It started from an urban community. That's how come the clothes is an urban look. It's not a down south look. It's an urban look. It's a city look. It's about being a city slicker, talking fast and talking slick and being very slick with your words. All these things is from being a part of a very fast culture.
Okay, so wait a minute, because you said urban. You know, down south, there's urban areas in down south.
Shit.
So what are you talking about? I bet you couldn't talk slicker than you can't out slick nobody in the south talking. I don't know what I'm talking about. All that jive shit, all that shit started down south. In fact, black culture, and somebody said it up here already. I think it was the brother K. He if you can't find your roots in the south where all this shit started, then you not FBA. You can't find your roots. You ain't gonna never be able to find them unless they from somewhere else.
Well,
I would like. No,
we do. You got it. Go ahead, KT. It's your first day here. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, see, and no offense, this is where I feel the disconnect with this hip hop part go. New York, that like I said, New York people are different from Southerners. I've lived in both places for at least 5 years at a time. The thing that I'm gonna say about New Yorkers is y'all thoughts of us Southerners is, oh, y'all Bamas, y'all country niggas, y'all stupid, da 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 da. So y'all thing is to make it seem like, oh, the sophistication comes here. Not saying it didn't start there, but again, like I said, Pigmeat Markham, you could look that up. I know you're saying, oh, we never heard of him, but rap existed with him, a North Carolina man who moved to New York in late 68, late 69, when the song became a hit. Like I said, Hurt gained rap in 71. So if it's not for those country Bama Southerner niggas that, and even down to fashion, not saying that everybody don't have their own fashion taste. I understand that, everything. But hip hop isn't just, let's be real here. Hip hop really was about making broke shit seem cool. Something New York niggas don't, no offense. Y'all already knee deep in the Coogis and the Gucci's in the 90s. Hip hop was about taking the Paco jeans and making that fire. The FUBUs, no offense, which y'all call some country stuff. So I'm not saying this nothing again. I don't want y'all thinking I'm saying, oh, hip hop wasn't propelled by you.
Can I
just
say
want
something?
y'all to understand it didn't start there. Y'all can say that we made it popular, but again, that's like talking about colonizer. That's like saying
he was living in New York, was he not? Okay, so let me just say this.
Hold on, why you cutting him off? Like, it's okay. Like, we have time.
Is it though? Because he keep repeating himself, but I can't say nothing.
I didn't repeat. Look, I was done talking, ma'am. You okay? It's okay. Look, go ahead.
Is it okay? Because you still talking.
Happy, all I'm saying is there's no need to cut nobody off just because you want to speak. You could just have your
I
time.
did say excuse me a couple of times.
Yeah, that doesn't make it any less rude.
All right.
Somebody's talking. Go ahead, Happy.
Yeah, because I'm tired of this shit. Talking about something all us New Yorkers think you motherfuckers in the South is country. Bitch, if you think you country, say that. If you think New York is better than you motherfuckers from the country, say that shit.
Who said
with
that?
your whole
You're
fucking chest.
Nobody
with your whole fucking chest, nigga. Because
I'm saying nobody said that, but I know no bitch from New York ain't better than me, bitch.
Ain't nothing wrong
about y'all correct. You mad, bitch.
Nothing wrong about somebody from you motherfuckers.
And the difference is my generation can put a beat on bitch and show you what it is about.
That nigga said this shit.
So even if you created it, the Silk been running that motherfucker for 20 years. Y'all let it go, and now we got it. Now name me a New York.
I don't know what you just said because you was talking over me.
Or one from
what was the question?
West Coast who will stump them bitches. How about that?
Again, what was the question? Because you was talking over me. So what was it?
Oh boy. Okay, you good, Happy? You got it all out?
What you happy? Go ahead.
No, I didn't hear nothing you said because I'm yelling at this clown and then you was talking. I don't know. So, but I answer any question. Yeah. Y'all keep saying that shit in the chat too because I'm tired of that shit. Right.
All right. So,
mad? Okay. Happy, baby, calm down, sis.
No, see, that's the thing. I'm not mad, but everybody says that. You see, I love it. I was just tired of him because you're not going to say, oh, what New Yorkers think now. Speak for yourself, Kay. Don't speak to nobody else. That's what you did say.
Okay, hold on, Happy. You asked him to speak for himself, and then when he starts speaking,
no. I said no. I said he need to speak for himself because he said already what New Yorkers think about people from the South, and that's not the case. Because again, even when he was talking, a lot of our family members came from the South. At the end of the day. So why say that and then turn around and say, oh, you New Yorkers think that? Nah, that's not how we think. Like I said, he need to speak for himself. If he don't like New Yorkers, that's okay.
Okay, so we're gonna let him speak for us. Go ahead, KT, to go.
I was saying I never said it feels, and even how you hopped on, the first thing you said was, oh, you think we better, just say that. I never said anything about somebody thinking they better. I was only pointing out that okay, something gets popping somewhere, that doesn't mean it was made from that. And furthermore, if we're all here on the panel talking about FBA things, well, we should be able to trace our lineage of things back to slavery roots. If you can't, then that's kind of going off the foundation. That's what I'm saying. We're not setting the foundation. And I'm not saying that this is the overall global foundation, but this is what I get out of it. Because like I tell people, I wasn't brought in the FBA under Tariq Nasheed believing that bullshit. I was brought in by a local man in my area. And he had a whole thing about desegregation and shit. But the way I came in was under a different light. It's about us finding, if we're going to say this is our lineage, well, where's your lineage? Because if you're saying, what you're trying to say is, no, we got to give the claim to New York. Well, we're deviating from our lineage because, like I was saying, it's not, no offense, slavery didn't start in the North, and we also know that the North was where the free people were at.
That's not at all what I was saying. I said exactly what I said. If you think New Yorkers are better than you, say that. That's all I said.
But I didn't say that. So why would I say that?
Hold on, Happy. He was just clearing that part up and saying that he didn't say that. He just cleared that up.
No. Listen, Sharon.
I'm not talking about last part. Better. I'm talking about FBAs.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now you're back to that. We off the whole music thing and all that, and I understand that part is what I was going to say, Sharon. That's totally different.
You said we lost the music?
No, not you. I said I'm off the music part. Yeah, because we're not talking about the music right now.
Yeah.
No, Happy. We are talking about the music still.
He's talking about foundationally Black Americans and who he came up under.
What we have to.
He was talking about music. That at that point, Sharon. The brother that brought him in and all that other stuff.
I do not want to talk about. It's okay. Just move the conversation. I do not want to talk about the conversation. How we got to wherever you thought is.
No. Okay. See, here you go. You see. Sharon steady trying to piss me off today for no reason.
Right, because I want the conversation to keep on moving. We doing very well, so we can keep the conversation going.
So I would say that New York, I don't think anybody. What is going on? Who's talking?
Bomb, you sit there?
Yeah, but I hear somebody talking. Am I tripping? Oh, I'm sorry. That's me in the background. Okay. Why you tell me, Sharon? I'm sewing and all kinds of shit. Anyway, New Yorkers, I don't think anybody in the nation have a problem saying, yeah, New York brought this because y'all did make this thing go global. That's what y'all did. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, because there was movies. Right, but the honest truth is the music that y'all speak of that is large, right? When you talk about Hurt, and the ones who really started this shit in New York, right? In New York, most people don't even know their music. You know what I mean? You got to go back and they got to go dig and see who these people are. Then you hear about how they gave this and did that and did this and did this. Because I didn't even know who that was, to be honest. And that's what I'm saying. I'm from that time and I didn't know who that was because we had our own DJs in New Orleans. That was, in the South, they had their own DJs and shit going on. Yes. What do you mean? You wouldn't even know anybody. You wouldn't even listen. Trigger Man, that Trigger Man beat, that shit still is awesome. Show me what DJ Herc is producing and doing today. The mixing and scratching was going on way before hip hop.
I need to see the proof.
What? Oh my God.
I need to see the proof. I do not.
Big Meat Markham, Here Comes the Judge. Look it up.
Yeah, they were doing mixing and scratching.
Listen, the song went platinum in '68, but it's interviews, you can look it up. He talked about how he made this song in the 50s, but it took him that long to get it up because he is from, see, that's what I'm saying. He's from North Carolina. He didn't move to NY until he was 30. He moved up there because the song took off. He's a comedian also, so he's pretty famous.
What's his name?
Pig Meat Markham.
This is all new information to me.
Man, at the house.
The song is called Here Comes the Judge. If you want to look up the specific, and I'm talking about, you could play it on here. If y'all think that it ain't nobody gonna hear this and say, hell nah, that ain't rap. I'm talking about he ain't doing no singing, he ain't doing no harmonizing. The only word singing is on the hook, which is here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Like
And you saying that's the original hip hop song?
I'm saying that's one of the first. Now I can't figure out how it got in or out of New York, because when we look up the things, I'm not gonna sit there and say I was there. I just study this as much as I can. Now it always bothered me that they would say Grandmaster Flash and these guys were the creators, because I'm like, they're not artists. So I'm trying to figure out who's the artist. But yeah, he's the closest relation I can find to New York to that time. Like somebody who actually already had the lyrics. He already had songs out, and then he moved to New York. And then literally about 2-3 years later, that's when DJ Herkin got it. So
okay, give me 1 second. Welcome to the show, Va. How you doing, Va?
It's just VA for Virginia. How y'all doing? Hello,
How
panel.
you doing, Virginia? Good
Hello.
day. How you doing? What would you like to add to the show?
Hi, sis.
Hello. Actually, it's an interesting conversation. I am what they would term as FBA. But I've had the blessing of being able to travel, around the country, locally, and then also travel outside the country. And this has always been an interesting conversation for me, because of course, I'm a hip hop head. And so I don't like when we kind of get into splitting hairs about, the origins of it, right? I agree with the brother that says if you cannot directly link your lineage to the South, then that's a tell sign of of kind of where you're coming from or being an FBA. And I do agree with him saying that New York corporized. I don't know if that's even a real word, but they made it popular in the money, the backing of it. But yeah, if we look at the history of it, it came through a lot of different genres prior to it turning into hip hop per se, right? And so I don't understand why people have an issue with that. Also, just in relations to the comment Happy made, in reference to the statement the guy made about the North not particularly caring or having these ideologies about the South. That's true. I mean, it's stereotype. I wouldn't blanket it and say all people from the North, but there was an understanding of the North, thought they were highly sophisticated and more educated than the South. If that wasn't the thinking, then you wouldn't have with Outkast, who comes in 20 years or 15 years later into hip hop, saying at the Source Awards, saying, the North don't have love for the South, right? And so that was a kind of an ideology or a mindset. So we can't kind of deny that. It wasn't everybody, but I still have family up in the North who operate different from me, who lives here in Florida in the South. And it's just a difference. It's just a difference. It's no disrespect, but there is a difference.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
But if we was to do it like we used to do back in the day, you know, where it was a battle, the North versus the South gonna smack that ass. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think with the South already kind of did that with after Outkast saying that. The South pretty much took over when it comes to hip hop specifically. When you hear a lot of rap now, or because I don't listen to a lot of it now, but um, it does resemble South rapping, whether it's mumble rap or trap or all those other
So this
subsets.
is not true. So I get it when we talking about the popular hip hop music, the ones that is played on the radio that they could just sell because it's no words to it for real, for real. So you
Right.
could just drive in your car and listen to it. But that is not what's dominating hip hop as a whole. It's dominating the Billboard charts. And I think that's the problem that since hip hop started, they keep trying to put it in a box, and hip hop do not have a box for you to put it in.
Yeah.
Correct.
I agree though from not to I agree though, Sean. So for me in a neutral way though, like basically you're right though actually, because a lot of New York influences in the UK. You do get South influences, but it's mostly New York hip hop influence in the UK, because a lot of them UK guys are mostly lyrically based and where they grew up, what they grew up listening to. Most of them though prefer New York hip hop and they listen to it. And when they go to the raves and when they go to a rave and they spit and stuff, they mostly rap to New York stuff first, and then they go to their own stuff later.
I don't think y'all UK even know the difference between New York and
And
Southern.
South rap.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
y'all
believe
so
that.
stay out. Look, we don't care about what UK doing. Y'all copying and okay. It's not a part of this conversation, but y'all shit is bad, okay? Cause y'all
Yeah, and
bite.
I don't.
That's the word we used to use back in the day. Y'all biting. Go ahead. What you got to say, Young Riz?
No, that's what I
No, I
said
was.
actually.
Damn, babe, you gotta fight back. It was just okay. You should have been like,
Okay, oh,
UK
On a
music.
baby
no,
on his
no,
birthday.
I think you can. I think you're wrong, but at the same time, though, to be honest, what am I gonna say, man? I'm just basically, I just gave like a very neutralized point. I'm just basically like, look, I like both of them. Though. I can't really separate myself between UK or America. I'm mostly into both, though, so that's really hard for me to decide. So, not saying though, that you're not
Hey,
wrong,
Gracie,
though.
I got a
Yeah,
question for
of
you.
course,
I got a
of course,
question.
I said that there's influence, no doubt. I never said that they never really do like this, that. No, I said, of course, there's influence. I'm just saying, though, what Sharon's saying, he's right, though. There is, I said, all I'm saying is, though, of course, I'm influenced by both of them, so that's just how I view it, though. I'm
Okay.
not really going to argue it.
Shiesty said all
Can I
New
just
Orleans got is seafood balls. Well, we got Lil Wayne, baby, and let me tell you, we got a whole shitload of rappers. Okay.
Unlikely you was down there for a long time. My bad.
yeah, nah, you good. I just got a question for you.
Okay,
So
wait, but Sharon,
I
I
heard
actually did
from
put something in the back chat for you, though, a video for you in the back chat. I'll show you, though,
uh,
you know, something I
Okay.
want to show you.
Okay, Young, you got to get a new microphone. Go ahead, Lee.
so all right, so I heard K the Goat say earlier that there was no slavery in the North. So do you agree with that, Gerard? That there was no slavery in the North?
No,
Because
don't do
this
that. No.
you did.
Don't do that where you're
Yeah, I
making
went
this
back and
word.
heard you say it. You said it verbatim. I'm not even
Yeah,
like
but you know,
verbatim.
so whenever was slavery legal in the North?
Yeah, there
What
was
in
slavery
Jersey?
all
Nobody
What?
over
said
the
it
country.
didn't
Yeah,
What
happen,
are
there
but
you
was
it's not
talking?
legal. That's what I'm
What
saying.
are you
In
talking?
mass
Are
quantity,
you
it happened in
joking
the
right
South.
now?
okay.
Sir, are you joking right now? It was okay. At a certain time, it became uh illegal up north, but still legal
No, it
down
wasn't
south.
because
But
the
at
first states in America was in the South.
No.
no,
Listen,
they were not, bro. You don't know what you're
there was
talking about.
So
slaves all
Virginia
You
and
over.
don't know
North
what you're
Carolina
talking
wasn't the
about.
first. What are you doing?
There
What are
was
you doing, sir?
slaves all over
So
the place.
slavery was nationwide. I believe if
You're
you were
wrong.
talking about the colonization of the Americas, it started
Yeah,
mostly in
because
the
we're
north
talking about we're
through
Americans.
Virginia.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all kind of bearing
Two
out
Yeah.
and
different
forgetting.
colonies approached two different parts of America. They came from the south, and others came from the north, bro. So that's the history. So I want to say, if your whole FBA claim is if you're not a slave from the South, that's what makes you foundationally black, but you don't even realize that it's been slaves all over the country.
Foundationally black
Then
American.
it ain't nothing else to talk about, yo. I'm gonna holler at y'all,
No,
man. Yeah,
here's
cool.
here,
If you
no,
can't,
no.
I
Let
don't
me
think you can
respond to
have
this
that.
before you run off.
Oh,
Boy, Dan, he done ran off. But what I will say is, this is the thing that I be talking about. Let's not try to say because I have a point to make that it means it needs to be said, because it's still stupid. Nobody said slavery wasn't happening worldwide. We're saying foundational black Americans. So when the colonies came, the American colonies that brought blacks with them, it was only in the South. No duh, it was people up north. Like, that's what I'm saying. How we doing this whole
That's
thing
not
about?
true what you're saying.
Huh?
People came from other countries with their slaves and they settled all over the place. Virginia being a very large one, but that's still the South, right?
No,
but also
correct.
in further up, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it was as far as America. Listen, if somebody from France came over here with slaves, but they moved to Maine, but at that time Maine wasn't actually a place, that doesn't matter. We're talking about America.
Maine was a place, though.
No, what? The
That's how they
first
moved
colonies
there.
were all in the South.
No, that's false.
No, they weren't.
Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Can I step in?
Colonies right now, sir.
No, we're not going to be like, hold on. Like, we don't got to, just because somebody is wrong or we disagree.
Oh, no, but he just got finished saying that to us, though. He said just because somebody has a thought doesn't mean it needs to be said.
He just
said that.
Bomb Cherry was correcting it in real time. You don't have to just curse somebody out just because you feel like they are wrong.
I did not just start cursing him out. Don't do that.
All I'm saying, the first colony is Jamestown, Virginia, right?
Correct.
Okay, what came after that?
Who knows? They're all in the North.
Georgia. Then it was South Carolina,
is not in the South, right?
South Carolina before they split. It was only called Carolinas then. So these were the first four places we had: Georgia, Carolina, and VA. When they started making Maine a colony, they instantly said, we don't do that. Remember Boston Tea Party, all that shit? You know what I'm saying? No. That's why the North did not agree with us, and that's why we had the Civil War. I'm not saying that they didn't have people. No, duh. We know that people don't follow the law.
Your history is a little. I understand what you're saying because people say it, but you're missing a big time gap. Okay, because you're missing Philadelphia. Is that not the North? And then you jump all the way to the Civil War about slavery, but there was wars before that. Dude, this nation has been here even before that, in which you're speaking.
No, Dawn, you can't.
If we're not talking, but we're talking American.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. Listen, Philadelphia is Morocco, damn near. So we're not. No offense. That ain't got nothing to do with us as Americans. We're talking. Listen, we talking foundational Black Americans. What happened in Philly was the Tricontinental Congress, right? I do like that's what I'm saying. No offense. I'm probably the youngest person on this panel. I'm real informed. I understand what that was. The black man ran dude from Nigeria, which is the Maryland representative, ran the Tricontinental. I know that. That's not a part of America, though. The America that we're talking about. That's not America. So when we talking about America, the colonies are from the South.
If you're talking about America, then you're no longer talking about the colonies. What are you talking about? Now, if you're talking about America, the way you're speaking, like, but America, we're talking about America, that could mean all over the place in this area. But I know what you meant by America. You're talking about the U.S. So if you're talking about that, that means we have already separated from them over there, and now we're no longer colonies, right?
I'm saying all this in context of FBA, where we're talking about foundational Black Americans. So yeah, we're trying to call the separation. There's nothing wrong with that.
I can step in.
Listen, I can accept the fact that most Black people in this country come from the South, and some of these people are young, like yourself. You say you're young, so they may have never lived in the South, but they don't understand when we're saying from the South, that just means that their family's from the South. Okay, that's all. So I know I heard somebody say,
yeah. And also, let me jump in real quick.
And we gotta also
I got you, VA. You go right after me. From the Cash App, laugh my ass off for not cursing him out. Go ahead, VA.
I was gonna say, when you're having the conversation. Also, you want to always talk about the migrations, right? Majority of us as FBA did come through the South. So I do agree with that. But we also had a lot of different migrations. We migrated to the West, we migrated to the North. Like, I'm here in Florida. I stated that, but my grandmother was born in Arkansas, but my mother was brought up in Chicago. But come to find out, my great grandmother was born in Mississippi. So we all tend to have that migration. And it's sometimes after a generation or two, to second or third generation, they kind of disconnect. But if you talk to a lot of your grandparents, great grandparents, you'll find out, yeah, they were in the North, but guess where they went every summer? They were sent back down south,
back home,
back to their home. Yes. So
great point.
It is.
These are 2 super chats. Rogue C with the $4.99. Hashtag the Great Migration happened. All of you come from the South. Hashtag put some respect on our name. Christopher with the 2 bars. Your name is Happy? Laugh my ass off.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Rogue C.
Hi, Christopher. Hi, Rogue.
Go ahead, BA. You can finish your point if you had another overarching point. Go ahead, BA.
No, I just wanted to bring that into it about the migration. Most of us do come out of the South. It's not that there wasn't slaves in the North. It's just the primary majority of us come from the South. It can be traced back to South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana.
Mississippi, yeah.
And I just listened to that song, The Judge. I do get why people would say that it sounds like hip hop. I get that 100%. The drum beat sounds very early hip hop, and also the way how he's rapping, it sounds like advanced hip hop. So I understand why people would say that record reminds them of hip hop. It makes absolute sense.
Let me ask this, Sharon. Did I interrupt you?
No, you did not.
Okay, just want to make sure. So, do you agree that in the beginning of hip hop, they were spinning other records, right? They were spinning jazz and R&B,
disco.
Yeah, disco. So therefore, wouldn't that mean that hip hop is actually created off of those records? Because the only thing they did was manipulate with the scratching, right? That's all they did, right?
No, I would not say that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Shout out to the Cash App. Happy Friday and boo, New York.
I love New York.
No, don't boo New York. We love New York.
Yeah, we love New York.
So the reason why it had to be that way because they took the instruments out of school, so they had to find another way to create music. So I'm not necessarily saying it was just a cheap way to bootleg music and create their own version of music. So I would not.
He means they took a lot of the arts out. Whoever said.
Yeah. So they took the words out and they just made sure they was keeping the breakbeat part looping around. That's why the DJ was so important for him to keep that breaking the beats. And then it got to beat juggling, so you could turn this original beat with these 2 records, and you turn this original beat into a whole new beat because the DJ was so good. This is why most of the rappers, they were speaking about how great their DJ was and transforming one song into a whole, creating a new song. And that Judge song is pretty goddamn good, by the way.
No, that's not.
Thank you, KT to go, and thank you, OG J Speed, for dropping that in the chat.
Okay, I'm not sure what they dropped in the chat, but okay. So I particularly remember, back in the day, music didn't always have lyrics on it. In fact, what they would do, they would make an instrumental. They called it actually jazz, right? Soft jazz. Is that what it's called? I might be wrong on what my husband listened to it. My husband don't listen to Beyonce and shit like that he aware of, but he listened to Kenny G, who might be the one who made that Beyonce.
You can't talk about white jazz musicians, Bomb Cherry.
Well, that's the I don't know jazz. So
Bring up Herbie.
Herbie Hancock. How about Herbie Hancock?
There you go.
Right. So Herbie, right? So they would have they had music without people singing to them. That already existed. That's always existed. So you're saying they take it and make something else. Yes, they would put a little bit of this, play a little bit, and then put this. But That's the mixing and scratching. That's the beginning of hip hop. I'm talking about the very beginning. I don't know what part you're talking about because by then they was making their own.
Yeah, Miles Davis is another very good one. It's so many jazz artists that we can name, especially for back in the day. That is absolutely fun.
But I thought that was one of the core things of hip hop is that it is based off of sampling off of older music. So they sample not just jazz, not just disco. They sample funk heavily. Right. And so
that's pretty like the beginning, right? That funk, that whole African Bambata taking me to the
correct.
mothership. You know, it was like funky. Go ahead,
like I like, my favorite. So my favorite genre of music is funk, even though I'm not of that era. But there's also that little in between.
It's the fan. Everybody wants to dance. It's time to get funky.
Yes, most definitely. Right. And so, but I like that when funk comes into play, you get disco. But in disco, a lot of things branched musically out of disco. You don't just have hip hop. You also have what they call house music. Those are different deliberations. There's that little period in between, like with early hip hop, where it's very robotic. It don't even have no words. It's breakdancing music, right?
Right. Yeah.
So a lot of things came up out of that.
Yeah. Breakdance is a whole different genre. You go to a breakdancing party, you barely hear any words. It's all about the break beat and actually dancing.
Yeah, and the footwork. Right? You don't get house music. So all of it kind of fused and transitioned into different subsets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. But it's all FBA influence, though. Let's say that, like heavily influenced.
And let me welcome into the show good day. Welcome to the show, cuz.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, man. What's good, cuzzo? First and foremost, man, let me take my shoes off before I walk into this room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen. Bomb, cherry juice, peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel. Happy, very white, peace and love to you. And then peace and love to the other queen on the panel. VA, peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Shiesty Bum, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Natasha Vincent, Aries Cuisine, Talking to Kinfolk, M Mills, Conversations with MJ, Miss J-Lynn, Genesis, The Voice of Venus, The Verbal Assassin, The Sherelle Show, Fantasy Island Girl, Black Beauty, Ariel, CH, all the queens, man, the victorious one, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, man, I'm going to make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on this internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuzzo, what's good with you, man? You know how I feel about this conversation, Cuzzo. Look, hip-hop is dead. It died a long time ago. It's already been corrupted. It's already been gentrified. It's already been deconstructed a long time ago, right? So if the Europe wants it, they can have it. If the South wants it, they can have it. Because it's really a fruitless debate at this point. And so I want to encourage my FBA people to, as we go into 2025, let's leave these fruitless debates about hip hop, which is dead, in 2024. And let's focus on, some real productive debates about how y'all can move the FBA forward. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about things such as reparations. Let's talk about things such as improving our healthcare in terms of our community. Let's talk about things as far as improving our financial literacy in our community. Let's put to the forefront things that's going to benefit the FBA more than, these fruitless conversations and debates about a genre that has died a long time ago. And that's all I got to this conversation, Cuzzo. Peace and love. Happy holidays to everybody, man. I hope everybody is really in good spirits, man. Loving on your family, loving on your friends, and just having some positive and productive energy as we leave 2024 in the past and we move into 2025, man. Peace and love.
Peace and love, my brother. I would like to say something to what he said, if that's okay. You could go if you
want. Drake Mill with the 499 hip hop elements DJ, also known as MCing, graffiti, and b-boy. And also the Cash App, hot $5 from Silent. Thank you so much, Silent. Always holding me down. I appreciate every and last one. You make sure y'all hit that notification bell. It really helps the channel out tremendously. Go ahead, Bomb.
Okay, so he said that hip hop is dead. And you know who he sounded like?
Nas.
My grandmother when hip hop started. Because we're older. We're older, so we are places in our lives where we are like looking for, like he said, real conversations, solving issues in our daily life and around the world. But we got to remember, when we were teenagers and young adults, I ain't had no problem with fuck the police, you know, or shake that ass or do the Pee Wee Herman. So there was always rap, right? In hip hop that was funny, corny, just about having fun. It didn't have no serious topic to it, right? But now that we're older, we forget. Because the beginning of hip hop, they were not talking about anything except shaking your ass.
Oh, well, Queen.
I don't agree with that.
If I can respond to that real quick, right? If I can respond to that real quick, Queen. The reason why I say hip hop is dead is you right? They're still rapping and they're still rappers for the most part. But when I'm talking about the elements of hip hop, when you talk about breaking, when you talk about graffiti artists, when you talk about DJing, you know, scratching and mixing on turntables. And when you talk about the MCing, right? And then we can't forget about the honorary fifth element of hip hop, which was knowledge, right? And when we look at hip hop as a genre now, where's the knowledge? The knowledge isn't there. It's all idiocy. It's all corruption. It's all trying to tell our young people to get involved in degeneracy, right? For the most part. There's nobody in the cities, you know, breaking anymore or doing any real work in terms of artistry anymore, right? So I'm talking about all the elements, because what created hip hop, right? It wasn't just the MCing, Queen. It wasn't just the DJing. It was all the elements combined, and then they had a message going forward to teach the youth to strive for greatness, to strive for better, to improve yourself in terms of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, so that you can reach your goals and have your ambitions and find success as you continue to progress forward, right? Now, when we looking at it now, it's not really there. So what is the FBA talking about? The FBA talking about, oh, well, let's cancel Fat Joe because Fat Joe is saying all of these critical things about black people. Now, okay, cancel Fat Joe. Now what? What problems are you going to solve? How are you going to move the community forward? How are you going to move the conversation forward after you do that? So when I'm referring to these low vibrational conversations, it's simply that, because there's no mean to a productive end, right? I want to hear some solutions from the FBA in terms of how we're going to move our community forward. How are y'all FBA members going to move the black society forward, right? I don't want to hear no more about Fat Joe. I want to hear about your solutions.
No, I got you.
All right, and also I want to say shout out to everybody. Look at my hip hop baby right here.
About to be a situation.
Okay.
Shout out to my little baby girl with her hip hop love and making music at a very young age. Shout out to Conversations with MJ, contributing to the coffee fund for 2025, because we out of here. We hopping on the airway on our private jet, and we going to the sky, little Einsteins. We up out of here. Let's go.
Okay,
I know everybody want to cook up on that right there. So we're gonna go with Bon Cherry Juice. KT the GOAT want to go on that as well. And let's keep moving.
Okay. So yes, I disagree with you wholeheartedly. There's still a lot of people b-boying and b-girling. In fact, so many that they now have it in the Olympics this year, right? So that's how big that has gotten. That hasn't gone anyway. What else you mentioned that's gone? The DJing. There's DJs all over this nation and all over this world. So that definitely hasn't gone anywhere. But what I really wanted to, hip hop is still very much alive. The graffiti artists have taken to YouTube and the internet and things like that. They selling their art, right? They're actually making money with their art. So we can't claim that went away. But what you said, that there was always a message in hip hop, and that is so false. What is the first hip hop song that you know? Because I know at least maybe 50 of them from the jump that never mentioned anything about conscience. It was all about partying. So I know you're looking at hip hop from a different perspective. You know, I was a teenager when hip hop came about, baby. You wasn't born. I mean, yeah, you wasn't born yet. Y'all wasn't born. Like, you know, if you ain't 50, then you wasn't even here when hip hop started. And so
I was doing electric boogaloo in the belly. I don't know what you talking about.
You was even like, oh man. So that's what I'm saying. Okay. So the first song I remember was the chicken that tastes like wood. What's the name of that song? You know it?
I forgot that. I know the lyric you're talking about, but I definitely forgot the name of the song with the chicken tastes like wood. I got a hip hop historian that's going to tell me who said the chicken tastes like wood, Chicago Rilla?
The chicken tastes like wood. Hip hop, a hibbit to the hibbit.
That's
Bang bang boogity up the boogie.
That one she sings.
That's
Viper's Delight, Sugar Hill Gang.
Sugar Hill Gang. There we go. Sugar Hill Gang. I can't believe we almost forgot that. That is insane, right? That's one of the original first selling hip hop records. Go ahead, KT the GOAT. I know you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say, first of all, it's gonna make you mad happy. I'm sorry. Now listen to me. This is the problem. Y'all New York niggas is not showing pride in being FBA. You're trying to say it's your New York pride, because what you literally instantly said was the 5 elements of hip hop that the New York people set up and said that's hip hop. We got to stop getting into when something was commercialized and saying that's the beginning, because again, that's just like white people when they said, oh, America didn't exist before we made America. But we know that it was a long history of people here prior to them. And we cannot ignore that. We shouldn't ignore that, because then we're embracing the white counterpart ways. Now, when you saying, what are we going to do to move forward? Well, we can't go anywhere if you can't even settle on something in your own house. How can we sit here and say, oh, we tired of that? No offense. Why y'all know everybody who I've seen say, yeah, Fat Joe really ain't the issue. It's up north people, and it's because y'all really justifying that y'all grew up with them. That's what y'all allow. I had a man get on here last night, not on this show, on another show I was on. A man tell me 97% of people, like black people in New York, would see another Puerto Rican be like nigga, and they'd be like, yeah, all right, my nigga. But that's not how us foundationals are rocking. The Southern people who are still alive, and no offense, not saying it like this, but listen, why are we trying to make it where I get New York played a good role, like an epicenter role, but at this point, it's not like majority of Black Americans. I'm talking about like the Black Americans that are in New York are mostly people telling you, I got a Jamaican flag, I got a Trinidadian flag. Most of the black people up there not even actually foundational, so we can't really be saying, oh, let's use this New York premise. That's not how it works. We have to use the foundational premises, the Southern premises. That's all I gotta say.
Well, here's the thing, my brother. So first, let me correct you on a couple of things. One, right? Fat Joe. I was never a fan of Fat Joe. never supported his music. I never really liked his aura, right? So I don't even care about Fat Joe. Like I said, y'all can cancel him if y'all want to. It doesn't really matter to me because I never liked him anyway, right? That's number one. Number two, you can't disassociate hip hop from the 5 elements of hip hop, because prior to the 5 elements of hip hop, there was no hip hop, right? So what you're talking about, essentially, hold on, I didn't cut you off, my brother. My brother, I didn't cut you off. No, I didn't ask a question. I made a statement. I didn't even ask a question, right? So hip hop, right, was created with the 5 elements coming together, right? Which was DJing, which was MCing, which was breaking, which was graffiti artists. And then the 5th element, the honorary 5th element of hip hop, and Chicago Rilla will confirm this when he speaks, is knowledge, right? So when you go down the line of hip hop, what it used to represent, even way back when, yes, Bomb Cherry, you're correct. When it talks about it was party music, it was dance music. But you know what else was an essential element of hip hop during that time? Political activism, right?
Whoa.
They was telling us, yes, there was several songs with political messaging even way back then, right?
No.
And then it progressed as the civil rights movement, as the Black Panther Party continued to push forward, as the NOI continued to push forward, right?
No.
They was walking alongside them with that message, right? Which is why groups like De La Soul and the Poor Righteous Teachers gave us a sense of pride to wear the Africa medallions, right? Which is why Public Enemy, when they told us to fight the power and get activated politically and, you know, make your voice heard in a productive, positive manner, right? We took pride in doing that, right? And what I'm saying is, now, where's the pride in productive energy, movement, the consciousness forward? It's not there. The number one element of hip hop right now is degeneracy. And that is a fact, because when you look at all of the top music within hip hop today, it's all degenerate music. It's all either about prostituting yourself, it's about prioritizing just, you know, getting money quick, fast, or beating down on our woman and disrespecting our woman or killing one another. That's a big element of hip hop right now. Is all this drill music killing one another. And Queen, you mentioned what Rilla. It always has been, but remember,
no, that wasn't me.
Right?
That wasn't me.
That was KT. I was saying it all.
Yeah, don't put that on me, Brownsville.
Okay, my bad, my brother.
No, you good, brother.
But you know, and when you speak, you'll be able to confirm this. Yes, we did have NWA and others who were talking about getting violent, but for the most part, they was talking about getting violent against an authority who was abusing their rights, right? So we had a balance of when it comes to degeneracy, but also knowledge and consciousness, right? That the balance is not realistic anymore. And then to land it, Bomb Cherry Juice, yes, breaking was in the Olympics, break dancing, right? But where were the people who were dancing from? Majority of them that got notoriety came from Europe, came from the other side of the world. And when we talk about the breaking that was involved in the Olympics, it was always about what these people were doing that didn't look like us, right? It was the Asians, it was the whites, it was all of these other groups. So what I'm saying is that's part of the gentrification. That's part of the corruption. And what I'm challenging the FBA to do, and this is what I want FBA to respond to, and none of y'all have responded to it yet. When are we going to push the positive and productive conversations forward in terms of awareness with our people and gaining more financial literacy, awareness with our people and, you know, gaining more success and knowledge and reading more books, getting more education, so on and so forth, fighting for reparations and all of those different things. Y'all all wanted to respond to Fat Joe. You all wanted to respond to hip hop not being dead. but nobody's responding to what is y'all solution to push the community forward in 2025. That's what I want to know. That's what the people want to know. Peace and love.
Look, what we doing is putting this thing on there where we saying, first of all, listen, civil rights movement, it took them 20 years to acknowledge and then change upon it. However, we were doing civil rights probably 40 years prior to that, right? But only in a 20-year span, still took 20 years. They said, okay, now we noticed that it is a civil rights movement. But even after they said that, 20 years later is when they said, all right, we'll finally change the law. Y'all don't understand. Listen, we're not in a popcorn day and age for somebody who's saying, oh, the delusion.
Not true.
Huh?
What you're saying is not true. Maybe you got to restate it a different way.
Come on, baby.
But it's just
no, literally. You can sit here and look up where people were sitting here saying in the 40s, we want rights. And it took them about 50-something, 60-something to sit there and say, okay, we'll finally change the law. I'm saying prior to that, people were already asking. But I'm saying, again, that's when they noticed it, when they put it in the history books, when they say, hey, we noticed that. That's all I'm saying. Now, listen, my more important part to this is y'all do understand we're in the beginning of that. We're in the beginning of another civil rights movement with the FBA because it's not a leader. That's why they keep saying it's not a leader. So when you saying give me a precise answer, well, guess what? There's no leader to tell you what the precise answer. Now, as time goes on,
was there a leader back then? Was there a leader back then?
No, you tell me who. There was many. Now that's
there you go. You're about to give the answer.
Civil rights movement. What happened was there was many leaders: Rosa Parks, Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. It's many groups, many leaders who pop up. But the problem y'all really not realizing right now about FBA is there is only 2 leaders. Let's say Lord Jamar, and Tariq. Both of them are ass. But
and neither one of them are leaders, and so that's why, like, who following Tariq?
No, that's what I said. But y'all do understand that since now that people on their own are saying we don't even fuck with Tariq, we fuck with the speakers on themselves will build and come. Even me personally, I'm not. Listen, I'm into this because I do understand. Like I said from the beginning, we need the organization. So me personally, I am starting to write out what I feel should be these outlines, organizations to it. But that will take time. You can't say, oh, why y'all ain't fix every problem in the world today? Y'all, we still fixing our own problems. So let us fix our problems first that we have in-house. And by that time, we will be able to say, now, if you want to ask what I personally say, you're trying to say financial literacy. Financial literacy doesn't help you in America because guess what? You're being more successful in America, which helps the government that doesn't pay for 100% of your community. That's why I said I came in the FBA under somebody teaching me separation. That I believe that would be our best answer, to resegregate, so that way we can go back to fully depending on ourselves.
But that's ridiculous, right? Because you got to understand there was hundreds of years of black folks living together and realizing that was a bad idea.
There
goes the fight to integrate.
Your family owned their land when we were segregated. Guess what? If you want to say how many percentage of doctors are black in America today, this is including
what you mean your family
and everything.
Wait a minute, my brother. Wait a minute. 5%
of people
I don't understand why you interrupted me to say you said the family owned their land.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So if they own the land, then where is it?
The government took it when we resegregated. I mean, when we integrated.
No. See, I'm old enough to know better. See, my family still have our land. What happened? If the government took it, that means somebody decided not to take care of the land anymore, right?
No, that's not true.
No,
when
that
highways
is true.
Are built through the cities, what community?
Listen,
did they tear down?
Oh my God, they built highways through.
What
in order for them to do that means somebody sold the land.
No, they didn't always sell.
You were forced to sell. It wasn't like you asked to sell it.
Okay, but how? So now let's go back to what you originally said. Us being together. You said us being together would have prevented that? Because we were still together when a lot of that shit happened.
No, I said us being together is when we had our best economics. It's a fact. That's when we had our Black Wall Streets and the Black towns, because you were segregated. I'm saying, listen, 5% of doctors, they include Trinidadians, Korean, anybody of color is a black doctor. 5% of doctors, we're talking about all people of color. It's actually probably 1% if we're talking about just American blacks, right? But listen to me, if we resegregate, 100% of your doctors are black.
Oh no,
Everything
yeah,
goes back
because
to
you ain't
helping
got
our
no
community.
choice. See, that what you're telling me is you have a choice today, so you're not gonna pick the black doctor, you're gonna go pick the white one. But
What?
when you don't have a choice, then you ain't got no choice. But why can't you go find your black doctor, my brother?
Because
What's
only
up?
5% of them are.
Oh, what?
Only 5% are. Because only
Okay, so
5%
They got
now
all.
so the issues, I guess, is that we don't have enough black people going to be doctors. It's
No,
not
I'm saying,
necessarily that we're
and
not
this replying to
integrated.
Brownsville more than anything. He's saying, what are we going to do about financial literacy? Financial literacy doesn't matter if the financial literacy you're doing only increases the finance of the U.S. government, which isn't
So what are you
directly
asking for?
benefiting
Having
us.
your own country?
It's
Are
not
you
our
gonna
own
have your
country.
own
Like I
country,
said, we
sir?
can resegregate.
Okay, but you're gonna
A lot
resegregate
of
in the
people not.
same America that you just okay, but
I think
okay, so are you
he's
gonna
talking about
are you
sovereignty.
It's not
Sovereignty
sovereignty.
is what
We've
he's
already
saying.
listened. It's
so are
nothing.
you
Don't
saying we
listen.
shouldn't have
No
our own
offense. In the
license
words of
plates?
Farrakhan, scared niggas hop off
Should
a
we
bus.
walk around? Should we drive
We
around with
can't be
license
worried
plates
about something
with
that
like written
we've
letters on them?
already had segregation, right?
Who that?
What
That's
do you
Lee.
think? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This.
What
I'm
up,
sorry.
Dirty Jazz?
Killed,
What up, Chat
right?
Town? I'm trying to understand,
Hello,
bro.
hello,
I'm trying to
hello.
understand.
All right.
I'm, I'm,
So
I'm,
they almost finished their conversation. Let them mind it out. It's pretty good. Let them keep on building so we can get to the understanding. Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, okay. Damn, you threw me off. I'm sorry. Am I still here?
Yeah, you still there?
Okay, because it said my camera was unplugged. But anyway, I understand what you're saying, my brother. It's just not. It don't make any sense. You're telling us to, because you don't know the issues that were there in our community when we were all together. We just based on skin color. Now, if you were saying, hey, we need to all group up, people need to group up by the people who have same ideology. If you're saying something like that, right? The same goals, you want the same things, and you get into communities that way, that sounds better than us saying, yeah, we gonna go and be black and gonna go all live together. And where are we going?
I've said this again. Look, we're reset. I'm not sitting here saying even move to a different land. This is real easy, and this is no offense. This is how we can tell who are the colonized Negroes, because y'all scared about it. Something we've already done.
What we
Segregation
do?
has already existed for many years, right? I'm not saying nothing will be perfect, because guess what? People are not perfect. Stop making an illusion. There's no solution that will be perfect. There's no solution where we're
Sir,
gonna say this gonna happen. No black murders, no more. No deaths.
sir,
No
do you have
nothing.
a
It's
driver's
not gonna
license?
happen.
Do you have a driver's license, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a license plate on the back of your car?
Yep.
Smart man.
Oh, what you're trying to say? Am I like a what the sovereign
No,
citizen?
I'm
No, I'm
just
not
saying,
with that
sir.
shit.
You're talking about like, okay, I'm listening to you, right? You're talking about how we should, separate, right? Because at
No,
the end of the day, whatever money
resegregate.
resegregate, right? Resegregate because at the end of the day, whatever money we make, the taxes go back to the American people. I mean, back to the what? Like
The country
uh,
as a whole, like it
right?
goes
And
to.
you don't, okay, right? And then FBAs don't want that to happen, right? So like, that's not something that y'all want, right?
I'm not saying they don't want that to happen, because again, as I said, that we have no leader. But I'm gonna say for where I came,
Okay,
the
so
person who informed me and brought me into it, and what I believe we should do, like
okay,
that's
so
definitely the best sense.
you believe that we shouldn't pay taxes?
Not towards the U.S. government, because it
So
doesn't
who should we
benefit
pay
us
them towards?
directly. What people
Okay,
would say
so
is, oh, you pay your taxes, so therefore you can get food stamps. Okay, but the food stamps are spread amongst everybody. It's not just for us. However, if you sit here and took us in, no offense, if you sit here and resegregated us, just like they did in the early 1900s, if you sit there and said, okay, y'all stay on y'all side of the street, we stay on our side of the street, guess what happened? You cannot go to any white man and say, hey, finance our music label. But guess what? You don't need that anyway. You got the talent. People forget that when we were segregated, you know how rock and roll and jazz and all that got popular? People
Lee,
didn't
you got a lot
realize
of
it was called
background.
Satan music.
my bad, my bad. I'm about to
You good?
turn it down.
But at first they was calling it Satan music. People didn't want to partake in it, and it really wasn't because that it was bad. It was because they didn't understand it, and they also couldn't replicate it. So guess what happened? The white women sneaking out, going over here to the across the tracks. They're going to come to our shit. We don't have to go to them, but we don't understand and realize our power and our ability and the true what is it called? The leverage we hold.
I mean, yo, you saying a lot. You saying a lot. You got to slow down, Doug, so we can kind of like dissect it. So, are you talking about at some point having your own currency? Because at some point, like what you speaking of is a complete separation of their currency as well, right? That's ultimately the goal, right?
I said we can now. If we would like to implement it, that I'm giving us the basis. Resegregation. When we were segregated, guess what? They didn't say, "Oh, y'all ain't gonna use our money," but what they said was, "We don't really give a fuck. We can't tax y'all. We don't give a fuck about none of that shit y'all doing. Do whatever y'all gonna do." The problem is we started doing it so well.
But that doesn't make sense, sir. Because if someone owns the land, they're going to tax you for being on that land that they've claimed and owned. And
we own that land.
You don't own the land. How does that make sense? How did you own the land? I think you got that kind of messed up. I think at one point, now were they certain people that had and owned land? Yeah, but I don't think we just was owning land.
Hold on, so we could just clear it up easy. It is states that doesn't have property tax where you could own your land. So that's simple.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, you can own but I'm talking about back then, back when there was like a lot of different, forces against black men and black women that were trying to make sure that they didn't own land.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So he's saying let's move it forward, right? So I'm saying so it is laws that's already in place where people do not pay property tax. So therefore you own your land.
Lee, I think this is what Brownsville's talking about with movement, with productive conversations. I think if FBAs or the brother, I can't see his name, but if they're saying they want to build a nation within a nation, I think they should. I think Malachi York tried to do that with the Nubians. We saw what happened there, right? I think if you want to create your own currency when fiat currency is under attack and you see what they're doing with Bitcoin, and if you're paying attention, the statement that financial literacy is irrelevant is a wild statement. It's wild. Right? So especially when you see that hold on one second, brother. Hold on one second. I know I cut in on y'all. I'm using my old grumpy man powers right now. The truth of the matter is, Lee, I think the more we move away, see, this is how they trick us out our bag, right? They get us to call ourselves everything but American, right?
You feel me?
Yeah, they get us. They get us.
Go ahead, bro.
Please. Yeah, we call ourselves everything but American. We Black American, African American, this American, that American, foundational Black American, African descendants of slavery. All these gang banging terms, right? You know what them folks say? I'm American, right? They say I'm American, and guess what they go in there and do? Take advantage. The idea that you won't pay tax, they pay taxes of some sort in Africa. In every community or something, there is some type of mechanism or tool that they have to collect from the people for it to build infrastructure and serve the greater good of the whole, right? So, I just, Lee, I think if they want to do it, let them do it. I wouldn't even entertain that. But just really quick in our land. Hold on one second, brother. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. Just really quick. I only really came up here because I was going to stay in the audience. Brownsville. I feel your pain, brother, 100%. I know you on your knives. Hip hop is dead. It's evolving, man. It's evolving. I'm encouraged. I'm optimistic. I think substance is coming back. I think knowledge is returning. I think that whole battle, we kind of saw that. We saw people digging through lyrics, researching, so on and so forth. I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged by the Cordays of the world, the Kendrick Lamars of the world, the Joey Badasses, the Big Misses. I'm encouraged. Yeah, I'm encouraged, man. I'm encouraged. The labels.
That rap battle made me feel like hip hop was dead even more, man. He made it about race, gang banging. He made them was attacking each other disgustingly, bro. Like that.
No, I hear that. That's so. I got you.
Bro.
Wait, hold on.
Bringing the culture forward would have been them coming together on a track, and that's what Drake wanted in the beginning. The nigga Kendrick, said, "Fuck the track."
That wasn't even Drake. No, Lee, that wasn't Drake. That was J. Cole that wanted all three of them on the track. Number one. Number two. Wait. I got you. Listen, I didn't say it was pretty.
For the culture, bro.
I got you.
I got you. Stuff.
Cool. So what Brownsville was saying, the honorary fifth element is knowledge, right? I didn't say the battle was pretty. I didn't say it was morally correct. I didn't say none of them slang mud. People were researching. People were looking up things. Conversations were stimulated. If you think the conversation was racism and all this other stuff versus it was rooted in culture, like authentic culture versus propped up or whatever, that's cool. But I'm saying for me, I'm encouraged about what I see happening. Also with the dance, because graffiti still exists. It's just kind of in canvas form and art. It's not so much as rebellious on walls, or if they are on walls, they're sanctioned for the most part. Anyway, DJing is still prevalent. Rapping, I think MCing is making a comeback. Tyler, the Creator, just dropped something that I'm not even a Tyler fan, and I thought that was dope, right? So I think the MCing aspect of it is coming back. But with breaking, and I consider myself a b-boy when I could get down like that, right? But I think the dance, it just has evolved, and there's more people, I think to your point, that don't necessarily look like us, but the culture is evolving, right? And I think we're at a space now, and you're a grumpy old man too now, Brownsville. So now we're at a space where we got to educate and then let the shorties do what they do. I'll yield my mic.
So I agree with you 100% on that. And I'm shocked to hear somebody who claimed they know hip hop talk about how they were slinging mud. That's what hip hop, that's what that's about. A battle is a battle. And I talk about you're going to talk about me. The smart one's going to do research. So what they say will be the truth. And that is a battle. And that was a great battle. And you're right.
I agree with you.
Cole is the one who was like, yeah, we the big three, and Cole and Witchcom been trying to get an album together for years, right? Him and K-Dot.
Kendrick. Mm-hmm.
That's right. Now, what he probably didn't know that hatred between K-Dot and Drake was real. Maybe he didn't know that. Okay.
No, so he knew. He was just playing. He was just trying to play peacemaker. But one other point, Bomb. You and Brownsville were going back and forth over the messaging in hip hop, and you were saying, well, it started out as party records. You're right. With Sugar Hill Gang, I think that was the first group signed to a major label. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I know they were signed to Sugar Hill Records. It was party records and disco. But you got to remember, very early 80s, late 70s. That's when you had Melly Mel with the message. Don't push me because I'm close to the edge. There was messaging in the early stages of hip hop, and especially MCing, when it went from the parties to records. There definitely was messaging. Well, even when you think about Busy B.
Wait a minute,
Busy B. Go ahead.
I know that song. Don't push me. Is the messaging in that except some regular? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Bomb.
The messaging was about drugs.
Wait. No, that's white lines. That's white lines. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Bomb. That man is describing. I got you. So go back and listen to that messaging. Go back and listen to B Street. That man is talking geopolitical. He's talking about the Bronx. He's talking about the current conditions. He's talking about the policies that got them in that state. That is not just some simple, I'm exploiting the degeneracy and the dirtiness of the Bronx. That's not all that he was talking about.
Okay, listen.
I said there was messaging even back then.
Okay, so
it wasn't just party records.
Every song has a message in it, damn here. Even the Pee Wee Herman. Listen, you're not gonna be able to tell me those songs back then that I'm not gonna be able to spit right now. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all be thinking y'all hip hop. Y'all y'all go in and y'all gotta listen to a song 100 times to get the meaning. But what I'm telling you though, in the beginning, this shit wasn't like when y'all say the honorary part of hip hop is knowledge. So what about the hundreds of songs that was popular that didn't talk political? And when somebody mentioned KRS-One, fuck, I'm an adult by the time that shit hit. That we talk about the 90s.
That's 87. No, KRS-One is 87.
Late 80s.
KRS-One, Man in His Music is 86. The album before By All Means Necessary is 88. Criminal Minded is 87.
Okay. Remember what I said? I said I was an adult.
I got you there, Bob. I'm just trying to figure out.
In
I got you.
86.
No, I understand that, sis. I'm asking. So
York,
when you hear, wait, hold on. So when you hear a record called that's titled "The Message," what do you think is in there?
It's a message.
What kind of message?
It could be about many things, but what I am saying to you is we are talking hip hop started. That's a decade after. It's 10 years.
No.
10 years after. You're
Somebody
bringing up.
Google. I got you, Bob. So wait, hold on one second, because I could concede a point when I'm wrong. I don't have a problem.
My problem.
I don't have a problem, Bob. I said.
Listen.
Go ahead,
I
sis.
never said there aren't any songs with messaging.
No, you said y'all were saying early on.
No, I know. Listen, I said they said hip hop. It always had messaging, and I said no, it did not. That's not me saying there aren't songs with messages. I'm saying though that the majority of the songs did not have messaging. That's it. I'm not. Yes, there are going to be some people out there putting out some, dive deep, make you think kind of shit. But you think they was playing?
I'm only commenting about the beginning, Bob. I'm not commenting about the entire history. So I'm going from 73. I'm saying within 73 to 83, right? Okay. I'm conceding the fact that Sugar Hill Gang made party records. Busy Bee made party records. Love Bug Starski made party records. Grandmaster Caz made party records. I think Sugar Hill. No. Don't go there. Don't go ahead. That's all after Sugar Hill, Grandmaster Caz. I'm staying right there in the very beginning with who we know on record and is acknowledged as the first MCs of this. Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, okay, I thought you gave a time frame. So
I did. Somebody was cutting in. I was trying to isolate the conversation. I'm sorry.
Okay, but if you add in a time frame, we're talking about. Remember, we're talking nationwide. If you're talking about a particular areas, they only gonna play certain things on the radio, right? So now maybe not because you're younger. Maybe you don't know that, but back then. Hip hop wasn't really played on the radio, and when it was only a short period of time, late at night maybe, and they only gonna play certain. That's
Wait,
right.
Hold on, Bomb. I'm 50. I was around. I was up under my uncle.
Damn.
I'm 70. Okay. I was born in 74. Hip hop is August 11, 1973. I'm familiar. My earliest memory is from when I'm 5 years old. That would be 1979.
You were 0 years old and it was already alive.
Hold on. All I'm saying, Bob, is I agree. I agree with you that there were party records, but hold on one second. Who's that, Jalen? When Brownsville was saying that there was messaging in the early stages of hip hop. That's all I was saying. He's right. There was messaging there.
Gorilla. So did you know Picasso?
Man, stop. How much to drop Sharon?
I just want to know because what year did Picasso pass away? Do anybody know?
I don't know, but I know that painting that he got. I mean, that sculpture that he got down there in front of the Daily Plaza is ugly.
Can somebody look up when Picasso died? I think that would be very interesting.
That man said, Picasso. Right about the messaging. So when he said that now we only talk about degeneracy and drugs and stuff like that. What is white lines? What is that?
Nah, that happened with the South.
Wait. But what did he say before the white lines? Don't do it. That was the anti-drug message. But you're right. The degeneracy has been there. All of it has been there because it's a reflection of the experience, right? It's a that early stages at least, but yeah, it was a reflection of the Black lived experience in America. But y'all better stop doing all this gang banging and lay your claim to America, man.
Hey, Chicago, 1973, Picasso died.
Wow.
I just want to let y'all know that y'all was around for Picasso. Goddamn.
Yeah. So when you say you make it seem like it was just the Black lived experience, but I think it was mostly like city experience. It wasn't just Black because they coming off of the disco. Because that White Minds is a disco kind of thing too.
Yeah, that bass line hard. I don't know why I need to know Picasso died in 73, Sharon. You older than me. Go ahead, I'm going on mute, y'all. Go ahead. Y'all have at it.
Yeah,
Hey, let me say
But I
something.
think we're talking about
Yeah, so I was written in the back. I didn't want to talk on you guys FBA stuff. I don't want to get involved. Not today. But hip hop is my thing, so I have to say something though, because I've been hearing that the South created hip hop and all of that. I don't understand. I know the message is probably the most important song in hip hop, and the least are when hip hop turn south is 2006. I can't forget when this little guy was dancing in that big ass shirt, and he was saying something like Superman, and he was doing some stuff, and from
So what
that
is
day.
Juvenile doing in '99?
Are you talking about Soldier Boy?
Soldier Boy, yep. And from that day, and then Nas dropped the hip hop is dead, and the South take over, and this shit go down from there, right? Sorry,
No, I think you're
that's
missing
the
it.
truth.
No,
You
it's
know
got
what?
bits and
I
pieces.
know I'm ruffling some feathers, but it's okay. I have to finish. The South ruined hip hop. That's the message I'm trying to say. Even though you guys so proud of it, I don't know why you're so proud of ruining hip hop. It was supposed to be something with message and all of that. And you know what? The South did have something to say. What's the name? The guy from Andre 3000. That's one of the greatest rapper, right? You know what? After he said he got something to say, you know what he did? He started to dance like Bojangles and shit. He didn't say nothing, man.
That's what I'm talking about. It's the New York thing.
Yeah, I don't
Y'all,
think
it's
He
you're
didn't
all
say
New
missing
Yorkers
nothing.
who only saying we can't let go of the fact that we made it. Y'all won't give no credit.
You
Y'all
didn't
won't
make
do nothing.
nothing,
But y'all
man. You
saying
didn't.
that bro,
This all didn't make
Juvenile
nothing.
took over
Nothing.
in '99 to
You
the
guys
shit down
ruined hip
south
hop.
and then
You
started to
water it
destroy
down,
hip hop
and
down
now
south.
it's
What are we talking
this
about?
is what it is. I'm up.
I think you're not the right person to necessarily speak on
I can
it.
speak whatever.
It
Look,
sounds well. You can
are you from,
always speak whatever. I'm not
are you from
stating
the
that.
south?
I just said you're not the best person to speak from it.
Are,
But
are you from
yeah,
the south? Are you from the south?
I'm not originally. I'm not originally from the South. I was born in the Midwest, but I've traveled and I lived in different cities. I'm currently in Florida.
I think
So,
I have more to say than you then, because you're from the Midwest and the South. You guys are guessing hip hop more than me. I'm Jamaican. I'm part of the foundation of this. Shit. We talking about?
oh wow.
No, you're
So if
not.
okay, so you're talking about and I can hear that, right? And me being down here in Florida, right, is very heavy Jamaican influence. Even hip hop or dance hall currently now in Jamaica has a lot of hip hop influence in it. And it's not up north hip hop like early 90s dance hall. Yes, it had a lot of collaborations and things with the New York rappers. But even dance hall has evolved over time, and your newer dance hall, and even over the last 10, 15 years, has mimicked the South hip hop more so than it being influenced by New York as it was in the early
Yeah,
90s
you're right.
dance
You're right.
hall area.
That means dance all devolving, hip hop devolve because they're following the South. The South don't have no message, so they just dance and say whatever, and
Well,
it
I
just
think that's the difference, right? When you're talking about hip hop has evolved, I think that's where Bomb Cherry and
That man said
Brownsville
the
was
South
kind of
has no message.
right.
no.
Well,
I didn't say evolve. I said devolve. It
I know
devolved
you're saying
massively.
devolve. What
Yeah.
I'm stating is that's where I think the contention came in between what Brownsville was saying and Bomb Cherry, because hip hop has constantly evolved from when it first hit with disco. And she's right, it was primarily a party type music based off of funk and coming out of the disco. But when you start going into the mid 80s, mid 80s somewhere coming into the late 80s, it got very conscious and the majority of the messaging was positive. um, Bronzeville kind of broke that down in regards to the knowledge that came. Me personally, I stated earlier, I don't listen to hip hop. I came out of hip hop very early on in the 90s. Not that I culturally wasn't aware of it, but the messaging that was in it, I couldn't really relate to that much, right? I was still in the 80s where it had a positive messaging. So it's constantly evolved, and so people got different parts of it, and we got to talk about there. I mean, there are different genres within hip hop, just like dance hall now has different genres or subset. You got
Well,
your
that's
daggering,
why
you got
New York was
Nah,
trying to
listen.
gatekeep. New York was trying to
What was
gatekeep
reggae
hip
music
hop from
made
you
off
guys
of, brother?
because they know once it go to the West Coast, it come back as gangster rap. You go down south, it come back as pop locking and dropping and fresh in my whitey and shit. So you have to gatekeep your own. That's why I support FBA. I only get upset with FBA when they start talking shit about Jamaica. By the way, I don't know if you guys realize that.
Cause
But
you ain't getting no
yeah,
claim
it's a
into
need
it.
for you to
Jamaican music
control
didn't
your
even make
culture.
y'all didn't even
So,
make reggae music. Where reggae
so
music come
Enigma,
from? Sky music, right?
so Enigma,
Am
so
I
you saying
lying?
that's not your experience with how hip hop is in New York City?
No, the dominant
Fuck up in 2024. Yo, you sound
Yo. Goddamn.
wow, get them out of here.
Said to sit down for an hour. Enigma, you don't know what you're talking about. Sit down. And shout out to my girl, Miss Jalen. It was for new supporters.
Damn.
Miss Jalen to show some love and support the show. I'll just send in a $2 super chat, 99-cent super chat, so we can keep the show going. Not to you at all, Miss Jalen, not to my normal supporters. Shout out to, thank you, Tara Toy. Appreciate you so much.
Damn.
I just went, somebody asked me to do it, and I went to do it, even though I remember the song, to listen to the message. And I'm thinking to myself, what in the hell are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Are you
Go ahead,
serious?
Bob.
Are you
Yeah, what are you hearing?
I'm not hearing the message in which, like, I hear him every verse. It's like a party song, right? That's the most important thing. And he, and he just rhyming, making some rhymes. And there's no deep involved messaging in that. See,
Mom, do
because
you remember? Okay, go ahead.
in order for things to play on the radio, you got to remember this: the beginning of hip hop, right? They rarely was getting on the radio, but when they did, right, it had to be jumping. It had to make people want to listen to it and dance. I know now we're older, we can sit and listen and try to find some hidden meaning or some meaning. But back then, that's not what they were trying to do. Even if they had a little message. Salt and Pepper was talking about push it, but then they had a song talking about safe sex. So on the album, yeah, they may have a song with a message in it, but the ones that made it to the top, they would dance.
I got you there, Bob. I agree with you. That's the Becker business, right? So let's stay right there, right? Because that song did get played on radio. It got played on Black radio, right?
Yes.
So let's stay right there with the message. What was the climate when the message came out? And what was the message? What were you hearing? You said you heard them rhyming. It was disco. The bass line was hard. You're right. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under, right? Broken glass everywhere. People pissing on the stairs. They just don't care. Right? What is he talking about?
Sound like he talking about his neighborhood.
Now, to middle America, to the rest of America, to a kid in Chicago, to a kid in New Orleans who don't know anything about the Bronx, what's the messaging that they getting?
To me, the message was just people just not caring what the hell going on. Like we didn't even care because I'm not from an area like what he's speaking on.
The reason why that record took off, Bomb, was because, and why so many people, black people, resonated with that record was because, the same things that's happening to y'all in the Bronx is the same thing that's happening in the ghettos in Chicago, in Watts in LA, in whatever, wards in Houston or whatever parish in New Orleans. Right. And so people were thinking that these things are isolated. And it's just this group. And I'm just dealing with mine over here. No, that song was not about glorifying the ghetto. And matter of fact, these records, this is Melly Mel. He goes into a geopolitical aspect of that song. He's talking about, and keep in mind, this is at the onset of the crack epidemic.
Right.
That song was not just some shake your booty discotheque party song.
Yeah, that's all it was. That's all it was to us.
Okay.
So
no,
I will say I got a different.
They did not. That song didn't get played on the radio. I keep telling y'all that back then there was no radio playing rap. Back then,
that's a fact.
That mean we was listening to it in our homes, in the car, from the 8
At the
track.
lounge.
That's right,
At the
lounge,
skating rink.
at the house party, the skating rink. So y'all don't know what y'all talking.
At the number hole. Don't forget the number hole.
I don't know what
Where they ran the numbers at.
But
Bubba Johnson and
even
them
though
was at.
Bomb Cherry, it wasn't getting played on the radio, even where the places that it was getting played at, do you think most people didn't get the messaging in it, or were they able
I'm
to relate to
saying,
what like Gorillas is saying?
yeah, I'm saying there was no messaging that we was getting from it. Where I'm from, we was shaking our ass. And we heard.
Well, it was sounds like it was like putting the medicine in. It's like putting a little bit of sugar in the medicine.
Goddamn song that's telling where if you don't live in
Sugar
no
is extremely
project,
bad for you.
if you don't live in no
Well,
project type of place, and these
the
people,
point I'm saying is sometimes people like, okay, so that's why maybe a lot of people don't
you
listen
asked
to
me a
conscious
question, I
hip
gave
hop,
you an
right?
answer. Everybody don't live in buildings like that, and so how would they relate to that? And I'm saying
But
that,
they don't have to live in a necessarily building
but
like
they
that.
don't relate.
What he's talking about though was the start of the crack epidemic. You didn't necessarily have to be in ghettos or tall sky-rising building to see what was
Only
going
you
on in
young
your
people
neighborhood.
talk about the start of a crack
BA,
epidemic.
don't let Bomb do that to you. She know what melphamine is.
There were
She
many
know what that Calio
drugs
is, baby.
before crack. Okay, my aunts used to be in the room on that cocaine. Crack just made it cheaper for them to get, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the disco time had their drugs, heroin, right? They were
Yeah,
doing
heroin big in New Orleans.
right? Calling it what?
Heroin was big in New Orleans. Yes.
It was big everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Drugs was everywhere. White people, disco was a drug in time, baby. They was on drugs. All you got to do is listen to Prince when he tell you. AIDS.
Right, so that's making the more point for the song.
Yeah, but
I get it. Not everybody got it. I mean, not everybody got the same messaging or whatever. I get it.
That's
I would say, as me coming up in a dare age and in the middle or born in the early 80s, right? Like that messaging was strong for me. That's why hip hop in the late 80s was pivotal for me because of the messaging that was put in there. And I did see that type of destruction going on, not just within my own family, but just within the Black community. So, yeah, though that I got the message. I mean, I understand it was based in fun and dance and they brought a funky beat, but sometimes you have to do that to get people to even listen. If he came with like a hardcore, like conscious music beat where it's just straight hip hop, sometimes people don't listen long enough to even get the messaging. So that's what I meant by putting a little bit of sugar in the medicine for those who aren't just going to take the medicine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also speaking about degenerates, welcome to the show. Skis is yours.
Yeah.
Oh, when you got that message, because see, I call bullshit, right?
Sure.
So tell me, when that song came out, how old were you, young lady?
I wasn't. So I was born in 81. And it's not about how old I was when I heard the song, because of course the song's older than me. But what I'm saying is, even though I heard the song at a later time frame, the message was still pertinent within the song.
Exactly, and I agree with you. See, because you knew what I was gonna get to, right? Because see, we was talking about when it started, when the
Other people
song
want to talk, man.
When the songs came out, when it started, and I said back then, people wasn't in my area, and including myself, right? Because I was young, so I know you probably wasn't born, and therefore, I was saying that back then, when it would have been on the radio, it was for people to shake their ass.
All right.
That's it.
All right.
But now you're older, so you guys understand.
Mom, I think you just want to shake your ass.
I do, baby.
Let me welcome in our local degenerate. Welcome to the show. Skis is yours. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, y'all can hear me, man.
Yes, sadly.
No, sadly, my mic fucking up.
No,
you good. Go ahead.
Nah, I just wanted to speak on the message in the music.
I mean, as long as it's relatable, it's a message. It doesn't matter the overall. We don't all have to agree with what the song says. There's a lot of people that's gonna feel the message. I can give y'all a plethora of songs today in my generation that it's positive messages, it's degeneracy messages, it's messages that got to do with the boundary.
So, Skeezer Judge, you saying that you relate more to things like "Ooh, baby, I like you raw."
I mean, if we, yeah. Sure, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, but what I don't understand what y'all want. How righteous do y'all want the music to be? Like,
you relate more to songs like "Shake It Like a Salt Shaker."
I like ass shaking music.
Yeah,
like,
to the
but that's what I'm saying. I'm not understanding the argument. It's like y'all wanted to be all about black power and black love. Man, that shit is dead. You can tell by these panels we don't fuck with each other. So why y'all want to hear that shit? We want to hear about some fucking, some drugs.
Here's the
fucking with mixed bitches. Yeah, we want to hear all that bullshit.
This is
y'all
where
don't give a fuck for real.
No, this is where a lot of young people get it confused. Y'all think because we speak passionately towards each other, we curse each other out, means that we don't like each other, we don't have love for each other.
Clearly, that's a sign of not liking.
So no, that's not what that means. This is how black. If you ever been, maybe the younger people, y'all haven't been to no real barbecue before, so y'all don't even understand. Like even when we playing dominoes, we sound like this.
Right, spades and stuff. Yeah.
How do you say that we never been to a barbecue? You see the type of shit y'all say on these panels. Now all of a sudden, the younger generation never been to a barbecue. No birthday parties, no family reunions, no class reunions. This shit is crazy.
Let me substantiate, because you think that us talking aggressively to each other means we don't like each other, and it's the actual opposite. The more we speak aggressively, this is just how we speak. Even when we laugh, you got to be in physical shape if you're saying good jokes, because a black person will lean on you, slap you, and run down a block and everything.
These are all stereotypes, man.
Yeah. No, it's like, if I don't care about you, if I don't like you,
all these
I ain't gonna say nothing about you.
Right, we're not going to talk. If we don't like you, we are not going to speak to you. So the fact that we're here willing to deal and mine it out and argue, screaming, yell, shows that we actually have some kind of love for it. But this is just how black folks, we express ourselves very animated. This is how we communicate. That's why you can tell the difference between a black comedian and a white comedian. White comedians, they stand still, and black comedians, they run all up and down the goddamn stage. It's just what it is. So you cannot take that away from us. It's not possible.
Great analogy, Sean.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I agree with you. Skis, why you change your name? What is it? Skis, it's yours. How you doing, baby? He know we don't hate each other. We up here all the time. And we might argue, cuss each other out. Even Skis done cuss me out. I done cussed him out. Right. But I got nothing but love and respect for that young man. I hope you know that, by the way. Okay.
And look, he
know now. He didn't know before.
He knows that because he'll be in the chat every day cursing me out, and I always still let him on the panel, even though he cursed me out and saying how horrible I am. He's here because we got actual love for each other. We might not agree with everything we say, but we have love for each other, and that's why we have these difficult conversations and deal with each other and argue with each other, get our emotions out, because we can't get it out nowhere else. We cannot go to a different race and have these conversations. It's just not possible. We got to do it.
But to answer your original question, Brownsville, as far as what do we do moving forward in the spirit of Kwanzaa, right? Sticking to those core principles, those 7 principles, practicing economics, right?
What's today's mathematics, Chicago Rilla?
Oh, no. I was saying Habari Ghani.
That's today?
Yeah.
How you pronounce it? What's today?
Today is Kuji
Chagalia. Yeah, Kuji Chagalia. So Habari Ghani is the greed, and it's what's the good news in Swahili, and then you respond back with what the principle. Habari Ghani, Kuji Chagalia, self-determination. I wish Nightish was here, because last year we was building on this. He broke it down. Kuji Chagalia is self-determination. It's the ability to determine our own path for ourselves. So it's the same way you see people saying Afro-American, or now it's FBA and ADOS. It's self-determination. It's the ability for us to determine our path, our destination for ourselves.
Right. And so I think you start off there. in your everyday walk of life. It has to be a mindset change. It has to be a lifestyle change. It has to transform in every aspect of your life. I also, with instilling those principles and values into your children, right? Yes, financial literacy, just basic reading, taking time to instill those values in them. And actually, I'm a component of it. Race first. I know that's not comfortable for a lot of people because they feel like it is a segregation or something, but I think it's us reclaiming our power. The same power that someone spoke to earlier when they said when we didn't have the choices and the options, we figured it out. So now it's more about consciously choosing that route versus being forced into it. And what it will do, it is going to draw a line in the sand for those who want to continue to operate under the current structures and those who want to see something different for themselves, for their children, and for their people at a large. So
Perfect.
I'm always about,
that's a good spot to land. Christopher with the $2. The executives ruined hip hop for real, to be honest. Narratives and dialogues with the $2. Not from New York. You don't know real hip hop.
The coffee.
Steve with the $1.99. So, is it a generational divide or regional? That is a great question, actually.
Regional, probably. Generational is that
it shouldn't be no type of divide.
People just don't want to be honest, right? You have the conversation in hindsight because you can always talk about what you know now, but if you don't want to speak about what you knew back then when you was first listening to it, you want to act like you was listening to that song for a message when you were like 6 years old.
I was Bombcherry. When I was listening to that song at 6 years old, I was like, man, I can't stand all this glass everywhere. I could never, every time I dribble my back.
Right. And then
I'm gonna say
nobody's saying that.
That's exactly
right. He said, y'all do realize Kwanzaa is a made-up holiday, right? Like, so are you saying that
everything is made up?
All of them
everything is made up. Every tradition is made up.
Yeah, but we don't want to follow.
Right. I don't know why when it comes to ours, it's always like now it gotta be deep.
Like it's not
and listen, man, somebody need to time that person out. And whoever said that ridiculousness, time that person out. Let them sit out for about 10 minutes, man, because I hate that type of disgusting remedial rhetoric when we understand that all of these traditions are made up, right? So now, since it's the second day of Kwanzaa, you want to come on the internet and say, oh, Kwanzaa's made up. Did you do it for Christmas? Did you do it for Thanksgiving? Did you do it for Halloween? Did you do it for Easter? Come on, man. Listen, man, we got to move better going into 2025, man. Time that person out, please. Peace and love.
Yeah, and I think it's weird. Whenever it comes to us, that's when everything got to be all factual. That is a scary thing. Reparations. All you're gonna do is buy Cadillacs, and Kwanzaa is made up, right? And Ebola is not a real thing. And what does that mean? We still, regardless of the fact, this is how we move. This is how we communicate with each other. A lot of brothers say, "Nah, me, nah, I'm saying." Even though he didn't say no
just
word.
y'all Brooklyn niggas. Just y'all Brooklyn.
We say, black folks say our queen. There's no other race that says, yeah, she's my queen and that's my king. It is what it is. Other races don't do that. We say peace to the gods. It is what it is. That's what we say.
That's a fact.
Well, you ain't really a god. Shut your stupid ass up.
Yeah, you don't read your Bible.
The hell? Why I can't call my brother the son?
Lord, yeah.
Hey, what up, son? Why you calling me your scientist? Because you shine like one. Oh, my bad. Yeah, shut your stupid.
Look at Sharon on his Wu-Tang. Go ahead, Wu-Tang.
Shut your stupid ass up and learn something. God damn it. Like, it's okay for us to uplift each other. It's perfectly fine for that. It is perfectly fine for me to say Bomb Cherry is a queen if she's shaking her ass or not. It don't matter how much she shake her ass. She's still my queen.
Because you know, I listen to Glow, man. Glow is on fire.
Yes. Like y'all gotta stop trying to put all the restrictions on us and everybody else. They don't have no restrictions whatsoever. None.
And this is what I meant. Chicago Rilla, right? We had Brand Nubians. We had Wu-Tang. We had Public Enemy. We had Poor Righteous Teachers. We had De La Soul, right? Who do these young people have now at that caliber? What is the keep your head up of 2024? What is to keep your head up going into 2025?
Call Kendrick, Corday. I probably
no, but I'm talking about the iconic song, right? That everybody can relate to. You know what I'm saying? That everybody knew it was about. It was about empowerment and upliftment.
I can give you the keep your head up. It's Little Dirt. Oh my life.
Stop.
I've been trying to be into the.
Like, no, I agree with Sharon on that one. My friends love that song.
So not
hell
him.
No, VA, no.
Chicago Gorilla, not him as an artist, but that song, because just like Tupac, when he's calling women bitches, he also had Keep Your Head Up, right? Those are two contradicting records. And Little Dirk, he did the same thing. He had contradicting records with saying all my life he was trying to do things right. So it is a version. I Know I Can't is a reference to that song as well, because they got the little kids singing in the hook. It's very similar to that type of song.
It's about
I can be what I want to be.
Sharon, you got to stop this. Somebody got to stop Sharon, man. Sharon, that man is saying they've been trying to keep me down. Who been trying to keep Lil Durk down all his life, man? The teachers were saying you ain't turning your reading assignment, nigga. No, wasn't nobody trying to keep Lil Durk down, man.
They kept putting that damn strap in his damn hand. That's what happened. They
was slapping his hand.
Every time they said, "Here, no, son, you need this." He's like, "You sure?" Narrows it down with the $2. Sharon, we need to go over "Don't Push Me" lyrics. That will be fun. We should start doing some kind of version of breaking down
the lyric breakdown. Yeah.
Some of these old songs, though, y'all don't want to break them down because they was very sketchy.
Shout out to Juicy Fruit.
Yeah, it's some real sketchy SA type lyrics. There's a lot of PDF file type lyrics.
Oh, it's a ton of those.
Woo!
It's a ton of those. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Who that?
Skis is yours. You got your microphone back rocking?
I think so.
Oh yeah, you sound much better. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I'm gonna leave it at this. Like, why do this generation gotta continue that positive music? When if y'all really want y'all kids to have these positive messages, y'all can just go back in time and get all the records that y'all deem positive and worthy to put in y'all kids' ears so they can consume and grasp it. Then why would y'all do that? It's a different time. It's a different wave of people coming out. Nobody want to hear that positive shit.
That's not true.
Well, Mr.
The behavior is incorrigible. It's incorrigible. It's no turn. It's no change in this shit. It's done.
Yes, it is.
It's done.
No, well, Mr. Alignment.
Go ahead, Brownsville.
See, Mr. Alignment, we agree on that, right? And that's how I started off my talking points. I said hip hop is dead, right? You're right. It's all about degeneracy. It's all about lust. It's all about getting fast money and putting down our woman and selling drugs and killing one another. All those different kind of things. Y'all can have that. You're right. And you also correct when you say, hey, if you want your kids to listen to some organic music when there was a balance of both, where you had some good hip hop and you had some gangster rap and you had all that, that's what we do, right? I don't know who the new artist is now that's doing the degenerate stuff that y'all like to do. I don't listen to them. You know what I'm saying? They're not in my purview, right? Because we got to get back to building each other up, lifting one another up, Black empowerment, Black excellence. As we moving into 2025, Mr. Alignment, this is what I'm challenging the FBA to be talking about. Let's talk about how you're going to uplift the community in 2025. Let's talk about how you're going to educate the community in 2025. Let's talk about how you're going to move us forward. Go ahead,
my mic body start fucking up.
I have a question.
But Brownsville, let me say this to Brownsville real quick.
Oh, okay,
Let them have it real quick. Let them have it real quick because his microphone is horrible.
Brownsville. When I first came on these panels, people thought I was trolling when I was talking about we gonna have to start another revolutionary war. If y'all really want to change, some motherfuckers gotta die. And I asked all the black men on this panel who ready to die for our kids to have a better future, and nobody was willing to die. So at that moment, I knew it was just all talking. That's how I came. I said, if y'all really want change, motherfuckers gotta die. But y'all ain't really ready to die. Y'all just want to be on these panels. Everybody want to have their opinion and talk and be right. It's just a bunch of bullshit. So this is, if you talk about where we need to start, let's start on these panels because that's where everybody at 24/7. Fuck the music. If we not going to go into these executive offices and tell them we don't want to hear that shit, like they going to listen because it's $1 trillion industry, I believe, Rilla. We just talking. But if ain't nobody ready to die, then we going to be where we at. And I bow.
But Mr. Alignment, right? See, the fallacy in your argument is you're talking about kicking off a movement that's focusing on productivity with death, right? There's nothing that can be generated from death, right? The Big Bang Theory isn't real, right? You can't destroy something and then have it organically rebuild. No, you got to put the groundwork in. You got to put the necessary due diligence in to improvement and make it grow. You got to put the necessary roots in and make it entrenched so that you can have the messaging, the positivity, the productivity going from generation to generation, right? So you're right as far as, hey, we need to get more of a revolutionary mindset, but it can't be looked at in terms of physicality because that's not going to produce good results. We got to have a revolutionary mindset in terms of our health. We got to have a revolutionary mindset in terms of recalibrating our value systems, removing lust, degeneracy from the top of our value system and replace it with God. Add some honor, integrity, self-discipline, self-reflection, all of those different positive things underneath that. And that's how we can be a positive example for the youth. And also we could have the command and attention of those people of influence in the boardrooms and in the interviews and you know all of those different kind of things.
Financial literacy.
But the youth ain't on these panels. The youth ain't on these panels. The youth is outside. It's a bunch of 25 and up people on these panels. The youth is outside. Go outside. Not on these panels.
Them jokers on TikTok alignment.
You got a good method.
Nah, the youth
definitely y'all don't want to talk. Y'all don't want to have a real
They're online. They're just not in the same.
So I want to agree with Mr.
Can
I want to.
Can I just say something just real quick, Terry? Please, thank you. Bro, you didn't really speak to what he was saying. When he's saying people got to die, he's basically saying that there is a conglomerate, $1 trillion business that is feeding this into these neighborhoods and this community that you say we are the people, right? The black culture. There is money involved. When there's money involved, there's going to be things that are going to be pushed to keep that money going, which means that we got to keep getting these ghetto kids from, we got to keep creating these ghetto environments where this music is being produced. You won't have to kill some motherfuckers to get them to change that narrative. Everything about the black man's narrative has been pushed to be able to make profit. Even the jail cells, bunch of black men up in there. And then in order for you to change that, you're going to have to, that means taking money out of people's pocket. And I feel like Brownsville, you didn't really like hear him. You kind of spoke past it and spoke as soon as he started speaking. And I kind of agree with him, man. So that's why I kind of never want to have these black conversations and this community stuff online, because at the end of the day, what would need to be done, what blood would have to spill, because again, there's a bunch of money invested in degeneracy, Brownsville, and you need to understand that.
Unlikely. So you saying that other industries have not been destroyed without blood being spilled?
Have other industries? Well, the thing is, this industry. First, let me answer your question. Sorry.
Yes, please.
No. Excuse me. Yes, other industries have been destroyed without blood being spilled. You're right, but this industry is particular. They're making money off of black bodies. They're making money off of black violence. They're making, like, it's a different type of business. Like if you're talking about Wendy's, Of course, you could take Wendy's down, you put some money here, you ain't got to do all this. But the way they make the money, the way this business is just way different. You know what I mean?
You heard of
Lee in alignment.
Have you ever heard of La Russell?
Good one, Sharon.
La Russell?
Yeah, La Russell.
Nah, what's that?
Okay, so
Oakland.
he's a rapper, and he kept himself independent for the most part. And so the problem is that majority of people that is talking about this, y'all just not really in tune to the youth, like the way how Misalignment think that he is. So it got somebody like La Russell, he barely even curse in his records, and all his records is very body movement and it's dancing. You can have a good time without killing nobody in his records. He don't kill nobody in his record, and it's really good music, and it can move forward, and more people can follow his blueprint because he made $2 million off his last situation, and he did concerts in his backyard. So he's given a blueprint where he could show young people that you do not have to be violent and be a part of this whole degenerate culture to make money in hip-hop music, and you can stay relatively independent to do it as well. So it is a blueprint. We just got to start pushing those people out. We got to say these people's names more often. So I say his name again. His name is L.A. Russell. La Russell.
Stop right there, though.
Right
there.
There's also another one.
Is marketing, right?
Yeah, let me have it. I'm gonna have it with Bon. I'm gonna have it with him, Lee. I got you, Bon.
Appreciate you.
I got you.
Okay, us saying it is marketing, right? Like us getting the word out is reaching out to more people is marketing.
Yes.
Right. So what you basically saying is us saying it for this one guy, right? That's positive. That's cool, right? But the companies that got $1 trillion, their marketing, they putting 100 million into that negative shit. You see what I'm saying?
That doesn't.
So it does matter because that's what the tempo of hip hop is. Because these corporations, even though you got people like Brilla, you got people like you, got people like Brownsville that know these guys out there that push good music and make money off of it. Those companies ain't gonna push that person. They
tried to sign them already.
So good. That's a great point. So now, how did disco die?
What's that?
How did disco die?
How did disco die? Honestly, I don't know.
Hip hop killed it from selling records on the street, doing parties outside. It died because it organically died. Nobody had to push it to die. People left from doing disco parties to doing eventually hip hop parties. So it shows grassroots can change things.
But y'all do realize.
Right.
We just got to be able to push it out. We just got to be able to push it out to the people. Say we are the culture. We decide what is lit. We decide what we are going to support. The culture does that, not the music industry. This is why lately the music industry has been failing because
let him land it. Yeah, let him land it.
Damn.
Yeah, he's right.
So because this is why they started going and chasing down all these TikTok musicians, because the industry do not know what's lit. The culture tells you what's lit.
That's a fact.
And I've been listening. They gotta outsource the culture through social media. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry, and then Reese. I must not know what I'm talking about.
No, Sharon is right. He's right. Things are, especially if it organically dies. But I'm gonna tell you who's right also. Unlikely, and also what his name? He left, I think. The people who control. Oh, okay. The people who control happen to be younger people, right? Younger people control what is lit and what is not, and the ones who gonna spend the money on the music. And so if their mentality is they like to shake their ass and they want to, listen to music talking about shooting them up and shit like that and getting with women and shit like that, then that's how that's going to go. And we're never going to change that from young people. Like that's, when you're young, even if you don't want to go and really shake your ass, a young lady who, like when I was married, I was pregnant and shit. I wanted to listen to shaking your ass, even though I couldn't go to the club to shake my ass because it's just how I release my energy, So, and y'all know this to be true. Some of y'all ain't never shot a gun, but you was okay with fuck the police or the music that said you gonna shoot them up when you was angry at somebody, but you didn't go and do it. So that's what music is about. And so I don't see the problem in how we want to judge the younger people for listening to the same shit we listened to when we were younger. Why did we do that?
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, and there was also, I just wanted to say that
Let me go after Reese, Sharon.
There's another guy called D1 out of Louisiana. Don't cuss.
Shout out to D. Yeah, shout out to D1.
That's right. And he been rapping, making his music too. And I think they make more money when they're independent because they don't have to share it with.
That's right. And he made over $1 million as well. So
yes.
Yeah, he a professor too.
Yeah, and he made $1 million over selling music that never hit the radio. So again, LaRussell made $2 million last year. D1 made $1 million. So it is definitely possible to make money.
Toby and Nick Way
properly. Toby, well, he got signed, but yes.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna listen.
He like fuck what everybody else saying. Go ahead, Reese.
Yeah, I've been listening the last 20 minutes. About the
origin. Did you hit the like button?
Yeah, I did. You know, I always hit the like button, even when I'm ghost watching. but I was listening the last 20 minutes, right? And I heard all this stuff about the South created. We were the foundation of hip hop because of jazz and funk and all that stuff, whatever. Y'all do realize FBAs, y'all didn't create jazz and funk from scratch, right?
Oh, shit.
You realize you had a lot of influence from European music.
No, we took it from rock, from our last bits of rock, which
right, even rock.
No,
all
not
that.
being funny. Y'all
none of these. Wait, hold up. Wait. I'm not finished. None of these art forms FBAs created from scratch. You had influences from other places.
Wow.
Mainly white Europeans. The instruments, the saxophone.
Okay, but name the white Europeans that was using those instruments the same way.
These instruments came from Europe. The saxophone was actually created by a German man with the last name Sax.
Wow.
The flute, the trumpet, all these instruments that y'all using jazz.
How long did he have that saxophone and didn't make blues?
All these instruments that
all these where instrument came from, brother.
Wait, K2, wait. I've been listening to y'all talk for 20 minutes.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding you, Reese. You saying that the creators of instruments are the creators of styles of music?
No, I'm saying FBAs who quote unquote created jazz and funk and all that, blues, whatever. Y'all did not create these art forms from scratch. You had influences from other people.
So now hold on. So you saying the only reason why we didn't create from scratch is because we didn't create the instrument?
First of all, I'm not saying that, but the instruments is actually a big, huge part of the art form. You do realize that, right? Without the instruments, you have no art form. You need the instruments to make the sound. You do realize that, right?
Right. So hold on, but
you need the instruments to make the sound.
So you
that's a big part of it.
Hold on. So you saying I didn't create my food from scratch because I didn't create the pot?
If I didn't create a certain,
Nah, that's a fact.
But hold on, let me get to.
Oh man, Sharon.
What you mean? Territory with the video. She said, "Take your lives and get out."
Yeah, dog.
So it's gonna be $50 to bring Reese Anderson back, Mr.
Territory is not playing with y'all today.
But yeah, but that was a crazy statement for him to say because we didn't create an instrument that somebody used. That means they didn't create the actual sound. That is wild.
Well, what's even wilder is if you.
So we're gonna go Chicago Real, and then I'll let you have it right after KT to go. So we go Chicago Real, KT to go. Go ahead.
Just two quick points. Just piggybacking off of what you said. Hold on, KT. Just really quick. I'm gonna go on mute. The funny thing is, if you don't do the knowledge on where those instruments originated, right? If we trace everything back to the drum and where the drum originated, that's kind of a wild statement to say, like, oh, because some German man, whatever. Okay. My other point is, we really. So this is why I'm not a fan of these critics that get on YouTube and in the media and talk music business stuff, especially like if we're not making money from it, we shouldn't really be talking music business, right? The music business is crumbling. So the idea that, these shorties like what they like, no, they're programmed to like that. They don't even know what they like until they program to like it. I don't like Ja Rule, but let a Ja Rule song come on, I can sing every chorus to it, right? Right. We're programmed. We don't even realize, like, these shorties.
Sound like a Cookie Monster.
Shout out to Ja Rule, man. So the music business, as we understand it, that was a great point, Sharon, with these TikTok artists, which is why they not signing TikTok artists anymore, because they done lost so much money, and they are trying to. I think Lucian and Elliot control 30% of the music business. Like you really got to do the knowledge to see who you up against. You don't have to shed blood to go up against those guys. You really don't. Everything is kind of reverting back to independent. With what's going to happen with a lot of these labels is they're going to be more like contracted services. So like I brought up Toby Anigwe, and you're right, he signed, but it's more like the label serves
He's
as
distributed.
yeah. And distribution is way different than being signed to a label. I think people get that confused too, right? Your distribution deal is your distribution. Like you got to go through one of the distributors. We don't own the distribution pipeline. But your label, your creative control, your A&R direction, like that's all you. So that part of the culture, I think it's a slow grind, but I think it's returning back to substance. These artists that we keep touting, they're getting locked up. And guess what? These labels are moving away from the rap music that promotes degeneracy. Not the butt shaking, but the sliding and the drill. You can't I don't even know who's the last popular drill artist that got signed and pushed and promoted. These labels having to take out insurance, that's not working anymore. All these rappers that are going to jail, it's a wrap, man. It's the end of it. So for the OGs, I think the only thing that we're saying is, hey, we seen this movie, we know what's happening. We're just trying to send a warning to the shorties, man. You can do with it what you want. You know what I'm saying? I'm on mute.
You mean like we did to y'all?
And
Now,
I
let me
want
talk, man. I've been waiting. Let me
KT
get
to
this
go.
out.
And
I
also,
want to say that.
has anybody heard of the artist called Dear Silas?
Mm-mm.
I
Okay,
haven't.
that's another person as well that is like on the LA Russell side. He makes a ton of great danceable hip hop, productive, positive music where it's danceable and it's great. He's a lyricist.
Hey, Sharon.
Go ahead.
One thing before you kick it though, even if you look at like Tyler is signed to a major, look at his whole career and what he's been able to do to make these labels pay like they weigh, and he has never compromised his style or his artistry.
Very true.
And he's killing it.
Absolutely. And we could talk about the new female artist that is absolutely killing it, that don't get enough
Doechii.
She is absolutely killing it. Go ahead, KT, to go.
I would like to point out, like I said earlier, I'm probably the youngest person on this panel. Also, I actually make music.
Well, how old are you,
channel.
KT?
Huh?
You sound like you're 52. How old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, you might be.
Yeah, no, I really am. I mean, I'm just.
I don't think you're the youngest.
Live beyond my years.
How old is Unlikely?
And I want
Unlikely is like 47.
What?
I'm definitely 40, early 40s.
Really?
Okay.
I did not know that.
Now, I was just saying, I think it's a lot of things being said here. Two things. First of all, when y'all was saying you got to put it in the youth, this the problem. When the youth talk, y'all don't want to listen because what you said, Chicago, we done been here and we done did that. But what y'all got to understand is we not saying y'all ain't been here. We saying we trying to take the bones of what's already there, add new elements, and nobody's saying, instead of people saying, well, let me help y'all put them together rightly, it's more people saying, nah, we already tried something like that. Even how you said, well, you not being funny, I said resegregate, and you still went to making your own culture different. No, it's not. Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. Nobody, we can keep their money, we can do all that. But as I've already said, segregation was something that we've already had, we've already experienced it. So we do understand. We would just have to put maybe new parameters, meaning like, okay, we don't go to each other neighborhoods. However, you can still go to school together if that's your choice. But you know what I'm saying? Like we need to go back and take some of these bones of things that we didn't had and make them better. And then I'm pretty sure we can get a point from that. As far as music goes, y'all all kind of right, because we're not, young people aren't going to music and saying, yo, this shit hard because it's hard. They like all your friends say it's hot, so you just kind of agree with them. However, like this is why I say too, we have to get out of this way of like where what we do benefits the government more than it benefits ourselves, and we can only do that from segregation, because like they were saying, the people who are investing, well, they're not our people. And if we separate from that, well, guess who can only be the investors? Our people. So now we can start determining for even the others what's hot, what's cool. The only reason that it's cool to be a stupid ass person, like shaking your ass and snitching on yourself, it isn't just because it's killed. Well, first it does harm us, like in vision. We look like ghetto stupid people. But also what we don't realize is it makes it the door easier to get into with rap. See, with rap at first, you really had to know how to rap. Like you had to take time and have skill and build up on your skill in order to even get into the door. Otherwise, you're not getting there. So therefore, that kind of does its own kind of gatekeeping. Like, but once they made it to where, okay, it's just shaking ass and you beat hot, now white people can do it. Anybody can do it. You feel me? Like, it's not hard to replicate that stupid shit. So now at this point in time, though, I think what a lot of us, maybe y'all older people, don't realize is low key, whether or not y'all want to accept this or not, the FBA shit didn't really start. It started with Tariq, but I'm gonna be honest with you. What gave everybody the power to feel we could speak up is actually Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Once Kendrick Lamar said, "Nah, we ain't accepting that colonizer shit no more."
We don't want to hear you say nigga no more.
Everything, isn't it funny?
You got a good point. I think Kendrick. I think first of all it started with Cat Williams, but I think
for sure
bust that door wide open when because Drake was so big, it didn't look like he was able to be it didn't look like he had any chinks in his armor because he could do rough music, he could do girl music. He was like the jack of all trades for a long time. He could sound like he could do rough songs like 50, he could do party records like Ja Rule but sound better. He could do Caribbean records, he could do goddamn overseas English rap or whatever that shit is called, the England drill rap. He was able to do all those things and just do down south shit and everything. And Kendrick came and he said, no, this shit is done. Like, we, the culture, is going to tell you that outside of that, you can't do this shit no more.
And it wasn't just that. I want to say this too, and I'll let it go after this, but I just want to say that I think the biggest factor we really skipping over that, it was like you said, Drake's scene is this like it's no lane Drake couldn't do. Guess what the one lane Kendrick took? Fight me verbally, nigga. Let's have a rap battle, like our ancestors did, and not even the ancestors, but the beginning, the people that they say started in the beginning, it was all rap battle. Let's have a rap battle. And that's where we started realizing, hold up, okay, even if niggas do make better merengue rap or UK drill rap, you know what I'm saying? It's all about the essence. And what's happening in rap really is we're about to experience a change even with that. But I also do want to say, until we get the power back, like y'all was saying, when did disco die? When we went in the streets and started selling rap albums. Because guess what? That's not government ran or oriented. So now you got all these black people making their own money, becoming millionaires, but it was never regulated. So that's kind of what we got. We can't rap. I don't want to say rap is dead. I'm not going to say it's still alive. But what I will say is we can gain control of it, but we have to understand, we have to go back to stop going to Spotify. Go get your mixtape from your local dude on the corner. I ain't being funny.
Shout out to my guy Izzy Bootleg. God damn.
But that's all I got. My bad. Apologies.
Nah, you funny as hell.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But yo, that's what
y'all think y'all
that's what we need.
Hold on, Lee.
Bomb
was trying to get in there.
Bomb was trying to get in
there. Okay, she said, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, real quick, Bomb. But that's what we mean when we see it. We mean like it's going to take blood, because now you're talking about like, let's say if we all start doing that, Spotify ain't gonna like that shit. Now they might not start trying to kill people, but they might start doing things to influence and getting people back to getting to using Spotify, or we far reach beyond that part where Spotify has already made it so simple that why would you go back and try to go get the CD from Homeboy just to fulfill some type of FBA?
This is what's going to kill people like Spotify, Lee, and I want Bomb to get in there. It's people like Russ. People like what is the dude that used to be with Cassie before Diddy? What is that like?
Oh, Ryan Leslie.
Ryan Leslie. Those two people prove a proven business track record of you could sell it direct to consumer. You don't need nobody. Ryan Leslie music is on nobody's Spotify, Tidal, and so on and so forth.
like Prince
and
did.
he's still making millions of dollars off. Well, I don't know if he still is, but he is still able to generate enough money to substantiate himself, to move his life, to keep on creating music. So therefore, no. And plus, people like Snoop Dogg and I, we still, these artists that's been down, that got 1 billion goddamn streams, like, where is the effing money? They still
It's in Daniel X pocket.
Yeah,
Daniel X, the CEO, the CEO on Spotify. So what's the value of a stream?
Right.
Yeah, this is my question, right?
It take 1,500 to make an album sale.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
to get one record sale is 1,500 streams for one record sale.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So this is my my thing. It doesn't take blood, like unlikely you were saying, but I agree with Sharon, right? Why aren't we as Black people starting our own Spotify? Right? Why aren't, and then we can gatekeep, and then if you offer the artists, you know, a little more of their money, then maybe they'll something like what Prince did. Now I heard that what you call them rip Prince off.
So the problem is that we tried that with Jay-Z, and he kind of like, you know.
No, Jay-Z was ripping people off. Rip Prince
He a
off.
businessman. No, he sold it.
He did,
no, he did
not. He act like he started Tidal, and then he didn't pay the people
for
that
the
helped
artists.
him build the Tidal.
That's right.
So,
that's what I just said.
But that's the dangers of this whole streaming bullshit that, you know, we get caught up in, because the numbers look good and we getting, you know, it looks good. However, the money, we still don't really know where the goddamn money is. Like, how you going to
Can I tell y'all the best way? This is how you help the artists that you love. Just really quick, Jerron. I'm so sorry, brother.
That's what I
honestly
do. I don't know. I get people that just want to cut me off. It's one of my talents.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact, Sharon. No, just really quick, honestly, and then let me know if you agree with this, because I hear a lot of art. Ask the artists what helps them. Most of them are telling you, buy a ticket to the show. Don't stream the album. Go buy the physical album. That's why vinyl sales are so high. You can count how many pieces of vinyl have been sold. You can count, even if you play CD. I don't know nobody that's playing CD, but I'm saying if you do, or if you do cassettes for nostalgia's sake, stuff like that, they can physically count that. Remember when 50 was going up against Kanye? Those weren't streaming numbers. Those were physical sales. That's people walking in the store purchasing the albums, right? Yeah. So that's what it's kind of reverting back to. Spotify ain't finna bust a grape with a sledgehammer.
And you know what, Chicago Rilla?
And my bad for cutting you off. I'll send a super chat.
But yo, if I could just
hold on, let me just say, I would say something real quick, and I'll pass it back to Bomb and Unlikely and whoever want to jump in. I got to stop playing around and go ahead and do it, because I downloaded it and everything. I just didn't get started. Isaac Hayes started Fan Base. We got to get that together as well. Help a young Black brother out and build
my man. And my man, look at you.
Get back to it because I had it in my mind, but you know, just all these things trying to continuously build something is just a lot of energy and thought patterns to it. And so, thank you, Natasha, for making me remembering. I don't know that's a word. You know I can't pronounce things. Go ahead.
I just want to say,
y'all know that nobody is going to buy no physical anything anymore, right? We having our groceries delivered to us, so we got to be a little more. Y'all say y'all young, y'all got to use y'all young brain and come up with some shit that's gonna actually work. Okay, no, I'm not buying no album. I don't have nothing to play it on. I ain't buying no CD. Y'all ain't never seen an 8-track before, right? An 8-track player or 8-track. Right? That's because once
I know about the 8-tracks. I had a goddamn Deuce in the Quarter that still had an 8-track in it, but I had to get rid of it because I couldn't fix the goddamn muffler.
You go. Deuce in a Quarter, a beautiful car. Good job.
Yeah, see, some of these young people ain't never seen no 8-track player, right? And they ain't gonna never, and they shouldn't.
That's true too. They shouldn't.
Nah, listen to me. This is what I will say. We stop making it to where we're saying something being easier is better. That's what got us in this spot. You want to be, no offense, not saying you personally, I'm saying us personally. We want to be lazy to where, if the music don't come to me, well, I ain't gonna find it. Well, how the fuck you expect to get good music or any kind of taste? Because that caters to what we was talking about with we're being fed to the point where now we're volunteering for the feeding. No, it's not just about us young people getting out here and get. The older people got to be the supportive too and say, all right, I'm not going to accept what they giving me. I'm going to go look for something on my own. I'm going to go stand in this record shop and listen to what the underground is or whatever. You may not like it, but you have to. If we don't support each other, you can't go. I can't go direct to consumer, but be on Spotify. It doesn't work like that. It's direct to consumer means I make every platform. So if I can't make no let's say website for my music, then you have to just get it directly out my hand or find the music yourself. I think we also have to understand, like, stop.
So you won't make no sales. Make a website, or you ain't making no sales. Why blame it on the other people?
No, I ain't saying you. Now, this is what I was about to say. Even how you was talking about shit, how you was talking about independent artists, Mac Homie. Okay.
Matter of fact, speaking of independent sales, I got a goddamn book I need to be promoting. Goddamn, I'm talking. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, plug that joint. But Mac Homie needs somebody. Y'all may not know this. One of the younger generation people. Mac Homie, he came out. He made his first album and sold every album for $900 a piece. Okay, he only sold like 40 albums. But let's think about this. He sold 40 albums and made $40,000 damn near. Okay. So we have to stop acting like we need to get 1 million sales to get.
And who did that? You said who did that?
Impact. You know what I'm saying?
What's the name of the artist that did that?
Huh?
What's the name of the artist that did that?
Mac Homie.
Okay. Also, somebody else did that as well. Not as much. But also Wu-Tang Clan, they made an album that was $1 million.
Yep. Nipsey did the same thing.
And somebody actually bought that album about 3 different times. So like that.
I mean, but these are outliers.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But we're saying that you can't. But the overarching part. Also, Nipsey Hussle, before he got signed to a record label, he sold his CD, signed with some T-shirts for $100 a CD.
Mm-hmm.
Physical.
Like we can build the infrastructures. I'm just saying the thing is we have to support those infrastructures. We can't say, oh, first of all, if you don't want to get that music, cool. The problem we have is people will talk shit to the other people because you didn't want to support it. Oh, your dumbass spending $100 on the CD. That ain't
right. That's the real problem. Is way too many, and this is the problem with the so-called tethers and the ones that's from the outside, culture vultures, whatever title we want to give them. They are the main ones that would talk shit. Like, so somebody like Drake, for example, he would say, hey, nobody want to listen to that conscious shit and this, that, and that kind. Nobody want, what you trying to kick knowledge? Jay-Z is one of them too, clearly, right? You're trying to kick knowledge, right? So they'll try to downgrade all the knowledge kickers and try to act like because you have some commercial sense that people should listen to you more strictly because of commercial, right? Even like he did it plenty of times. I made $1 million off of Common Sense. I ain't never started rapping like Common Sense. Like, yo, bro, you was literally down in the backpack rappers on the low. And you was influencing people to not support the backpack rappers. And clearly you killed the backpack rappers by yourself because of your influence, because certain people are able to influence other people to say, yeah, that's right. Why would we listen to that? Because Jay-Z haven't been rapping like Common Sense. Oh my gosh. It's crazy, but that's how the marketing works, and people don't pay attention to that kind of marketing. But at that time, everybody was eating. We had dead presidents.
That's what I'm saying. Sharad, it wasn't really Jay-Z.
They made one of the most iconic hip hop records beats ever. You play that record, that beat is ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but America owns everything that comes in through this shit. Okay, they own the music. So whatever comes out, that's why you say it was Jay-Z that pushed it. No. The powers that be that's in the music industry, the people that have money intentions, they pushed it, right? All the shit that we heard, they put the money into it for the marketing for it to get. I think I heard somebody say that at one point, hip hop wasn't even being played on the radio. It took America, the powers that be, to go, push that, and then you got to look at the reasons to why they chose to push that. So you're right, he did cause destruction when it comes to conscious rap. But why was he able to do that is my question. And the answer is because their marketing speaks way louder than us on this panel talking about some, hey, you know about Lil Reese? Oh, Lil Reese did this. Lil Reese, go look for Lil Reese when they pushing 100 million into what's old girl name? Glorilla. They pushing 100 million into Glorilla. So again, everything that's created in America, America's going to find a way to make a profit off of. And they're always and what they want to be pushed is always going to be the biggest part of it. So again, y'all speak of a few guys that came up, but mostly rappers are made up of coming out of the hood. They give you a 360, or they front you some money, then they push your shit. They put it on radios. They pay for the rate. So
here's a problem. So the marketing thing, the reason why diss records is so important is because no other genre of music can make a diss record and it's going to actually influence your record sales. So like Jay-Z did not want to do auto-tune type music. So what was the only way Jay-Z could get back? He actually had to diss auto-tune.
DOA.
That's how he had to do it. Because
that's a fact.
This is what
taking over the game. That's why he had to say, man, stop that, because it killed his lane early. Like, why you think Jay don't put out albums no more? Not being funny, Jay, listen.
Not only that, let's not even go too far. Every time Nas put out an album, who put out an album?
Jay, yeah.
On the same damn day. It was not by accident.
That's crazy. Jay-Z signed Nas and still beefing with him. Like,
absolutely. And it is no
make them both for money, right?
It's no coincidence that Lil Wayne is getting snubbed at this time. Even though I don't think Lil Wayne is he has enough music to actually do a Super Bowl. Like, he has the proper Super Bowl type of music. Regardless, him choosing Kendrick was very strategic.
Nah, for sure. He really, listen. What I will say is,
right. Because even though Lil Wayne himself,
but it was also the best choice, not being funny, because we don't have, besides Drake, I'm not gonna lie, because Wayne, I'm from the South, y'all know I love some Wayne, but I won't deny and say, like, even how dude was coming up here saying the South killed rap, I'm not gonna lie and say that, but I will say we did play a major part, but we also did a major part in holding it up, because Wayne is he lyrically, he crazy, but I will not deny that he didn't have no substance. He's the first lyrical nigga with no substance.
Right, but also
mixtape shit.
But here's the thing: if Lil Wayne would have did the Super Bowl, would have made it good. It's not because it's not his catalog. He wouldn't do it by himself. He would have brought out Nicki. He would have brought out Drake.
He would have had to.
Right, because he need their commercial records that is synopsis with them, and so all that would have been very big for the Super Bowl as well. Like, it would have been big for him because he got to go, because Lil Wayne is the feature king. That's what he's really great at. He did so many big features. Himself on his own records is like,
There is no other rapper who done sold more albums than Lil Wayne. Y'all got it confused. That rock album that he did, oh yeah, none of his.
Name one song for that rock and roll album.
The name of the song?
Out of Love.
Name of the song. Hey, with him and Nicki. I know. Listen, I don't know the names of his songs, but I can rap one though.
You got a lot of. Wait, Bob, you saying Wayne sold more than Drake? Wayne has sold more records than Drake.
Ain't even, no offense. Like, we talking about factually, statistically, Wayne not even top 5.
Yeah, he's not even top 5.
His best work is his mixtape. Everything y'all name is some
shit.
On mixtape.
Wayne not top 5. I gotta get out of here. Y'all crazy as hell.
Hey, look. Hey, Bomb. Hey, listen, Bomb. We love Lil Wayne. He is a great artist. However, selling records wise, he ain't got it. He can't even sell out a goddamn stadium by himself. He ain't
Go show me.
He did not outsell 50 Cent. He did not outsell. He did not outsell Kanye. I'm not even sure if he outsold Minaj, to be honest.
Listen, I'm telling you, y'all so wrong. First of all, his rock album, which is a rap album, right? But it's a rock album. Rock, whatever you want.
How many units was that, Bob?
It don't matter how many years. You said that he never.
I said units.
Let's look it up. Wow.
Was it Diamond?
Okay.
Right. So put that million up against. You said Kanye. Put that up against College Dropout. put that's probably his lowest selling album.
Now, what you not thinking about Bond for real? Think
So,
about
okay,
it.
Lil
Wayne
Wayne
only got
sold.
5 albums.
Okay, so Lil Wayne
for real.
sold 120 million worldwide.
How many has Kanye sold worldwide?
Okay,
No, Drake. How much has Drake sold?
Drake is like forget it. Drake is on another level.
J. Cole done sold more than Wayne. I'm gonna keep it hot with.
But go ahead, KT.
Oh, about that one.
No, I'm just saying Wayne. What people forget is Wayne doesn't actually have that many albums. He got a lot of work, which is mixtape work, but he
And
only
features.
has 5 albums.
Kanye West sold 160 mil.
What total
albums?
Yeah, so Lil Wayne's at 120, Kanye's at 160. So he already lost.
I'm a little confused. Maybe I'm confused on what I'm reading and what you saying, because I'm just looking at the album. Okay, and this says on the album debuted at number 2 in the U.S., selling 176,000 copies in its first week. So what are we talking about right now? I'm a little confused.
So what we talking about is Lil Wayne. He sold 120 million records altogether in his career, and the first person we said that he did not sell was Kanye West, and Kanye West beat him by 40 million records.
Oh, we talking about in total. So yeah, so if they got more albums, because they still, that would make sense. But I thought we was talking about, y'all say he had no substance. Quarter 3, y'all making it seem like all he talking about is just having sex and smoking, because that's what he normally do, especially on his mix.
He was though,
and lean
on his mix, but
no,
not
on his album.
Okay, so bomb. That's okay. So let's hear you substantiate. What record does Lil Wayne got when he is talking about anything political?
Misunderstandings. What's that? Y'all know that?
That Katrina record was hard, Sharon. I ain't gonna lie. That Katrina record was hard.
When he talked about Georgia Bush.
Yeah.
When he talk misunderstandings, though, y'all don't know that he's talking about the.
Oh damn, that was mixtape.
Yeah, Georgia Bush dedication.
Misunderstanding. Georgia Bush was mixtape, but misunderstanding was called.
Oh shit.
His whole Carter 3 go hard, and they got nothing but substance.
No. And I love Wayne.
All right, so we got a couple. Look, I'm not asking questions to disprove them. I'm asking questions so you could substantiate, so this way people can understand what we're talking about. And because I think that is fine and fair, because Lil Wayne is he's dope. I love him.
Yeah.
Don't forget that Wayne said, I don't.
Just because I'm going to disagree with the true statements and facts, because he just not the top selling rap artist, but I do love Lil Wayne at the same time, even though I would never go to a concert because I misunderstood.
Call me.
That's doing that. What they call that thing? His ass thought he could sing. Somebody mentioned it earlier. That
yeah, baby.
But anyway,
please say the baby. Please say the baby.
Okay, so it's called Misunderstood. I said misunderstanding, y'all. It's called Misunderstood, and he's talking about,
Oh yeah, Big Crit is another one as well. Currency is another one, made a lot of money.
Oh man, yeah.
They made some really
Jay Electronica. He's my favorite.
Jay Electronica. I mean, damn near did a whole album with Jay-Z.
He had the easy alley-oop. Ooh. Yeah.
And he had Erykah Badu pop out a baby. God
man.
And mess with a Rothschild. Yo, Jay Electronica low-key.
We gotta talk about Drake, who been stealing people's shit, right? Most of his shit come from somebody else, and
that's a fact.
And they made most of us love that. What was that name? Shit, when he was with that green screen, that nigga was dancing like what his name? What the name of that motherfucking song?
The Hotline Bling.
Hotline Bling, and then there was another one around that same time. That shit was whack, and y'all know goddamn well. That shit whack ass shit.
It sounded like I like the cha-cha, man. It was a catchy song at that time.
Catchy.
So one thing I can say is that we're gonna have to correct one thing. Top 5 sellers: Eminem, Drake, Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Kanye West.
There you go.
They have the numbers there.
Yeah, I could look into the.
No. If they don't have it, don't do the extra work. I'll take your word for it.
And the two ahead of him had more albums out than him. Okay, and like I said, nobody sold more than that one album, that rock album that he put out, or as far as a single album.
Damn, you know what sucks? Flow Rider's on that list.
No, that don't suck. He pop, Flow Rider pop. Outcast move units. Outcast.
Flow Rider's in the top 20. He outsold Outkast. God damn, that's
Yo, Pitbull.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right.
And Eminem and Lil Wayne made 2 songs together, and they were on the top 100 for over a year. Both them songs.
We debate music now. Eminem, please don't bring him up. He's overrated. He's not.
Damn,
good.
Doja Cat good. Doja Cat is in there for a top seller in top 20. Wow.
Hell yeah, Doja Cat is hot. But this new young woman gonna take over though. What her name?
Doja. They just turned Doja Cat into an old small hat looking lady.
Damn,
nah, I'm about to say
I can't believe Doja Cat came
and Ice Space.
Make them say moo to the top. Yo, to a top 20 selling, top 20 of all time is crazy. From Make them say moo. Bitch, I say moo.
He said make them say moo.
She got some great songs, Sharon.
Yeah, like
and she got some great marketing. Yeah, she got some great marketing. Sharon, what happened to Ice Spice? What they do to Ice Spice?
Ice Spice
she's not in the top 20 yet. She's not in the top 20 yet.
No, that girl look anorexic now, bro.
Oh yeah, nah, that's the new wave. You know, they trying to get rid of the BBLs now. That's what I'm saying. You could peep the wave if you really watching music. They don't want big booty bitches. Even how y'all saying, yeah, they still keeping it. No, they're trying to get rid of that. They're trying to go back to the 90s where it was skinny body girls. Like, and that's low key what she do because she don't got no talent. So she got to just go whatever the waves are in order to keep her some relevance. So I think that's what happened to Ice for real. Now Doja, I think Doja only that successful. Y'all got to understand, Doja got videos where she's saying, I hate being black. I only like that he gave me a fat ass and I love white men. So she playing the game to align with the people who can invest in her so they will. You feel me?
Who said that?
Doja Cat. Like you can look it up to his video, like hell of it. She was in a room.
She said she could like what she want like.
No, she said she hates black. She's been in a room with a whole bunch of they weren't Trump, like that little this group was of a bunch of racist people, and they were literally saying like fuck niggas, and she like, yeah, fuck them bitch ass niggas, and she on her what's that girl name that be supporting Trump like that? Candace Owens. She on her Candace Owens time. Be real with you. That's neither here nor there.
Well, you know, what she like ain't got nothing to do with her music.
But I like a lot of Lil Wayne records. I ain't gonna lie. I will rock out, and I actually did like the rock album that he did. It was actually really good. I ain't gonna front. It was a good album.
Oh no, I think those are wild talented.
Hey,
I think
Barbie.
I don't align with the message that you putting out. You know what I'm saying? That's and even down to that, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't want to say music, rap, any of this shit dead yet. I just want to say if we could reallocate. Not the messaging per se, because I do want to say, like, listen, we've had nothing but more stupid in rap, like, not saying stupidity, but more shit without a message than shit with a message in the history of rap, period. So I don't want to make it seem like, oh, you got to have all messages. Because like I said, I make music. Y'all can go look at my channel. The video I got up is a straight trap song. It's no other way to say that shit. You feel me? But my last album is literally called The New Black Mindset. Where I'm talking about nothing but like, you know what I'm saying? You could do both. It's nothing wrong with that. It's just when, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people in rap right now saying, oh, I sold crack. Ain't never touched none. Don't care if you didn't. But the problem is you now portraying that you have. So other people are trying to follow that. I'm a person saying I have done these things in the streets. However, I also grew up and I'm wiser. And I'm saying, hey, do what you do. However, this ain't what we supposed to do. You feel me? So if we could just get more of that, we'll probably be good.
I'm a little confused. Didn't you say you young up here? You making this? So when you were selling this? How long ago? 2 years ago?
No, I started selling crack at 9. Like again, I'm in the South. Like we do our own thing. Like you know, it's legal to carry guns. It's a whole different way of.
Not when you're 9.
Huh?
It's not legal to carry no guns when you're 9. Are you talking, Sharon?
No.
Who the hell told you this? Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Bob. Who the hell told you to sell crack at 9 years old? Didn't hold you that so you
my mama got 8 kids. My grandma took us in. My mother ran the streets. I took it upon myself to say I'm gonna be the adult of the house. Now, did I make the most adult thing? Not really, but I'm 9 also. What the fuck job I'm really
hold on,
get?
K to the GOAT. Are you saying your mama told you how to cook up crack?
Oh yeah, nah. I learned from my aunt. My mama smoked dope though. You feel me? Like I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I kind of learned it from her. Yeah, I seen her doing it. Like at first, how I learned how to cook up dope wasn't in the pot. I learned how to cook dope on the spoon because I seen fiends. My mama ended up being with fiends.
Did you sell it to her too?
But
did
I
you
don't
sell it
do
to
that
her
anymore.
too?
I've done my time. I went to jail for it. But I'm saying
I said,
I
did you sell it? Did you sell it to your mama too? Is what I asked.
You said what?
Did you sell it to her as well?
No, I've never actually sold my mama no dope. I done beat her up about it for real. Like I done seen her.
I'm just saying that's when you think about it, that is one of like probably the best businesses that you could sell it in your own house. You don't even gotta go outside.
Gave it to her. That's the worst.
Nah, yeah, I done had to fight my homeboys in the hood about serving my mama. But that's and this is what I'm saying. Like when it comes to certain things, right? Like we gotta let go. Like because even if this is the honest truth, I never sold my mama dope. However, when I sit here and said I'm not gonna say dope, that didn't stop her from getting dope. She just went to the next motherfucker. If she had to go to the next city over to go get her dope, because all my homeboys I done beat up and fought to tell them niggas don't serve my mama. Right. All right, well she gonna go to the other town. It didn't matter. You feel me? So
I understand that.
Nah, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Welcome to the show, Ricky Manna. What's your thoughts?
My mind is just blown on what I just heard, man. That just really like just destroyed my train of thought from what I was hearing from my man talking about cooking dope and selling it at 9 years old.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a reality for some people, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that ain't. But that's what I'm saying. And this the wilder thing I will admit. Y'all being so amazed. In my opinion, that's everyday life for me. That's for my peoples, like my friends. Like I can make calls on this. I can call 5 other people who will validate what I'm saying, and also be like, yeah, we was there. Because I was always the type.
But KT to go. So this is the part that you gotta be careful at. But the majority of 9-year-olds were not doing that.
I mean, no, I'm not saying. But I will say, those are the killers. Like even now today, you watch out for 10-year-old kids today because that's who's going to kill you. Like how I came up was that's what I'm saying. The South maybe it's just because it's inbred so differently. But like, bro, it was just like we came up, we made our moves, and if you want to get a name out here, you might have to shake up the streets. If that means you gonna go over and tell that hood, y'all gonna be a part of our hood. And if they say no, we gotta beat them up. If that means we gotta kill somebody, it is what it is.
Right, and that also started with Baltimore when they killed Omar, right? Like they put it in movie in a TV show form, but it was a little kid that killed Omar. Facts. That's a real thing. That's how he just said. That's how you get your name up in the streets, so people won't harass you as much anymore. Go ahead, Ricky.
On this Fat Joe thing, I had an epiphany over this last night. I see a lot of us people, of our skin complexion, raising hell over this across social media. It's even made its way to TikTok, which, I mean, I thought TikTok would be something else other than. But my question is this: we're upset that Fat Joe said what he said, but nobody had smoke for Eminem when Eminem said that he uses black music to get himself wealthy. Mm-hmm. On top of that, when we look at what rap music has become, I mean, it has become this thing that serves the prison pipeline industry. So why are we as black people trying to gain traction or even ownership over something that we don't control? This music industry, we don't control it. If I wanted a rap music deal today, would I look to somebody that looked like you, or would I look to somebody that looks like Eminem to get put on? You see what I'm saying? And even Eminem, we know who signed Eminem, who his A&Rs are, right? So why are we still stressed out about this music when we got bigger fish to fry than who built this music that's really not serving anybody a damn bit of good unless you're in the entertainment industry?
So the reason why is because the whole Fat Joe thing wasn't about the music industry. It was about the music culture and how they take it from our culture, and is a thing that's cooked, and we stopping it now. Like we always do. They was trying to whitewash hip hop, but Eminem is actually so true to hip hop that he did not use his whiteness against hip hop. And that's how come he stayed as one of the people that we say, hey, as long as he keep it in line, Eminem he could be considered one of the top rappers of all time because he's keeping it in line. He always revert back to like even when he was doing the Super Bowl, the only reason why we seen 50 Cent in the Super Bowl because of Eminem. So he still kept it true to hip hop. Fat Joe's not keeping it true to the culture that made him millions of dollars. And that's the issue with somebody like Fat Joe.
Well, the thing is, what is the culture though? Because the thing when we talk about Eminem keeping it true to the culture, Eminem, I don't know too many black people, and I don't know, maybe it's just my region that can relate to Eminem's music when he talks about his mama, when he talks about doing the drugs that I won't mention on your show. But I mean, he was not too many black people are pill heads that I could think of. Nobody can relate to half of the stuff that he's talking about. And this dude went on a whole tangent. His whole career was talking about some woman that dumped him and used him. I mean, the same woman. So to me, that sounds kind of stalkerish. If I had that much to say about a woman that done me wrong, I'm sure there'll be other black folks to be like, come on, man, let's go get you laid.
Right. So, but his main customer was young white men that felt like they was not being seen. So, and that's who his main, it wasn't black people are not the main people that is contributing to Eminem being the greatest selling records of all time. We don't buy his music. Nobody really knows Eminem records like that unless it played on the radio or they seen a music video. We actually don't really listen.
No, I bought his records.
Okay,
I did.
Okay, but majority of black folks is not buying Eminem and saying, "Ooh, we want to rap like Eminem." We had sticky fingers for that. We didn't need Eminem. So the majority of his people that's buying his records is white folks.
But the majority of people that was buying black rappers were white folks as well.
Exactly. So now that's where the distinction starts to break down. So now that's when we start talking about the culture part of things, right? So the consumers is not the people that's a part of the culture. The reason why Eminem's considered a great rapper because the culture embraced him first. He was around a bunch of other dope ass black MCs, and then that gave him so the culture says he's a good rapper, and then so now the white culture, the consumers, they are going to buy into it. But he had to get the cosign from the culture first.
Okay, what's the culture that rap music promotes though?
Lyricism.
Okay, outside of lyricism, what else does rap music promote in 2024? I want to say between 1995 and 2024, what has rap music mainly promoted?
Having fun and partying.
Not dope dealing, beefing.
No. That's all a part of lyricism, right? So saying I'm selling something something hard and white like a dinner plate, that's part of lyricism. Regardless, yeah, he's talking about dope, but regardless, that is lyrics. That is a dope line.
The whole deal between Biggie and Tupac, which claimed both of their lives.
You can't use singular moments and say that's the representation. I'll give you a good example. You saying that the main thing it promotes is violence, killing, this, that, and the third. Let's look at what people, I don't know if y'all young enough to understand this, but what people consider the big three of today: Kendrick Lamar, Drake, J. Cole. Okay. Right. So let's look at what they make. Cole definitely not making no killer music. Kendrick Lamar definitely not making no killer music. He's just an aggressive, I guess you could say aggressive protester. And then you got Drake. So 66%, over half of this big 3% is conscious rappers.
Yeah.
Yes, that one guy who keeps partying like a motherfucker. And guess what? If we talking about on paper, who's the most successful? It's Drake, all hands down. But we just had this battle. Who actually won the battle? It wasn't the most successful on paper. You just went over the top 10. I mean, Shannon just went over the top 10 most sold rappers. Kendrick not even on that list. He just whipped this man's ass. And that's what I'm saying. Can we point out moments and everything? Yeah, you can point. That's anything in this universe. You can look and say, oh, well, it's bad over there. But we can't. Now, we're choosing to say, well, that's all it's focusing on. It's really not. Even down to the business part of this, I'm not going to sit there and say fight for the business. What I'm going to say is you do realize that right now today, all black people said what we contribute to, we're no longer going to do that for y'all. We're going to do it for ourselves. it wouldn't be nothing left. They'll have the old rap remnants and maybe a couple sellouts who'll stay over there, but guess what? They're not popping. They're not the wave, so nobody gonna fuck with that. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, and so like we do know that like certain lyrics is just like, even though they got dope rappers like Young Jeezy, he's a drug dealer rapper, but the boy can fucking rap. He have real lyrics. First I sold 2 mil, then I sold another one. Told them if you pay me 3, then I'll front another one. Tell them if you cannot give me this, then I record another one. That is business talk right there. And that is teaching some young men that never knew anything about having a mentor and all that, and say, hey, listen, you need to go ahead and sell something first and move the records first, and then now you can come back to the table to get more money. And so young people that are listening to these rappers, is not strictly all about selling drugs, fucking bitches, and making money. Some of the shit is they business lessons. Young KT, the GOAT, just said at 9 years old, he was figuring out how to be a businessman. At the end of the day, we could say it's the wrong type of business or we want to, but guess what? It is what it is. He was still learning how to move product. He learned how to develop the product, build the product, go outside and sell the product. That is business at the end of the day.
Facts. And I also want to say, even down to that, this is the thing amongst us, the Black community, right? We got to stop. Everything we look at as bad is something that somebody told us was bad. And we keep saying, oh, that's bad. Like, no offense. You ain't never seen on the news Black kid school shooting. You heard about it. Maybe
we never heard of Black kids school shooting.
These things in America where people are coming up in school and shooting 50 kids, and these aren't Black people things, but you don't hear nothing like about the white people doing that being bad. Like I heard a song, no bullshit. The kid said, I got an AK like a school shooter. It's a white dude, and people, and I'm talking about in the comments, the Black people like, bro, that's hard as hell. Like, but a Black man, that's what I'm saying now. Another Black man say that, and they're like, bro, we gotta stop this shit. Like, no, everybody got bads, and it's okay to accept that. We got to accept our flaws and learn to grow from the flaws. That's what makes us so great to them. That's what I think we don't really get and credit ourselves from. Everything we did was the devil's work, or it was terrible. But then once they could actually understand it and get into it, they were like, oh, nah, this American lineage now, this is for all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, we got to take back our words and give our words power. It's just like how we did the N-word. That's how we can do everything. You could say this is what it is, but we don't treat it that way. And once we can get a line on that, I think everything will really start getting better with us.
Well, there were several.
Before you go, Ricky, man, the one and only verbal assassin with the $5. Eminem said, I'm a commodity because I'm WHITE. He was just making commentary on racism. Thank you, Verb. Go ahead, Ricky.
Well, when you start talking about the school shooting culture, right? They blame Marilyn Manson for that. Back during Columbine, they blamed this other band, KDFM, which is a rock band out of Sweden, I want to say. So, yeah, I mean, other music genres do get tied into what we call counterculture movements. Now, when you start talking about hip-hop and what hip-hop has become, there is a lot of violence that get promoted on hip-hop. There's a lot of things that are glorified that should not be glorified. And it also, there's a lot of other things that, you know, that goes in with it. You know, they even named hip-hop as like prison pipeline music. So I'm like thinking to myself, the things that we glorify on this, that actually does breathe fresh air into old negative stereotypes about our people as a whole. So that's the only thing that I was saying.
So I do not believe music is the prison to pipeline. I think the problem that people get confused with is our music being getting people killed and going to prison is that these are criminals that make music. And they just happen to be making hip hop music. It is a complete difference between I'm just an artist versus I'm a street dude that can rap. And some people are sad to say that they are in the streets, they are gang members and all these things. They was going to go to jail regardless if they was rappers or not. It just is what it is. They just they are criminals that happen to rap.
And I want to just say I agree with the young man about us taking everything bad when it's happened in our community, because these white people look up to criminals. A lot of them white people who have money, they ancestors were criminals, murderers and killers and shit, robbers, you know. And so I'm not saying we should promote it, you know, but we should look at it. Like when he said he was 9, I didn't feel like, oh, that's so terrible towards him. I looked at it like, oh, it's so terrible that he was in that situation and had to do that. And as 9-year-old, I was thinking there was some adults had you doing that at 9. You know what I mean?
Because he was being exploited.
And so he was, but you know what? Nobody ever says the Bronx Tale exploited some young little 9-year-old to be turned into a goddamn gangster.
Right.
Oh, I did. I did. That movie, I found a lot of flaw in that movie. Because
well, okay, maybe you did, but you know, the majority of people is not going to look at it the way how they look at it.
The consensus of people wasn't saying, oh, this is bad. And even down to like what you were just saying, Bomb, you know, no offense. White people, listen to me, white people had an era of mobsters where they was running through New York, killing the cops, all that shit. You don't hear nobody really saying, matter of fact, people really glorify that. Like, oh yeah, they was good people. And bruh, it's not, and I'm not saying that it's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't something wrong with it. I'm saying everybody has something that's wrong, but for some reason, us black people feel like, oh yeah, we got to get rid of our wrong instead of just embracing or making moves upon that. Because like you said, yeah, I'm a businessman. I'm learning business on my own, even if nobody wants to look at it like that. However, the same white people, Bill Gates, they all say, shit, I ain't go to college. Now we've been on this panel talking about how like, yeah, information is essential. The white billionaires like, man, I ain't even go to that shit because they be trying to teach you what to do and da. Nobody's like, yeah, that's messed up for the white community. Like, you know what I'm saying? We can embrace what we do wrong and correct what's too wrong. That's the best way I'm saying it.
Hey, Ricky Manna, what music you mainly listen to?
I listen to a lot of Motown from the 60s. I listen to a lot of Marvin Gaye. I even go back to the 50s when it started like classical rock and roll. But if you was like to see me on like any given day, I'm listening to like Marvin Gaye, freaking Smokey Robinson, the Shirelles, the Supremes, Diana Ross, things of that nature. You know, music that took that had heart and soul invested into it, where you had your real instruments and whatnot. It was not just these repetitive.
Do you play instruments?
Riffs. Huh?
Do you play instruments?
I play piano and I'm learning guitar.
All right, so I think sometimes people that's into music, especially they into playing music and learning music, I think they just have a different taste of music. And I think that's the difficultness for them to get with hip hop sometimes. Because
I used to be a rapper.
I mean, I take it a step further.
So what kind of rap did you do?
No, go ahead.
The shit.
Sorry, KT to go. So what you more like? What's the young man name? Man.
No, in my younger year, I was into more like gangster rap.
So you was rapping like gangsters, shooting guns and stuff like that in your raps before at once upon a time. With hip hop style beats or more like a rock and roll style beat, like
hip hop. I used to make my own beats and everything. I had 3 different keyboards. My favorite instrument that I had where I was making beats was the Boss DR5, Dr. Rhythm 5, and my Korg. Those were my 2 things. And I just didn't make beats for myself. I made beats for other people as well.
So is that why you have a different outlook on rap music?
Yes and no. Yes and no, because here's the thing. I noticed
he's rapping like a gangster. Was that conducive of your life, or that was just what it seemed like it was the cool thing to rap about?
Well, it was the products of people that surrounded me. It wasn't me directly. I mean, I don't have a story like KT the GOAT, and to be honest with you, when I listen to his story, I don't fault him. You see what I'm saying? I fought the environment that exploited him as a child. At 9 years old, my man should have been watching, G.I. Joe or, playing with toys and just being a child. He didn't get a chance to be a child in an environment like that. So I don't know. I couldn't speak on how that would impact his mind later on in life, if it was a good thing or a bad thing, because, all superheroes have some sort of flaw that they have to deal with. You see what I'm saying?
So you being somebody that was a part of the gangster rap, so that it doesn't really, like, you can change, literally.
Yeah.
And it goes to show that just because you rapping gangster doesn't mean you actually committing the crimes.
I'm kind of glad that I didn't make it, because I wouldn't want my words to actually encourage the situation that's going on in our communities. I didn't want my words to actually breathe the fresh air in the old stereotypes. I'm kind of glad that things didn't work out the way that I planned on them to.
Right. And I think that the majority of the time people get that part confused. They actually believe that they lyrics is what got them to doing that. No, that is their mood. They're gonna somebody that is in that anger state, they're gonna find whatever record that is gonna resonate that kind of energy, whether it's rock and roll, hip hop, or whatever. It don't matter. If it got that kind of aggressive energy, it's gonna be used in an aggressive way.
Right. Now, I did have people that surrounded me that were into that street life. As a matter of fact, the first studio that I ever built was built off of their dope money because they were asking me things that they needed to make a real studio. So we went
again. Business again.
Yeah. So, I mean, I took them to these different places.
Why would you downgrade the culture when you know that people got to find by any means necessary to make it to just sell a wood album? just to go double wood in the hood, you still got to sell a tremendous amount of dope, because regardless of the fact, most people don't realize that most dope dealers is not making enough money.
Well, this is one thing I noticed about what's the rapper's name? Young Dolph.
First before you move it.
What's the guy's name? Young Dolph, the guy that got killed in Tennessee.
Yep.
I met him at an airport when I was traveling during that summer, and I didn't even know who he was, right? And I saw some people taking pictures with him, and I'm sitting there, drinking a cup of coffee at Starbucks. That was one of the only few restaurants that was open in that airport. And he didn't come off as the person he was on those albums. He was very calm, humble, easy to converse with. You know what I'm saying? So when I was, after he had gotten killed and I was listening to some of his music, I was like, this ain't the same man that I sat in the Starbucks with for like 25 minutes, just, talking about life in general. This guy was like.
So I think that's the issue, that a lot of people, just because KT the GOAT, right? He sold drugs at 9 years doesn't mean that he's going to be a drug dealer 24/7 when he's walking outside.
No, because some of the people that I would hire when I was part owner in the car business, a lot of those guys came out of jail for being dope dealers, and they were some of the best car salesmen out there.
Okay. So
I would also like to say, I think that that's what you asking, Mr. Ricky. I think that's a whole different thing, because what you're really saying is, why don't we know artists outside of their music? That's a different thing, because but what you said, Dolph was the same dude that you met in there. But you can't, if you don't really know somebody, you only know, if you never met him, you would have only heard his music and your thoughts would have been, bro, this nigga a drug dealing criminal. Right. But when you met him, you like, nah, he actually pretty cool. But we don't get a lot of that interaction nowadays where,
correct,
Michael Jackson was amongst the regular people kicking in Brazil and type stuff. So I think that may be a problem with that, as far as, but I think most of the people even rapping about dope now, they experience, they're explaining their experiences more than glorifying it, and I think it's just misconstrued though.
It's for a lot of them. Some of them are they trying to push a narrative that is not a part of their lifestyle, but most of them are just saying, like, if KT the GOAT, he was to make a dope record talking about how he been selling dope since he was 9 years old, people like, see, you're promoting degeneracy, but really he just talking about his life.
KT the GOAT, I could probably, and I might be wrong about this, because I mean, you're around that around all of this. Most of the people that I know that came from your background are some of the most humble people. It's the people around you that you have to watch. You see what I'm saying? It's the people around.
I would say it's a half and half thing for real, because you got to understand, like, yeah, it's humble, but a part of being humble is just knowing your position. Majority of people aren't humble, and not saying it like that. It's like this: you can't go to Mexico, only know English, but expect them to understand what you're saying, right? So if you in the hood, yeah, I'm I'm just talking for me personally, right? I'm humble as a mug. Like, everybody know, like, oh yeah, KT give you his last, Everybody also know, don't play with him too much. Because I'm not saying, again, none of this stuff is bragging when I'm mentioning these things. If anything, I'm saying I made these mistakes, overcame them. I have charges from shooting people. I've done many things that I'm not sitting there saying, oh, I'm proud. I'm saying, but I've actually been through the experience and made the changes. Yeah, I've been lost to where I'm mad at everybody. Even what you said, I like that you said that earlier. You felt people I was taking advantage of in my situation. But the truth of the matter is, no, I wasn't. I made do with what I had, and I did what I felt best. It wasn't no grown-ups telling me sell dope. I ain't even the only thing I understood was I need to make money. And guess what? I don't even know how to do none of this stuff with it, but I see my mama here with 50 people every day. I may not can tell, but I can get them 50 people. Guess what? Even if they only having $5, $4, well, $4 times $50, you can do the math. It's 200. Now we eating good. Like, I don't care. So that's how I was looking at it. It's nothing wrong with learning the same things in a different way. We kind of got to stop putting that down, as long as you don't maintain that style of life. You know what I'm saying?
What made you change?
Life.
Like, when did you have that epiphany that, you know what?
Look, I'll explain it like this. I'll say, and I'm not trying to be shameless for plugging, but this is one. It's not even a song that's out, so I'm really not plugging. But I have a verse, and it says,
"Don't be afraid to plug it." I'll tell you this, KT to go. Don't be afraid to plug. We are all here to build each other brands. Like, it is all good. Like, don't be afraid. Like, as long as you come to my platform and you keep it the way how you've been keeping it, and we just showing our experience, I have no problem with people using my platform. The 130 that is watching, and you can promote it to them, and you can get a sale from that. I'm not going to hate on that, not one bit. So
well, thank you very much. But again, like you said, I am humble, so I really don't. I'm not even the type of person to be out here telling everybody I rap and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, a line that I wrote was because experience is deliverance, I seek the mecca of life, knowledge the pilgrimage. So I'm saying, like,
and what album that's from, and where they could buy that?
Huh?
Where the album at? Where they could buy that?
Only on my page. Only on my page. KT to go. I'll throw my link in here. You can't go on Spotify. The things I'm talking, how I'm saying, take it away from Spotify. Trust me, I'm acting on these before I even heard of FBA and stuff like that. So, but
make sure you drop it in the chat.
Yep, I got you. Just give me a minute. I got to get off my other phone because I'm on the StreamYard app in here. But listen, the explanation of that line is saying, like, experience is deliverance, and you can only get the Mecca, which would be like, you know, the God point, the place of understanding through your pilgrimage of life. Life is where you gain the experience, and you can only gain the deliverance once you say, not only make those mistakes, but say, okay, this was a mistake. How can I improve? So, because I will be a lie if I said, right, I got locked up one time and I was like, oh, I'm done selling dope. No. I'm going to be honest with you. No. Until I was probably 22, crazy, I was consistently getting, well, not 22. Yeah, about 22, 21. One of those areas. I was consistently being locked up. It really wasn't because I was, the one thing that people don't understand is they say this if you've been in jail. Jail don't teach you how to not be a criminal. It teach you how to be a better one.
Absolutely.
But one day some people in these jails said, man, look, I ain't gonna lie to you, KT.
Shout out to my girl Natasha, one of the greatest mods of all time. OMG.
Oh, salute. Thank you. That's my old one too. That's crazy. Good luck. I'm gonna start plugging stuff there just because you got me right. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop something for y'all today. But listen to me. When we in these places, you know, you do learn how to be a better criminal. But some of those criminals told me out their mouth, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You the one. Like, you really smart. Like, you be manipulating. You be getting us out of like, bro. You can really be bigger, greater than all us, and really be a representative and speak for us. You know what I'm saying? So that's what made me say I'm gonna get my life together. To be honest, but I can't. Me also being the man.
So you wanted to get your life together so you could be a voice for the voiceless.
In a certain time, I mean, the voiceless have told me that. Now I'm not good at like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I'm okay with being in front of crowds. I mean, okay with speaking. I'm just not okay with taking this credit. Like, I don't like people being like, oh, you're the leader, and like, I don't like that, because nothing really wins when everything. I'm not saying don't follow people, but I'm saying, like, I don't want people to look at me and make me some deity or idolize me. That's weird as fuck. Like, that's the problem with us in the world probably now. We idolize everything but faith in God.
But being a leader doesn't make you a god.
No, I agree, but I know that. But the problem we seem to have today is most people don't know that. See, like, my mother and father were never together. My dad died before I was born. My mama was running the streets. A lot of us said, okay, we ain't got no parents, so we gonna look to this TV family for your parents. But a lot of younger people, like 30 and under, basically, they saying, okay, we got parents, but they not good parents. So we gonna look up the Ice Spice because at least she got money for her stupid shit. All we see is stupid shit. At least these stupid people getting paid. So I just said, fuck it. I feel that not even saying like being famous. I just wanted to go through my community and tell people, hey, little bro, don't do that. I'm gonna be real with you, cause like, and it's easier for you to look at somebody who look like you and not just be somebody who famous. Like that was the only thing that caused me to change. Personal will towards us, towards black people, towards the world, us period. I feel we need more. Not even my name say FBA Malcolm. I feel we need more Malcolms, and not saying in terms of fighting harshly. I'm saying we forget Malcolm X wasn't famous for nothing but talking to people. He didn't get up here and rap or comedians. He just talked to people and spoke his mind. So
that was hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. The Black Bam Bam Bigelow was hilarious. That was hilarious. I can't even lie.
This is why I love the internet, man. Like for real.
Thank you so much.
Let me give you a story because you know a lot of you guys. I'll be brief. My cousin was one of the biggest dope dealers in South Carolina, right?
God damn. Your story gets ghettoer and more ghetto as
right. Check this out though. Now I'm a grown ass man.
He act like he KT to go. He act like he don't understand our play. He lived the whole damn thing.
Let me tell you about him though.
North Carolina, brother. You ain't too. You know it.
Yeah. So I came to him one day. I was having financial problems, right? And you know, I was in one of those marriages that nothing was ever enough. You know what I'm saying? Like I worked at a plant, you know, and it's like the more money I brought, the more money went out. So I went to him one day. He was sitting at the table chopping. You know, he had his boys around him. And I asked him, I said, cuz, can you put me on to do what you do? I said, I'm tired of being broke. I'm tired of living from paycheck to paycheck. Every other day, somebody's calling me up telling me how much I owe them, right? My second marriage was one of those marriages where the more money you made, the more money went out. And he told me, he says, listen, Ricky, if I had it like you, I'd say fuck dope and I would live your lifestyle.
Facts.
And I said, really? I said, dude, you got jewelry, you got cars, you're not worried for money. People come to you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was like the boss where he was. God rest his soul. He was like a little brother to me. He says, yeah, but I'm always looking over my shoulder. He says, this isn't peaceful. He said, and I never thought about that. I mean, even driving home that night, I just broke down crying. I stopped in a Walmart parking lot and just busted out crying because I didn't know he had it that rough. I didn't know he had that much going on up here. Because when you saw him and when people spoke of him, they spoke of him like a god. And it was the same people that he was helping out that took him.
Usually.
Yeah, as usual. I believe that.
And I was like, and at his funeral, I mean, you had people from all over talking about how good of a person he was. And then when everything came out in the wash, some of the people that was at his funeral that was talking him up were the same people that set him up.
I know 1,000, and I believe it. And if anything, if you ask me what is your question now? You were just telling me about it, or was there a question?
Well,
you were just giving his life experience just now. Yeah.
Okay.
To the whole situation, because you know sometimes people will look at Ricky and they don't understand why he has any kind of inquiry or questioning to this culture, because he looked like he's not a part of the culture. Like they say he like the Black Bam Bam Bigelow, right?
Yeah.
And in reality, he actually is very close to the culture, and which is probably pushing him to a different culture in the first place because he's seen whatever he's seen. I think sometimes that part get missed in conversation because they just want to immediately, if you don't sound like you came
they
from,
want to kick you out the party, and I do
right away, and not knowing that you actually have some experience what made you turn into that way.
Yeah, and I understand. That's what I'm saying. Me personally, this is what this shit is about for me. It's not about just saying don't get me wrong, distinct, making sure we have a distinct lineage is a part of it, but it's also about communication for me.
This
like,
is 100% a fact. This is what I thought. I know Ricky must have a goddamn Harley. Do you got a Harley?
I had one. My wife made me sell it.
I knew it.
I was about to say, he got the biker gang jacket on. You know, man, I already know.
Now I just do muscle cars, man. I don't do bikes that much anymore.
Nice. What you got?
I don't think you a bad person, even if you wanted to say you want to listen. Everybody handle things differently. Like, correct. I ain't gonna sit there and say, like, I got friends who didn't harm themselves, and I won't deny I was a kid. As a kid, I've tried it twice. You feel me? But everybody can't make it through. Everybody, sometimes in order for you to cope, you say, hey, not that I want to correct that. You say, like, I just want to get away from that. Like, no offense, my brother is, he'll get on here and tell you straight up, he Trump supporter, he a patriot, he's my brother, my real life brother. We've been through almost the same thing, but we just handled it differently. I don't tell him, bro, I do that. No, I ain't gonna lie, I'd be like, you're gooning. But
yeah, that's a good point.
But I also
hey Ricky, what's the last car you got? What's your muscle car right now?
Chevrolet Camaro. I have a 2020 Chevrolet Camaro.
I ain't no damn muscle car. That's a new car.
A 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Super Sport Rally Sport crossover.
Okay.
A 1953 Chevrolet Bel Air.
A Bel Air?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. Good job.
Yeah, those my dad left me those cars. He bought the 53 for my mom for their anniversary because my mom was born in 1953. And he bought that 1969 Chevrolet Camaro in 1970 from a woman whose son didn't make it back from Vietnam. So basically, he bought the car from her at a brand new price because the car didn't do anything but sit in the garage. So
is
basically,
it running now?
Oh yeah.
What you got in it?
That's a
392.
It's a big block. Darn it! What did he have put in there? Because that's not the original motor. He had another motor put in there.
392. Cause that 69. Because I had a 1971 Chevelle, so I know a little bit about building cars a little bit as well.
Oh, you had a 71?
Yeah.
What did it have, the hard top or the vinyl?
Hard top.
Oh, okay. That 69 Camaro, the Rally Sport package has that black vinyl top on it. It's not a convertible, but it's got a black vinyl top.
Vinyl, yeah. And the 69 Camaro is actually very good body. No rust?
No rust. No.
Ooh,
and check this out. During Hurricane Helene, because it's parked in the upstate, I'm down here in Charleston. I drove up the highway. I'm like, I hope that car isn't destroyed. I hope that car isn't destroyed. All that farm property where we keep our cars at, none of it was touched. Trees falling down all over the place. None of that stuff was touched.
Awesome. Oh, you in the low country?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in the low country.
Even though I was talking ish about your 2020 Camaro, I might get me a goddamn Scat Pack or a 2015 Scat Pack or Camaro because that's the last of the new version of muscle car. So
you better leave that thing alone.
Nah, man, I want to be a new version of muscle car because it just costs.
You better leave that thing alone.
Too much time because I did see a Mustang, a 71 Mustang. I like those, but I really like the 66 Mustang. But that's just it's just so much to get a brand new engine and make it a little bit more modern.
You better leave that alone. If you don't know about power, man, I mean, if you know power, then that's good for you. But if you don't, you better leave that alone.
Man, I couldn't stop that goddamn 71 Chevelle. I had manual brakes on that thing too, man. My legs, I sold that thing, man. Those manual brakes, God damn, you got to be strong for that because the 71 Chevelle was heavy as hell. So the manual brakes is.
I was racing the Scat Pack up the highway one night, right? And dude, I mean, we got into a populated area. I kind of fell back.
Oh, got you.
This fool kept going.
But anybody got any closing words? We about to get up out of here. We about to hit the 5-hour mark. We're gonna send everybody over to Raw G. She's doing an expose on Pimpzilla, however you want to call her. She's recently possibly have some SA allegations, and she got all the paperwork to show that she is a sexual assaulter of some young lady. So that should be interesting. Do anybody got any final words before y'all run over there and see what's going on with Pimpzilla?
Where can I find KT the Goat's channel? I want to
I'm actually about to drop the link in the chat right now, and I would like to say too, before we dip out, thank everybody up here for the conversation, man. We having great conversation. I've been watching this for a couple of days before I even hopped in here. So I love that we having these talks. We need more of these. And man, let's just come together and make this shit work. We can figure it out one way or another, and it'll take us some time. But trust me, y'all, as long as we can stick together and figure out what we want, we can do something. And yeah, I'm dropping my YouTube channel in the chat right now.
Awesome. Appreciate that.
You said we going to whose channel?
Raw G, she's doing an expose on Priscilla and how she is a essayer. So that should be interesting, to say the least.
An essay. Oh, okay. I just got it.
Wow.
It's
kind of crazy that she the main one talking about men is the sexual deviance, and she doing some sexual deviant stuff. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's wild and crazy.
Bye, everybody. Bye bye.
Can
All
I
right.
just? Do I have to be a mod, or can I just drop the link in the chat?
You write something in the chat first, so I can make you a moderator, so this way you can actually drop it.
Okay.
So you got to say
Well,
something.
happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Okay, I'm right.
Enjoy. Peace.
I'm getting ready to go play me some Legend of Zelda myself, man.
Hey, nah, that's a good one. Do great, my brother.
I'm trying to find your channel real quick, man. Is it KT the GOAT?
Once you make me a mod, I'm putting it in the chat. I already got it saved to put in there. Just need the Natasha girl saying she could. I don't really know. I'm not great at internet stuff.
Yeah, you better learn and learn quick. Shit, I'm learning still though.
KT
Yeah,
the GOAT.
for me still hard, I ain't gonna lie.
Is it KT the GOAT? 1289.
Yep, just drop it in the chat.
There
Dude, you need more subscribers, man. Let me help you out with that. For real.
No, for sure. I mean, look, like I said, I'm getting into this. I do understand the technology, but it's definitely live streaming, staying live, doing all that. I'm just now getting into that. So,
all right.
I can help you out with that for real. I got a little secret for you, man. I always give the secret to new people that I see under like 1,000 subscribers. I'll get with you later on. And get
So what about the people that got under 10,000 subscribers? I need some help. Shit.
I like to help these little channels that to get them up there, so that way they they can go over
monetize and everything.
Yeah, monetize yourself and whatnot. You good though, man? Hey, you good, but my man here, he needs some help, man. So I gotta look out for him on this one. Let's see, KT the GOAT. Yeah, I'm gonna drop your email and I'm gonna show you some secrets, man. And I get you up there. I have you in under 1,000.
You can drop your email in the back chat, KT the GOAT, so Ricky Manna can holler at you. Y'all go over there and run over to Raw G. She should be having a good time over there, cooking people up, and we'll see y'all maybe Mayana or maybe
Sharon. I got something for you as well, man. So just hit me up on that, and I'll show you what my secret is. Because yesterday I hit like over 38,000 views. So. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nah. Put me on game, family.
Yeah, I'll put you on game, man.
Oh man, you from South Carolina? I'm from North Carolina. It's a Carolina thing.
Carolina connection, baby.
And maybe we'll be on later on tonight talking about these sports and all that as well too, and the culture and everything, because there's been some good games with Christmas, NFL versus the NBA. Been some good things with that as well. So maybe we talk some culture later on tonight. Until then, we'll see y'all later.